Section 0 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Thomas Copeland. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 4 by François Rabelais, translated by Peter Anthony Motteux and John Ozell. Front matter. The fourth book, The Translator's Preface. Reader, I don't know what kind of a preface I must write to find thee courteous, an epithet too often bestowed without a cause. The author of this work has been as sparing of what we call good nature as most readers are nowadays, so I am afraid his translator and commentator is not to expect much more than has been showed them. What's worse, there are but two sorts of taking prefaces, as there are but two kinds of prologues to plays. For Mr. Bayes was doubtless in the right when he said that if thunder and lightning could not fright an audience into complacence, the sight of the poet with a rope around his neck might work them into pity. Some, indeed, have bullied many of you into applause, and railed at your faults that you might think them without any. And others, more safely, have spoken kindly of you, that you might think, or at least speak, as favourably of them, and be flattered into patience. Now, I fancy there's nothing less difficult to attempt than the first method, for in this blessed age 'tis as easy to find a bully without courage as a whore without beauty, or a writer without wit, though those qualifications are so necessary in their respective professions. The mischief is that you seldom allow any to rail besides yourselves, and cannot bear a pride which shocks your own. As for wheedling you into a liking of a work, I must confess it seems the safest way. But though flattery pleases you well when it is particular, you hate it, as little concerning you, when it is general. Then we Knights of the Quill are a stiff-necked generation, who as seldom care to seem to doubt the worth of our writings, and their being liked, as we love to flatter more than one at a time, and had rather draw our pens and stand up for the beauty of our works, as some arrant fools used to do for that of their mistresses, to the last drop of our ink. And truly, this submission, which sometimes wheedles you into pity, as seldom decoys you into love as the awkward cringing of an antiquated fop, as moneyless as he is ugly, affects an experienced fair one. Now we as little value your pity as a lover his mistresses, well satisfied that it is only a less uncivil way of dismissing us. But what if neither of these two ways will work upon you, of which doleful truth some of our playwrights stand so many living monuments? Why, then, truly, I think on no other way at present but blending the two into one, and from this marriage of huffing and cringing there will result a new kind of careless medley, which perhaps will work upon both sorts of readers, those who are to be hectored and those whom we must creep to. At least, it is like to please by its novelty, and it will not be the first monster that has pleased you when regular nature could not do it. If uncommon worth, lively wit, and deep learning, wove into wholesome satire, a bold, good, and vast design admirably pursued, truth set out in its true light, and a method how to arrive to its oracle, can recommend a work, I am sure this has enough to please any reasonable man. The 3 books, published some time since, which are in a manner an entire work, were kindly received. Yet in the French they come far short of these 2, which are also entire pieces, for the satire is all general here, and more obvious, and consequently more entertaining. Even my long explanatory preface was not thought improper, though I was so far from being allowed time to make it methodical that at first only a few pages were intended. Yet, as fast as they were printed, I wrote on, till it proved at last like one of those towns built little at first, then enlarged, where you see promiscuously an odd variety of all sorts of irregular buildings. I hope the remarks I give now will not please less, for, as I have translated the work which they explain, I had more time to make them, though as little to write them. It would be needless to give here a large account of my performance, for, after all, you readers care no more for this or that apology, or pretence of Mr. Translator, if the version does not please you, than we do for a blundering cook's excuse after he has spoiled a good dish in the dressing. Nor can the first pretend to much praise, besides that of giving his author's sense in its full extent and copying his style, if it is to be copied, since he has no share in the invention or disposition of what he translates. Yet there was no small difficulty in doing Rabelais justice in that double respect. The obsolete words and turns of phrase, and dark subjects, often as darkly treated, make the sense hard to be understood even by a Frenchman, and it cannot be easy to give it the free, easy air of an original, for even what seems most common talk in one language is what is often the most difficult to be made so in another, and Horace's thoughts of comedy may be well applied to this. Creditur ex medio quia res arcessit, habere sudor minimum, sed habet commedia tantum plus onerus quanto veniae minus. Far be it from me for all this to value myself upon hitting the words of cant, in which my drolling author is so luxuriant, for though such words have stood me in good stead, I scarce can forbear thinking myself unhappy in having insensibly hoarded up so much gibberish and Billingsgate trash in my memory, nor could I forbear asking of myself, as an Italian cardinal said on another account, Donde hai tu pigliato tante coglionerie? Where the devil didst thou rake up all these fripperies? It was not less difficult to come up to the author's sublime expressions, nor would I have attempted such a task, but that I was ambitious of giving a view of the most valuable work of the greatest genius of his age to the Maecenas and best genius of this. For I am not over fond of so ungrateful a task as translating, and would rejoice to see less versions and more originals, so the latter were not as bad as many of the first are, through want of encouragement. Some, indeed, have deservedly gained esteem by translating, yet not many condescend to translate but such as cannot invent, though to do the first well requires often as much genius as to do the latter. I wish, reader, thou mayest be as willing to do my author justice as I have strove to do him right. Yet, if thou art a brother of the quill, it is 10-to-1 thou art too much in love with thy own dear productions to admire those of one of thy trade. However, I know 3 or 4 who have not such a mighty opinion of themselves, but I'll not name them, lest I should be obliged to place myself among them. If thou art one of those who, though they never write, criticize every one that does, avaunt! Thou art a professed enemy of mankind and of thyself, who wilt never be pleased, nor let anybody be so, and knowest no better way to fame than by striving to lessen that of others. Though, wouldst thou write, thou mightst be soon known, even by the butter-women, and fly through the world in bandboxes. If thou art of the dissembling tribe, it is thy office to rail at those books which thou huggest in a corner. If thou art one of those eavesdroppers who would have their moroseness be counted gravity, thou wilt condemn a mirth which thou art past relishing. And I know no other way to quit the score than by writing, as like enough I may, something as dull or duller than thyself, if possible. If thou art one of those critics in dressing, those extempores of fortune, who, having lost a relation and got an estate, in an instant set up for wit and every extravagance, thou'lt either praise or discommend this book, according to the dictates of some less foolish than thyself, perhaps of one of those who, being lodged at the sign of the box and dice, will know better things than to recommend to thee a work which bids thee beware of his tricks. This book might teach thee to leave thy follies, but some will say it does not signify much to some fools whether they are so or not. For when was there a fool that thought himself one? If thou art one of those who would put themselves upon us for learned men in Greek and Hebrew, yet are mere blockheads in English, and patch together old pieces of the ancients to get themselves clothes out of them, thou art too severely mauled in this work to like it. Who then will? Some will cry. Nay, besides these, many societies that make a great figure in the world are reflected on in this book, which caused Rabelais to study to be dark, and even bedaub it with many loose expressions, that he might not be thought to have any other design than to droll, in a manner bewraying his book, that his enemies might not bite it. Truly, though now the riddle is expounded, I would advise those who read it not to reflect on the author, lest he be thought to have been beforehand with them, and they be ranked among those who have nothing to show for their honesty but their money, nothing for their religion but their dissembling, or a fat benefice, nothing for their wit but their dressing, for their nobility but their title, for their gentility but their sword, for their courage but their huffing, for their preferment but their assurance, for their learning but their degrees, or for their gravity but their wrinkles or dullness. They had better laugh at one another here, as it is the custom of the world. Laughing is of all professions. The miser may hoard, the spendthrift squander, the politician plot, the lawyer wrangle, and the gamester cheat. Still, their main design is to be able to laugh at one another, and here they may do it at a cheap and easy rate. After all, should this work fail to please the greater number of readers, I am sure it cannot miss being liked by those who are for witty mirth and a chirping bottle, though not by those solid sots who seem to have drudged all their youth long, only that they might enjoy the sweet blessing of getting drunk every night in their old age. But those men of sense and honour, who love truth and the good of mankind in general above all other things, will undoubtedly countenance this work. I will not gravely insist upon its usefulness, having said enough of it in the preface. Monteux's preface to Volume 1 of Rabelais, edition 1694, to the first part. I will only add that as Homer in his Odyssey makes his hero wander 10 years through most parts of the then-known world, so Rabelais, in a 3 months' voyage, makes Pantagruel take a view of almost all sorts of people and professions. With this difference, however, between the ancient mythologist and the modern, that while the Odyssey has been compared to a setting sun in respect to the Iliads, Rabelais' last work, which is this voyage to the oracle of the bottle, by which he means truth, is justly thought his masterpiece, being wrote with more spirit, salt, and flame than the first part of his works. At near 70 years of age, his genius, far from being drained, seemed to have acquired fresh vigour and new graces the more it exerted itself, like those rivers which grow more deep, large, majestic, and useful by their course. Those who accuse the French of being as sparing of their wit as lavish of their words will find an Englishman in our author. I must confess, indeed, that my countrymen and other southern nations temper the one with the other in a manner as they do their wine with water, often just dashing the latter with a little of the first. Now here men love to drink their wine pure, nay, sometimes it will not satisfy unless in its very quintessence, as in brandies, though an excess of this betrays want of sobriety as much as an excess of wit betrays a want of judgment. But I must conclude, lest I be justly taxed for wanting both. I will only add that as every language has its peculiar graces, seldom or never to be acquired by a foreigner, I cannot think I have given my author those of the English in every place. But as none compelled me to write, I fear to ask a pardon, which yet the generous temper of this nation makes me hope to obtain. Albinus, a Roman, who had written in Greek, desired in his preface to be forgiven his faults of language, but Cato asked him in derision whether any had forced him to write in a tongue of which he was not an absolute master. Lucullus wrote a history in the same tongue, and said he had scattered some false Greek in it to let the world know it was the work of a Roman. I will not say as much of my writings, in which I study to be as little incorrect as the hurry of business and shortness of time will permit, but I may better say, as Tully did of the history of his consulship, which he also had written in Greek, that what errors may be found in the diction are crept in against my intent. Indeed, Livius Andronicus and Terence, the one a Greek, the other a Carthaginian, wrote successfully in Latin, and the latter is perhaps the most perfect model of the purity and urbanity of that tongue. But I ought not to hope for the success of those great men. Yet I am ambitious of being as subservient to the useful diversion of the ingenious of this nation as I can, which I have endeavoured in this work, with hopes to attempt some greater tasks if ever I am happy enough to have more leisure. In the meantime, it will not displease me if it is known that this is given by one who, though born and educated in France, has the love and veneration of a loyal subject for this nation, one who, by a fatality, which with many more, made him say, Nos patriam fugimus, et dulcia linguimus arva, is obliged to make the language of these happy regions as natural to him as he can, and thankfully say with the rest, under this Protestant government, Deus nobis, haec otia fecit. The author's epistle dedicatory. To the most illustrious Prince and most reverend Lord Audet, Cardinal of Chastillon. You know, most illustrious Prince, how often I have been and am daily pressed and required by great numbers of eminent persons to proceed in the Pantagruelian fables. They tell me that many languishing, sick, and disconsolate persons, perusing them, have deceived their grief, passed their time merrily, and been inspired with new joy and comfort. I commonly answer that I aimed not at glory and applause when I diverted myself with writing, but only designed to give by my pen to the absent who labour under affliction that little help which at all times I willingly strive to give to the present that stand in need of my art and service. Sometimes I at large relate to them how Hippocrates, in several places, and particularly in Lib. 6 Epidem, describing the institution of the physician his disciple, and also Soranus of Ephesus, Oribasius, Galen, Haliabus, and other authors, have descended to particulars in the prescription of his motions, deportment, looks, countenance, gracefulness, civility, cleanliness of face, clothes, beard, hair, hands, mouth, even his very nails, as if he were to play the part of a lover in some comedy, or enter the lists to fight some enemy. And indeed the practice of physic is properly enough compared by Hippocrates to a fight, and also to a farce acted between three persons, the patient, the physician, and the disease. Which passage has sometimes put me in mind of Julia's saying to Augustus her father. One day she came before him in a very gorgeous, loose, lascivious dress, which very much displeased him, though he did not much discover his discontent. The next day she put on another, and in a modest garb such as the chaste Roman ladies wore, came into his presence. The kind father could not then forbear expressing the pleasure which he took to see her so much altered, and said to her, "Oh, how much more this garb becomes, and is commendable in the daughter of Augustus." But she, having her excuse ready, answered, "This day, sir, I dressed myself to please my father's eye, yesterday to gratify that of my husband." Thus disguised in looks and garb, nay, even as formerly was the fashion, with a rich and pleasant gown with 4 sleeves, which was called Philonium, according to Petrus Alexandrinus in 6 Epidem, a physician might answer to such as might find the metamorphosis indecent, "Thus have I accoutred myself, not that I am proud of appearing in such a dress, but for the sake of my patient, whom alone I wholly design to please, and nowise offend or dissatisfy." There is also a passage in our father Hippocrates, in the book I have named, which causes some to sweat, dispute, and labour, not indeed to know whether the physician's frowning, discontented, and morose Catonian look render the patient sad, and his joyful, serene, and pleasing countenance rejoice him, for experience teaches us that this is most certain. But whether such sensations of grief or pleasure are produced by the apprehension of the patient observing his motions and qualities in this physician, and drawing from thence conjectures of the end and catastrophe of his disease, as by his pleasing look, joyful and desirable events, and by his sorrowful and unpleasing air, sad and dismal consequences, or whether those sensations be produced by a transfusion of the serene or gloomy, aerial or terrestrial, joyful or melancholic spirits of the physician into the person of the patient, as is the opinion of Plato, Averroes, and others. Above all things, the foresighted authors have given particular directions to physicians about the words, discourse, and converse which they ought to have with their patients, every one aiming at one point, that is, to rejoice them without offending God, and in no wise whatsoever to vex or displease them, which causes Herophilus much to blame the physician Callianax, who, being asked by a patient of his, "Shall I die?" impudently made him this answer: "Patroclus died, whom all allow by much a better man than you." Another, who had a mind to know the state of his distemper, asking him, after our merry Patalin's way, "Well, doctor, does not my water tell you I shall die?" he foolishly answered, "No, if Latona, the mother of those lovely twins Phoebus and Diana, begot thee." Galen, Lib. 4, Comment 6, Epidem, blames much also Quintus his tutor, who, a certain nobleman in Rome, his patient, saying to him, "You have been at breakfast, my master, your breath smells of wine," answered arrogantly, "Yours smells of fever. Which is the better smell of the two, wine or putrid fever?" But the calumny of certain cannibals, misanthropes, perpetual eavesdroppers, has been so foul and excessive against me that it has conquered my patience, and I had resolved not to write one jot more. For the least of their detractions were that my books are all stuffed with various heresies, of which nevertheless they could not show one single instance, much indeed of comical and facetious fooleries, neither offending God nor the king, and truly I own they are the only subject and only theme of these books, but of heresy not a word, unless they interpreted wrong, and against all use of reason and common language, what I had rather suffer 1,000 deaths, if it were possible, than have a thought, as who should make bread to be stone, a fish to be a serpent, and an egg to be a scorpion. This, my lord, emboldened me once to tell you, as I was complaining of it in your presence, that if I did not esteem myself a better Christian than they show themselves towards me, and if my life, writings, words, nay, thoughts, betrayed to me any single spark of heresy, or I should in a detestable manner fall into the snares of the spirit of detraction, Diabolus, who by their means raises such crimes against me, I would then, like the phoenix, gather dry wood, kindle a fire, and burn myself in the midst of it. You were then pleased to say to me that King Francis, of eternal memory, had been made sensible of those false accusations, and that, having caused my books, mine I say because several, false and infamous, have been wickedly laid to me, to be carefully and distinctly read to him by the most learned and faithful anagnost in this kingdom, he had not found any passage suspicious, and that he abhorred a certain envious, ignorant, hypocritical informer, who grounded a mortal heresy on an N put instead of an M by the carelessness of the printers. As much was done by his son, our most gracious, virtuous, and blessed sovereign Henry, whom heaven long preserve, so that he granted you his royal privilege and particular protection for me against my slandering adversaries. You kindly condescended since to confer me these happy news at Paris, and also lately when you visited my Lord Cardinal du Bellay, who, for the benefit of his health, after a lingering distemper, was retired to St. Maur, that place, or rather paradise, of salubrity, serenity, conveniency, and all desirable country pleasures. Thus, my lord, under so glorious a patronage, I am emboldened once more to draw my pen, undaunted now and secure, with hopes that you will still prove to me, against the power of detraction, a second Gallic Hercules in learning, prudence, and eloquence, and a Lexicacos in virtue, power, and authority. You, of whom I may truly say what the wise monarch Solomon saith of Moses, that great prophet and captain of Israel, Ecclesiastes 45, a man fearing and loving God, who found favour in the sight of all flesh, well beloved both of God and man, whose memorial is blessed. God made him like to the glorious saints, and magnified him so that his enemies stood in fear of him, and for him made wonders, made him glorious in the sight of kings, gave him a commandment for his people, and by him showed his light. He sanctified him in his faithfulness and meekness, and chose him out of all men. By him he made us to hear his voice, and caused by him the law of life and knowledge to be given. Accordingly, if I shall be so happy as to hear any one commend those merry composures, they shall be adjured by me to be obliged, and pay their thanks to you alone, as also to offer their prayers to heaven for the continuance and increase of your greatness, and to attribute no more to me than my humble and ready obedience to your commands. For by your most honourable encouragement you at once have inspired me with spirit and with invention, and without you my heart had failed me, and the fountainhead of my animal spirits had been dry. May the Lord keep you in his blessed mercy. My lord, your most humble and most devoted servant, François Rabelais, physician. Paris, this 28th of January, 1602. The author's prologue. Good people, God save and keep you. Where are you? I can't see you. Stay, I'll saddle my nose with spectacles. Oh, 'twill be fair anon. I see you. Well, you have had a good vintage, they say. This is no bad news to Frank, you may swear. You have got an infallible cure against thirst. Rarely performed of you, my friends. You, your wives, children, friends, and families are in as good case as hearts can wish. It is well. It is as I would have it. God be praised for it, and, if such be his will, may you long be so. For my part, I am thereabouts, thanks to his blessed goodness, and by the means of a little Pantagruelism, which, you know, is a certain jollity of mine, pickled in the scorn of fortune. You see me now hale and cheery, as sound as a bell, and ready to drink, if you will. Would you know why I'm thus, good people? I will even give you a positive answer. Such is the Lord's will, which I obey and revere, it being said in his word, in great derision to the physician neglectful of his own health, Physician, heal thyself. Galen had some knowledge of the Bible, and had conversed with the Christians of his time, as appears in Lib 11 de usu partium, Lib 2 de differentiis pulsuum, cap 3, and Ibid, Lib 3, cap 2, and Lib de rerum effectibus, if it be Galen's. Yet 'twas not for any such veneration of Holy Writ that he took care of his own health. No, it was for fear of being twitted with the saying so well known among physicians, Iatros allon autos ercese bruon. He boasts of healing poor and rich, yet is himself all over itch. This made him boldly say that he did not desire to be esteemed a physician, if from his 28th year to his old age he had not lived in perfect health, except some ephemerous fevers, of which he soon rid himself. Yet he was not naturally of the soundest temper, his stomach being evidently bad. Indeed, as he saith, Lib 3 de sanitate tuenda, that physician will hardly be thought very careful of the health of others who neglects his own. Asclepiades boasted yet more than this, for he said that he had articled with fortune not to be reputed a physician if he could be said to have been sick since he began to practice physic to his latter age, which he reached, lusty in all his members and victorious over fortune, till at last the old gentleman unluckily tumbled down from the top of a certain ill-propped and rotten staircase, and so there was an end of him. If by some disaster health is fled from your worships to the right or to the left, above or below, before or behind, within or without, far or near, on this side or the other side, wheresoever it be, may you presently, with the help of the Lord, meet with it. Having found it, may you immediately claim it, seize it, and secure it. The law allows it. The king would have it so. Nay, you have my advice for it. Neither more nor less than the lawmakers of old did fully empower a master to claim and seize his runaway servant wherever he might be found. Odds bodikins, is it not written and warranted by the ancient customs of this noble, so rich, so flourishing realm of France, that the dead seizes the quick? See what has been declared very lately in that point by the learned, wise, courteous, humane, and just civilian Andrew Tiraqueau, one of the judges in the most honourable court of Parliament at Paris. Health is our life, as Ariphron the Sicyonian wisely has it. Without health, life is not life, it is not living life. Habeos, bios, bios, abiotos. Without health, life is only a languishment and an image of death. Therefore, you that want your health, that is to say, that are dead, seize the quick, secure life to yourselves, that is to say, health. I have this hope in the Lord, that he will hear our supplications, considering with what faith and zeal we pray, and that he will grant this our wish, because it is moderate and mean. Mediocrity was held by the ancient sages to be golden, that is to say, precious, praised by all men, and pleasing in all places. Read the sacred Bible. You will find the prayers of those who asked moderately were never unanswered. For example, little dapper Zacchaeus, whose body and relics the monks of St. Garlic near Orleans boast of having, and nickname him St. Sylvanus. He only wished to see our blessed Saviour near Jerusalem. It was but a small request, and no more than anybody might pretend to. But alas, he was but low built, and one of so diminutive a size among the crowd could not so much as get a glimpse of him. Well, then, he struts, stands on tiptoes, bustles and bestirs his stumps, shoves and makes way, and with much ado clambers up a sycamore. Upon this the Lord, who knew his sincere affection, presented himself to his sight, and was not only seen by him, but heard also. Nay, what is more, he came to his house and blessed his family. One of the sons of the prophets in Israel, felling wood near the river Jordan, his hatchet forsook the helve, and fell to the bottom of the river. So he prayed to have it again. 'Twas but a small request, mark ye me. And having a strong faith, he did not throw the hatchet after the helve, as some spirits of contradiction say by way of scandalous blunder, but the helve after the hatchet, as you all properly have it. Presently 2 great miracles were seen. Up springs the hatchet from the bottom of the water, and fixes itself to its old acquaintance the helve. Now, had he wished to coach it to heaven in a fiery chariot like Elias, to multiply in seed like Abraham, be as rich as Job, strong as Samson, and beautiful as Absalom, would he have obtained it, d'ye think? Troth, my friends, I question it very much. Now, I talk of moderate wishes in point of hatchet, but hark ye me, be sure you don't forget when we ought to drink. I will tell you what is written among the apologues of wise Aesop the Frenchman, I mean the Phrygian and Trojan, as Max Plancius makes him, from which people, according to the most faithful chroniclers, the noble French are descended. Aelian writes that he was of Thrace and Agathias, after Herodotus that he was of Samos. 'Tis all one to Frank. In his time lived a poor honest country fellow of Grevaux, Tom Well-hung by name, a wood cleaver by trade, who in that low drudgery made shift so to pick up a sorry livelihood. It happened that he lost his hatchet. Now tell me, who ever had more cause to be vexed than poor Tom? Alas, his whole estate and life depended on his hatchet. By his hatchet he earned many a fair penny of the best woodmongers or log merchants among whom he went a-jobbing. For want of his hatchet he was like to starve, and had death but met with him 6 days after without a hatchet, the grim fiend would have mowed him down in the twinkling of a bedstaff. In this sad case he began to be in a heavy taking, and called upon Jupiter with the most eloquent prayers, for, you know, necessity was the mother of eloquence. With the whites of his eyes turned up towards heaven, down on his marrow bones, his arms reared high, his fingers stretched wide, and his head bare, the poor wretch, without ceasing, was roaring out by way of litany at every repetition of his supplications, "My hatchet, Lord Jupiter, my hatchet, only my hatchet, O Jupiter, or money to buy another, and nothing else. Alas, my poor hatchet!" Jupiter happened then to be holding a grand council about certain urgent affairs, and old Gammer Cybele was just giving her opinion, or if you would rather have it so, it was young Phoebus the beau. But, in short, Tom's outcries and lamentations were so loud that they were heard with no small amazement at the council board by the whole consistory of the gods. "What a devil have we below," quoth Jupiter, "that howls so horridly? By the mud of Styx, Have we not had all along, and have we not here still, enough to do to set to rights a world of damned puzzling businesses of consequence? We made an end of the fray between Preston, king of Persia, and Soliman, the Turkish emperor. We have stopped up the passages between the Tartars and the Muscovites, answered the Zerif's petition, done the same to that of Gogot's Reis, the state of Parma's dispatched, so is that of Maidenberg, that of Mirandola, and that of Africa, that town on the Mediterranean, which we call Aphrodisium. Tripoli, by carelessness, has got a new master. Her hour was come. Here are the Gascons, cursing and damning, demanding the restitution of their bells. In yonder corner are the Saxons, Easterlings, Ostrogoths, and Germans, nations formerly invincible, but now Abercides, bridled, curbed, and brought under a paltry, diminutive, crippled fellow. They ask us revenge, relief, restitution of their former good sense and ancient liberty. But what shall we do with this same Ramus and this Galland, with a pox to them, who, surrounded with a swarm of their scullions, blackguard ragamuffins, sizars, vouchers, and stipulators, set together by the years the whole University of Paris? I am in a sad quandary about it, and for the heart's blood of me cannot tell yet with whom of the two to side. Both seem to be notable fellows, and as true cods as ever pissed. The one has roast nobles, I say fine and weighty ones, the other would gladly have some too. The one knows something, the other's no dunce. The one loves the better sort of men, the other's beloved by 'em. The one is an old cunning fox, the other, with tongue and pen, tooth and nail, falls foul on the ancient orators and philosophers, and barks at them like a cur. What thinkest thou of it, say, thou bawdy Priapus? I have found thy counsel just before now, et habeat tua mento lamentem. King Jupiter, answered Priapus, standing up and taking off his cowl, his snout uncased and reared up, fiery and stiffly propped, since you compare the one to a yelping, snarling cur, and the other to sly Reynard the fox, my advice is, with submission, that without fretting or puzzling your brains any further about 'em, without any more ado, even serve 'em both, as in the days of yore you did the dog and the fox. How? Asked Jupiter. When? Who were they? Where was it? You have a rare memory, for aught I see, returned Priapus. This right worshipful Father Bacchus, whom we have here nodding with his crimson phiz, to be revenged on the Thebans, had got a fairy fox, who, whatever mischief he did, was never to be caught or wronged by any beast that wore a head. The noble Vulcan here present had framed a dog of Manesian brass, and with long puffing and blowing put the spirit of life into him. He gave it to you, you gave it your Miss Europa gave it Minos, Minos gave it Procris, Procris gave it Cephalus. He was also of the fairy kind, so that, like the lawyers of our age, he was too hard for all other sorts of creatures. Nothing could scape the dog. Now, who should happen to meet but these two? What do you think they did? Dog, by his destiny, was to take fox, and fox, by his fate, was not to be taken. The case was brought before your council. You protested that you would not act against the fates, and the fates were contradictory. In short, the end and result of the matter was that to reconcile two contradictions was an impossibility in nature. The very pang put you into a sweat, some drops of which, happening to light on the earth, produced what the mortals call cauliflowers. All our noble consistory, for want of a categorical resolution, were seized with such a horrid thirst that above 78 hogsheads of nectar were swilled down at that sitting. At last you took my advice and transmogrified them into stones, and immediately got rid of your perplexity, and a truce with thirst was proclaimed throughout this vast Olympus. This was the year of flabby cods near Tumessus, between Thebes and Colchis. After this manner, it is my opinion that you should petrify this dog and this fox. The metamorphosis will not be incongruous, for they both bear the name of Peter, and because, according to the Limousin proverb, to make an oven's mouth there must be 3 stones, you must associate them with Master Peter de Coignet, whom you formerly petrified for the same cause. Then those 3 dead pieces shall be put in an equilateral trigone somewhere in the great temple at Paris, in the middle of the porch, if you will, there to perform the office of extinguishers, and with their noses put out the lighted candles, torches, tapers, and flambeaux, since, while they lived, they still lighted Balak-like the fire of faction, division, Balak sects, and wrangling among those idle bearded boys, the students. And this will be an everlasting monument, to show that those puny self-conceited pedants, Balak-framers, were rather contemned than condemned by you. Dixi, I have said my say. You deal too kindly by them, said Jupiter, for aught I see, Monsieur Priapus. You do not use to be so kind to everybody, let me tell you, for as they seek to eternize their names, it would be much better for them to be thus changed into hard stones than to return to earth and putrefaction. But now to other matters. Yonder behind us, towards the Tuscan Sea in the neighbourhood of Mount Apennine, do you see what tragedies are stirred up by certain topping ecclesiastical bullies? This hot fit will last its time, like the Limousins' ovens, and then will be cooled, but not so fast. We shall have sport enough with it, but I foresee one inconveniency. For methinks we have but little store of thunder ammunition, since the time that you, my fellow gods, for your pastime, lavished them away to bombard New Antioch by my particular permission. As since, after your example, the stout champions who had undertaken to hold the fortress of Dandonara against all comers fairly wasted their powder with shooting at sparrows, and then, not having wherewith to defend themselves in time of need, valiantly surrendered to the enemy, who were already packing up their alls, full of madness and despair, and thought on nothing but a shameful retreat. Take care this be remedied, son Vulcan. Rouse up your drowsy Cyclopes, Asteropes, Brontes, Arges, Polyphemus, Steropes, Paracmon, and so forth. Set them at work, and make them drink as they ought. Never spare liquor to such as are at hot work. Now, let us dispatch this bawling fellow below. You, Mercury, go see who it is, and know what he wants. Mercury looked out at heaven's trap-door, through which, as I am told, they hear what is said here below. By the way, one might well enough mistake it for the scuttle of a ship, though Icaromenippus said it was like the mouth of a well. The light-heeled deity saw that it was honest Tom who asked for his lost hatchet, and accordingly he made his report to the Synod. Marry, said Jupiter, we are finely helped up, as if we had now nothing else to do here but to restore lost hatchets. Well, he must have it then for all this, for so 'tis written in the book of fate, do you hear? As well as if it was worth the whole duchy of Milan. The truth is, the fellow's hatchet is as much to him as a kingdom to a king. Come, let no more words be scattered about it. Let him have his hatchet again. Now let us make an end of the difference betwixt the Levites and mole-catchers of Landarousse. Whereabouts were we? Priapus was standing in the chimney-corner, and having heard what Mercury had reported, said in a most courteous and jovial manner, King Jupiter, while by your order and particular favour I was garden-keeper general on earth, I observed that this word hatchet is equivocal to many things, for it signifies a certain instrument by the means of which men fell and cleave timber. It also signifies, at least I am sure it did formerly, a female, soundly and frequently thump-thump-prickle-tickle-twiddle-tobied. Thus I perceived that every cock of the game used to call his doxy his hatchet, for with that same tool, this he said, lugging out and exhibiting his 9-inch knocker, they so strongly and resolutely shove and drive in their helves that the females remain free from a fear epidemical amongst their sex, viz., that from the bottom of the male's belly the instrument should dangle at his heel, for want of such feminine props. And I remember, for I have a member, and a memory too, ay, and a fine memory, large enough to fill a butter-firkin, I remember, I say, that one day of Tubilustre, Horn Fair, at the festivals of Goodman Vulcan in May, I heard Josquin des Prés, Olgicon, Pobrecht, Agricola, Bremel, Camelin, Vigoris, de la Fage, Brillet, Prioris, Seguin, Dularue, Midi, Moulu, Bouton, Gascogne, Boisset, Compère, Penet, Fevin, Rousset, Richefort, Rousseau, Concilion, Constantio Festi, Jacques Bercon, melodiously singing the following catch on a pleasant green. Long John to bed went to his bride, and laid a mallet by his side. What means this mallet, John? Saith she. Why, 'tis to wedge thee home, quoth he. Alas, cried she, the man's a fool. What need you use a wooden tool? When lusty John does to me come, he never shoves but with his bum. 9 Olympiads and an intercalary year after, I have a rare memory, but I often make blunders in the symbolization and colligance of those two words. I heard Adrien Villard, Gombert, Janequin, Arcadet, Claudin, Certon, Monquicourt, Auxerre, Villiers, Sandrin, Soyer, Edin, Morales, Bassereau, Maille, Maillard, Jacotin, Heurteur, Verdelot, Carpentras, L'Héritier, Cardiac, Doublet, Vermont, Bouteiller, Lupi, Pagnier, Millet, Dumoulin, Allaire, Marot, Morpin, Gendre, and other merry lovers of music in a private garden, under some fine shady trees, round about a bulwark of flagons, gammons, pasties, with several coated quails, and laced mutton, waggishly singing, since tools without their hafts are useless lumber, and hatchets without helves are of that number, that one may go in t'other, and may match it. I'll be the helve, and thou shalt be the hatchet. Now, would I know what kind of hatchet this bawling Tom wants? This threw all the venerable gods and goddesses into a fit of laughter, like any microcosm of flies, and even set limping Vulcan a-hopping and jumping smoothly 3 or 4 times for the sake of his dear. Come, come, said Jupiter to Mercury, run down immediately, and cast at the poor fellow's feet 3 hatchets, his own, another of gold, and a third of massy silver, all of one size. Then, having left it to his will to take his choice, if he take his own, and be satisfied with it, give him the other 2. If he take another, chop his head off with his own, and henceforth serve me all those losers of hatchets after that manner. Having said this, Jupiter, with an awkward turn of his head, like a jackanapes swallowing of pills, made so dreadful a fizz that all the vast Olympus quaked again. Heaven's foot-messenger, thanks to his low-crowned, narrow-brimmed hat, his plume of feathers, heel-pieces, and running stick with pigeon wings, flings himself out at heaven's wicket through the idle deserts of the air, and in a trice nimbly alights upon the earth, and throws at friend Tom's feet the 3 hatchets, saying unto him, Thou hast bawled long enough to be a dry. Thy prayers and request are granted by Jupiter. See which of these 3 is thy hatchet, and take it away with thee. Well hung lifts up the golden hatchet, peeps upon it, and finds it very heavy. Then, staring on Mercury, cries, Codzooks, this is none of mine, I won't ha't. The same he did with the silver one, and said, 'Tis not this neither. You may e'en take them again. At last he takes up his own hatchet, examines the end of the helve, and finds his mark there. Then, ravished with joy, like a fox that meets some straggling poultry, and sneering from the tip of the nose, he cried, By the mass, this is my hatchet, Master God. If you will leave it me, I will sacrifice to you a very good and huge pot of milk, brimful, covered with fine strawberries, next Ides of May. Honest fellow, said Mercury, I leave it thee. Take it, and because thou hast wished and chosen moderately in point of hatchet, by Jupiter's command I give thee these 2 others. Thou hast now wherewith to make thyself rich. Be honest. Honest Tom gave Mercury a whole cartload of thanks, and revered the most great Jupiter. His old hatchet he fastens close to his leathern girdle, and girds it above his breech like Martin of Cambray. The 2 others, being more heavy, he lays on his shoulder. Thus he plods on, trudging over the fields, keeping a good countenance amongst his neighbours and fellow parishioners, with one merry saying or other after Patalin's way. The next day, having put on a clean white jacket, he takes on his back the 2 precious hatchets, and comes to Chinon, the famous city, noble city, ancient city, yea, the first city in the world, according to the judgment and assertion of the most learned Massoret. At Chinon he turned his silver hatchet into fine testons, crown pieces, and other white cash. his golden hatchet into fine angels, curious ducats, substantial ridders, spankers, and rose nobles. Then with them purchases a good number of farms, barns, houses, outhouses, thatched houses, stables, meadows, orchards, fields, vineyards, woods, arable lands, pastures, ponds, mills, gardens, nurseries, oxen, cows, sheep, goats, swine, hogs, asses, horses, hens, cocks, capons, chickens, geese, ganders, ducks, drakes, and a world of all other necessaries, and in a short time became the richest man in the country, nay, even richer than that limping scapegood Maulevrier. His brother bumpkins, and the other yeomen and countryfoots thereabouts, perceiving his good fortune, were not a little amazed, insomuch that their former pity of poor Tom was soon changed into an envy of his so great and unexpected rise. And as they could not for their souls devise how this came about, they made it their business to pry up and down and lay their heads together, to inquire, seek, and inform themselves by what means, in what place, on what day, what hour, how, why, and wherefore he had come by this great treasure. At last, hearing it was by losing his hatchet, "Ha, ha!" said they, "was there no more to do but to lose a hatchet to make us rich? Mum for that! 'Tis as easy as pissing a bed, and will cost but little. Are then at this time the revolutions of the heavens, the constellations of the firmament, and aspects of the planets such that whosoever shall lose a hatchet shall immediately grow rich? Ha, ha, ha! By Jove, you shall e'en be lost, and please you, my dear hatchet." With this they all fairly lost their hatchets out of hand. The devil of one that had a hatchet left. He was not his mother's son that did not lose his hatchet. No more was wood felled or cleaved in that country through want of hatchets. Nay, the Aesopian apologue even saith that certain petty country gents of the lower class, who had sold well hung their little mill and little field to have wherewithal to make a figure at the next muster, having been told that his treasure was come to him by that only means, sold the only badge of their gentility, their swords, to purchase hatchets, to go lose them, as the silly clodpates did, in hopes to gain store of chink by that loss. You would have truly sworn they had been a passel of your petty spiritual usurers, Rome-bound, selling their all, and borrowing of others, to buy store of mandates, a pennyworth of a new-made pope. Now they cried out and brayed and prayed and bawled and lamented and invoked Jupiter. "My hatchet, Jupiter, my hatchet! On this side my hatchet, on that side my hatchet! Ho, 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 ho! Jupiter, my hatchet!" The air round about rung again with the cries and howlings of these rascally losers of hatchets. Mercury was nimble in bringing them hatchets, to each offering that which he had lost, as also another of gold and a third of silver. Every he still was for that of gold, giving thanks in abundance to the great giver Jupiter. But in the very nick of time that they bowed and stooped to take it from the ground, whip, in a trice Mercury lopped off their heads, as Jupiter had commanded, and of heads thus cut off the number was just equal to that of the lost hatchets. You see how it is now. You see how it goes with those who, in the simplicity of their hearts, wish and desire with moderation. Take warning by this, all you greedy freshwater sharks, who scorn to wish for anything under 10,000 pounds, and do not for the future run on impudently, as I have sometimes heard you wishing. Would to God I had now 178 millions of gold! Oh, how I should tickle it off! The deuce on you! What more might a king, an emperor, or a pope wish for? For that reason, indeed, you see that after you have made such hopeful wishes, all the good that comes to you of it is the itch or the scab, and not a cross in your breeches to scare the devil that tempts you to make these wishes. No more than those two mumpers wishers after the custom of Paris, one of whom only wished to have in good old gold as much as hath been spent, bought, and sold in Paris, since its first foundations were laid, to this hour, all of it valued at the price, sale, and rate of the dearest year in all that space of time. Do you think the fellow was bashful? Had he eaten sour plums unpeeled? Were his teeth on edge, I pray you? The other wished Our Lady's church brimful of steel needles, from the floor to the top of the roof, and to have as many ducats as might be crammed into as many bags as might be sewed with each and every one of those needles, till they were all either broke at the point or eye. This is to wish with a vengeance. What think you of it? What did they get by it, in your opinion? Why, at night both my gentlemen had kibed heels, a tetter in the chin, a churchyard cough in the lungs, a catarrh in the throat, a swingeing boil at the rump, and the devil of one musty crust of a brown George the poor dogs had to scour their grinders with. Wish, therefore, for mediocrity, and it shall be given unto you, and over and above yet. That is to say, provided you bestir yourself manfully, and do your best in the meantime. Ay, but say you, God might as soon have given me 78,000 as the 13th part of 1/2, for he is omnipotent, and 1,000,000 of gold is no more to him than 1 farthing. Oho! Pray tell me, who taught you to talk at this rate of the power and predestination of God, poor silly people? Peace, tush! Fall down before this sacred face, and own the nothingness of your nothing. Upon this, O ye that labour under the affliction of the gout, I ground my hopes, firmly believing that if it so pleases the divine goodness, you shall obtain health, since you wish and ask for nothing else, at least for the present. Well, stay yet a little longer, with half an ounce of patience. The Genoese do not use, like you, to be satisfied with wishing health alone. When, after they have all the livelong morning been in a brown study, talked, pondered, ruminated, and resolved in the counting-houses of whom and how they may squeeze the ready, and who by their craft must be hooked in, wheedled, bubbled, sharped, overreached, and choused, they go to the exchange, and greet one another with a sanita e guadagno, monsieur. Health and gain to you, sir. Health alone will not go down with the greedy curmudgeons. They over and above must wish for gain, with a pox to 'em. Ay, and for the fine crowns or scudi di guadagni, whence, heaven be praised, it happens many a time that the silly wishers and wooders are balked, and get neither. Now, my lads, as you hope for good health, cough once aloud with lungs of leather, take me off 3 swinging bumpers, prick up your ears, and you shall hear me tell wonders of the noble and good Pantagruel. End of section 1. Front matter. Section 1 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 4 by François Rabelais, translated by John Ozell and Anthony Monteux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Part 1. Chapter 4. 1. How Pantagruel went to sea to visit the oracle at Bacbuc, alias the Holy Bottle. In the month of June, on Vesta's holiday, the very numerical day on which Brutus, conquering Spain, taught its strutting dons to truckle under him, and that niggardly miser Crassus was routed and knocked on the head by the Parthians, Pantagruel took his leave of the good Gargantua, his royal father. The old gentleman, according to the laudable custom of the primitive Christians, devoutly prayed for the happy voyage of his son and his whole company, and then they took shipping at the port of Thalassa. Pantagruel had with him Panurge, Friar John des Entremeurs, alias of the Funnels, Epistemon, Gymnast, Eusthenes, Rhizotome, Capelin, cum multis aliis, his ancient servants and domestics, also Xenomenes, the great traveller, who had crossed so many dangerous roads, dikes, ponds, seas, and so forth, and was come some time before, having been sent for by Panurge. For certain good causes and considerations him thereunto moving, he had left with Gargantua, and marked out, in his great and universal hydrographical chart, the course which they were to steer to visit the oracle of the Holy Bottle Bacbuc. The number of ships were such as I described in the 3rd book, convoyed by a like number of triremes, men of war, galleons, and feluccas, well rigged, caulked, and stored with a good quantity of Pantagruelion. All the officers, drovermen, pilots, captains, mates, boatswains, midshipmen, quartermasters, and sailors met in the Thalamige, Pantagruel's principal flagship, which had in her stern for her ensign a huge, large bottle, half silver well polished, the other half gold enamelled with carnation, whereby it was easy to guess that white and red were the colours of the noble travellers, and that they went for the word of the bottle. On the stern of the second was a lantern like those of the ancients, industriously made with diaphanous stone, implying that they were to pass by Lantern Land. The third ship had for her device a fine deep china ewer, the fourth a double-handed jar of gold, much like an ancient urn, the fifth a famous can made of sperm of emerald, the sixth a monk's mumping bottle made of the four metals together, the seventh an ebony funnel, all embossed and wrought with gold after the Taukic manner, the eighth an ivy goblet, very precious, inlaid with gold, the ninth a cup of fine Obritz gold, the 10th a tumbler of aromatic agoloc, you call it lignum aloes, edged with Cyprian gold after the azamine make, the 11th a golden vine tub of mosaic work, the 12th a runlet of unpolished gold, covered with a small vine of large Indian pearl of topiarian work. Insomuch as there was not a man, however, in the dumps, musty, sour-looked, or melancholic he were, not even excepting that blubbering whiner Heraclitus, had he been there, but seeing this noble convoy of ships and their devices, must have been seized with present gladness of heart, and, smiling at the conceit, have said that the travellers were all honest topers, true pitchermen, and have judged by a most sure prognostication that their voyage, both outward and homeward bound, would be performed in mirth and perfect health. In the Thalamige, where was the general meeting, Pantagruel made a short but sweet exhortation, wholly backed with authorities from Scripture upon navigation, which being ended, with an audible voice, prayers were said in the presence and hearing of all the burghers of Thalassa, who had flocked to the mole to see them take shipping. After the prayers was melodiously sung a psalm of the holy King David, which begins, "When Israel went out of Egypt," and, that being ended, tables were placed upon deck, and a feast speedily served up. The Thalassians, who had also borne a chorus in the psalm, caused store of belly timber to be brought out of their houses. All drank to them, they drank to all, which was the cause that none of the whole company gave up what they had eaten, nor were seasick, with a pain at the head and stomach, which inconveniency they could not so easily have prevented by drinking for some time before salt water, either alone or mixed with wine, using quinces, citron peel, juice of pomegranates, sourish sweetmeats, fasting a long time, covering their stomachs with paper, or following such other idle remedies as foolish physicians prescribe to those that go to sea. Having often renewed their tipplings, each mother's son retired on board his own ship, and set sail all so fast with a merry gale at the southeast, to which point of the compass the chief pilot, James Brayer by name, had shaped his course, and fixed all things accordingly. For, seeing that the oracle of the holy bottle lay near Cathay in the upper India, his advice, and that of Xenomides also, was not to steer the course which the Portuguese use, while sailing through the torrid zone and Cape Bonasperanza at the south pole of Africa beyond the equinoctial line, and, losing sight of the northern pole their guide, they make a prodigious long voyage, but rather to keep as near the parallel of the said India as possible, and to tack to the westward of the said pole, so that, winding under the north, they might find themselves in the latitude of the port of Olone, without coming nearer it for fear of being shut up in the frozen sea, whereas, following this canonical turn by the said parallel, they must have that on the right to the eastward, which at their departure was on their left. And this proved a much shorter cut, for without shipwreck, danger, or loss of men, with uninterrupted good weather, except one day near the island of Macrions, they performed in less than 4 months the voyage to Upper India, which the Portuguese, with 1,000 inconveniences and innumerable dangers, can hardly complete in 3 years. And it is my opinion, with submission to better judgments, that this course was perhaps steered by those Indians who sailed to Germany, and were honourably received by the king of the Swedes, while Quintus Metellus Celer was proconsul of the Gauls, as Cornelius Nepos, Pomponius Mela, and Pliny after them tell us. Chapter 4. 2. How Pantagruel bought many rarities in the island of Medomethe. That day and the 2 following they neither discovered land nor anything new, for they had formerly sailed that way, but on the 4th they made an island called Medomethe, of a fine and delightful prospect, by reason of the vast number of lighthouses and high marble towers in its circuit, which is not less than that of Canada. Pantagruel, inquiring who governed there, heard that it was King Philophanes, absent at that time upon account of the marriage of his brother Philotheamon and the Infanta of the kingdom of Engis. Hearing this, he went ashore in the harbour, and while every ship's crew watered, passed his time in viewing divers pictures, pieces of tapestry, animals, fishes, birds, and other exotic and foreign merchandises, which were along the walks of the mole and in the markets of the port. For it was the 3rd day of the great and famous fair of the place, to which the chief merchants of Africa and Asia resorted. Out of these Friar John bought him 2 rare pictures, in one of which the face of a man that brings in an appeal was drawn to the life, and in the other a servant that wants a master, with every needful particular, action, countenance, look, gait, feature, and deportment, being an original by Master Charles Charmois, principal painter to King Aegisthus, and he paid for them in the court fashion, with congé and grimace. Panurge bought a large picture, copied and done from the needlework formerly wrought by Philomela, showing to her sister Progne how her brother-in-law Tyrius had by force hand-sold her a copy hold, and then cut out her tongue, that she might not, as women will, tell tales. I vow and swear by the handle of my paper lantern that it was a gallant, a mirific, nay, a most admirable piece. Nor do you think, I pray you, that in it was the picture of a man playing the beast with 2 backs with a female. This had been too silly and gross. No, it was another guy's thing, and much plainer. You may, if you please, see it at teem, on the left hand as you go into the high gallery. Epistemon bought another, wherein were painted to the life the ideas of Plato and the atoms of Epicurus. Rhizotome purchased another, wherein Echo was drawn to the life. Pantagruel caused to be bought by Gymnast the life and deeds of Achilles, in 78 pieces of tapestry, 4 fathom long and 3 fathom broad, all of Phrygian silk, embossed with gold and silver, the work beginning at the nuptials of Peleus and Thetis, continuing to the birth of Achilles, his youth described by Statius Papinius, his warlike achievements celebrated by Homer, his death and obsequies written by Ovid and Quintus Caliber, and ending at the appearance of his ghost and Polyxena's sacrifice, rehearsed by Euripides. He also caused to be bought 3 fine young unicorns, one of them a male of a chestnut colour, and 2 grey dappled females. Also a tarand, whom he bought of a Scythian of the Galonis country. A tarand is an animal as big as a bullock, having a head like a stag, or a little bigger, 2 stately horns with large branches, cloven feet, hair long like that of a furred muscovite, I mean a bear, and a skin almost as hard as steel armour. The Scythian said that there are but few tarands to be found in Scythia, because it varieth its colour according to the diversity of the places where it grazes and abides, and represents the colour of the grass, plants, trees, shrubs, flowers, meadows, rocks, and generally of all things near which it comes. It hath this common with the sea pulp or polypus, with the thos, with the wolves of India, and with the chameleon, which is a kind of lizard, so wonderful that Democritus hath written a whole book of its figure and anatomy, as also of its virtue and propriety in magic. This I can affirm, that I have seen it change its colour, not only at the approach of things that have a colour, but by its own voluntary impulse, according to its fear or other affections. As, for example, upon a green carpet, I have certainly seen it become green, but having remained there some time, it turned yellow, blue, tanned, and purple in course, in the same manner as you see a turkey-cock's comb change colour according to its passions. But what we find most surprising in this tarand is, that not only its face and skin, but also its hair, could take whatever colour was about it. Near Panurge, with his kersey coat, its hair used to turn grey, Near Pantagruel, with his scarlet mantle, its hair and skin grew red. Near the pilot, dressed after the fashion of the Isiacs of Anubis in Egypt, its hair seemed all white, which two last colours the chameleons cannot borrow. When the creature was free from any fear or affection, the colour of its hair was just such as you see that of the asses of Mung. Chapter 4:3. How Pantagruel received a letter from his father Gargantua, and of the strange way to have speedy news from far distant places. While Pantagruel was taken up with the purchase of those foreign animals, the noise of 10 guns and culverins, together with a loud and joyful cheer of all the fleet, was heard from the mole. Pantagruel looked towards the haven, and perceived that this was occasioned by the arrival of one of his father Gargantua's syllables, or advice boats, named the Caledonia, because on the stern of it was carved in Corinthian brass a sea-swallow, which is a fish as large as a deerfish of Loire, all flesh without scale, with cartilaginous wings like a bat's, very long and broad, by the means of which I have seen them fly about 3 fathom above water, about a bow-shot. At Marseilles 'tis called a lendole, and indeed that ship was as light as a swallow, so that it rather seemed to fly on the sea than to sail. Malicorne, Gargantua's esquire carver, was come in her, being sent expressly by his master to have an account of his son's health and circumstances, and to bring him credentials. When Malicorne had saluted Pantagruel, before the prince opened the letters, the first thing he said to him was, "Have you here the gozal, the heavenly messenger?" "Yes, sir," said he. "Here it is, swaddled up in this basket." It was a grey pigeon, taken out of Gargantua's dove-house, whose young ones were just hatched when the advice-boat was going off. If any ill fortune had befallen Pantagruel, he would have fastened some black ribbon to its feet, but, because all things had succeeded happily hitherto, having caused it to be undressed, he tied to its feet a white ribbon, and without any further delay let it loose. The pigeon presently flew away, cutting the air with an incredible speed, as you know that there is no flight like a pigeon's, especially when it hath eggs or young ones, through the extreme care which nature hath fixed in it to relieve and be with its young, insomuch that in less than 2 hours it compassed in the air the long tract which the advice-boat, with all her diligence, with oars and sails and a fair wind, could not go through in less than 3 days and 3 nights, and was seen as it went into the dove-house in its nest. Whereupon Gargantua, hearing that it had the white ribbon on, was joyful and secure of his son's welfare. This was a custom of the noble Gargantua and Pantagruel, when they would have speedy news of something of great concern, as the event of some battle, either by sea or land, the surrendering or holding out of some strong place, the determination of some difference of moment, the safe or unhappy delivery of some queen or great lady, the death or recovery of their sick friends or allies, and so forth. They used to take the gozal, and had it carried from one to another by the post, to the places whence they desired to have news. The gozal, bearing either a black or white ribbon, according to the occurrences and accidents, used to remove their doubts at its return, making in the space of 1 hour more way through the air than 30 post-boys could have done in one natural day. May not this be said to redeem and gain time with a vengeance, think you? For the like service, therefore, you may believe as a most true thing that in the dove-houses of their farms there were to be found all the year long store of pigeons hatching eggs or rearing their young, which may be easily done in aviaries and volaries by the help of saltpetre and the sacred herb vervin. The gozal being let fly, Pantagruel perused his father Gargantua's letter, the contents of which were as followeth. My dearest son, the affection that naturally a father bears a beloved son is so much increased in me by reflecting on the particular gifts which by divine goodness have been heaped on thee, that since thy departure it hath often banished all other thoughts out of my mind, leaving my heart wholly possessed with fear lest some misfortune has attended thy voyage. For thou knowest that fear was ever the attendant of true and sincere love. Now, because, as Hesiod saith, a good beginning of anything is the half of it, or well begun's half done, according to the old saying, to free my mind from this anxiety, I have expressly dispatched Malicorne, that he may give me a true account of thy health at the beginning of thy voyage. For if it be good, and such as I wish it, I shall easily foresee the rest. I have met with some diverting books, which the bearer will deliver thee. Thou mayest read them when thou wantest to unbend and ease thy mind from thy better studies. He will also give thee at large the news at court. The peace of the Lord be with thee. Remember me to Panurge, Friar John, Epistemon, Xenomenes, Gymnast, and thy other principal domestics, dated at our paternal seat this 13th day of June. Thy father and friend, Gargantua. Chapter 4. How Pantagruel writ to his father Gargantua, and sent him several curiosities. Pantagruel, having perused the letter, had a long conference with the esquire Malicorne, insomuch that Panurge, at last interrupting them, asked him, Pray, sir, when do you design to drink? When shall we drink? When shall the worshipful esquire drink? What a devil! Have you not talked long enough to drink? It is a good motion, answered Pantagruel. Go, get us something ready at the next inn. I think 'tis the Centaur. In the meantime he writ to Gargantua as followeth, to be sent by the aforesaid esquire. Most gracious father, as our senses and animal faculties are more discomposed at the news of events unexpected, though desired, even to an immediate dissolution of the soul from the body, than if those accidents had been foreseen, so the coming of Malicorne hath much surprised and disordered me. For I had no hopes to see any of your servants, or to hear from you before I had finished our voyage, and contented myself with the dear remembrance of your august majesty, deeply impressed in the hindmost ventricle of my brain, often representing you to my mind. But since you have made me happy beyond expectation, by the perusal of your gracious letter, and the faith I have in your esquire hath revived my spirits by the news of your welfare, I am, as it were, compelled to do what formerly I did freely, that is, first to praise the blessed Redeemer, who by his divine goodness preserves you in this long enjoyment of perfect health, then to return you eternal thanks for the fervent affection which you have for me, your most humble son and unprofitable servant. Formerly a Roman named Funius said to Augustus, who had received his father into favour, and pardoned him after he had sided with Antony, that by that action the emperor had reduced him to this extremity, that for want of power to be grateful, both while he lived and after it, he should be obliged to be taxed with ingratitude. So I may say that the excess of your fatherly affection drives me into such a strait, that I shall be forced to live and die ungrateful, unless that crime be redressed by the sentence of the Stoics, who say that there are 3 parts in a benefit, the one of the giver, the other of the receiver, the third of the remunerator, and that the receiver rewards the giver when he freely receives the benefit and always remembers it, as on the contrary that man is most ungrateful who despises and forgets a benefit. Therefore, being overwhelmed with infinite favours, all proceeding from your extreme goodness, and on the other side wholly incapable of making the smallest return, I hope at least to free myself from the imputation of ingratitude, since they can never be blotted out of my mind, and my tongue shall never cease to own that to thank you as I ought transcends my capacity. As for us, I have this assurance in the Lord's mercy and help, that the end of our voyage will be answerable to its beginning, and so it will be entirely performed in health and mirth. I will not fail to set down in a journal a full account of our navigation, that at our return you may have an exact relation of the whole. I have found here a Scythian tarand, an animal strange and wonderful for the variations of colour on its skin and hair, according to the distinction of neighbouring things. It is as tractable and easily kept as a lamb. Be pleased to accept of it. I also send you 3 young unicorns, which are the tamest of creatures. I have conferred with the esquire, and taught him how they must be fed. These cannot graze on the ground, by reason of the long horn on their forehead, but are forced to browse on fruit trees, or on proper racks, or to be fed by hand with herbs, sheaves, apples, pears, barley, rye, and other fruits and roots, being placed before them. I am amazed that ancient writers should report them to be so wild, furious, and dangerous, and never seen alive. Far from it. You will find that they are the mildest things in the world, provided they are not maliciously offended. Likewise I send you the life and deeds of Achilles in curious tapestry. assuring you whatever rarities of animals, plants, birds, or precious stones, and others I shall be able to find and purchase in our travels, shall be brought to you, God willing, whom I beseech by his blessed grace to preserve you. From Madamathi, this 15th of June. Panurge, Friar John, Epistemon, Xenomenes, Gymnast, Eusthenes, Rhizotome, and Carpolin, having most humbly kissed your hand, return your salute 1,000 times. Your most dutiful son and servant, Pantagruel. While Pantagruel was writing this letter, Malicorne was made welcome by all with 1,000 goodly good morrows and howdies. They clung about him so that I cannot tell you how much they made of him, how many humble services, how many from my love and to my love were sent with him. Pantagruel, having writ his letters, sat down at table with him, and afterwards presented him with a large chain of gold weighing 800 crowns, between whose septenary links some large diamonds, rubies, emeralds, turquoise stones, and unions were alternately set in. To each of his bark's crew he ordered to be given 500 crowns. To Gargantua his father he sent the tarrand covered with a cloth of satin, brocaded with gold, and the tapestry containing the life and deeds of Achilles, with the 3 unicorns in friezed cloth of gold trappings. And so they left Madamathi, Malicorne to return to Gargantua, Pantagruel to proceed in his voyage, during which Epistemon read to him the books which the esquire had brought, and because he found them jovial and pleasant, I shall give you an account of them, if you earnestly desire it. Chapter 4.5. How Pantagruel met a ship with passengers returning from Lantern Land. On the 5th day we began already to wind by little and little about the pole. Going still farther from the equinoctial line, we discovered a merchantman to the windward of us. The joy for this was not small on both sides, we in hopes to hear news from sea, and those in the merchantman from land. So we bore upon 'em, and coming up with them we hailed them, and finding them to be Frenchmen of Saintonge, backed our sails and lay by to talk to them. Pantagruel heard that they came from Lantern Land, which added to his joy, and that of the whole fleet. We inquired about the state of that country and the way of living of the lanterns, and were told that about the latter end of the following July was the time prefixed for the meeting of the general chapter of the lanterns, and that if we arrived there at that time, as we might easily, we should see a handsome, honourable, and jolly company of lanterns, and that great preparations were making, as if they intended to lanternize there to the purpose. We were told also that if we touched at that great kingdom of Geberin, we should be honourably received and treated by the sovereign of that country, King Ohabe, who, as well as all his subjects, speaks Touraine French. While we were listening to these news, Panurge fell out with one Ding Dong, a drover or sheep merchant of Taillebourg. The occasion of the fray was thus. This same Ding Dong, seeing Panurge without a codpiece, with his spectacles fastened to his cap, said to one of his comrades, "Prithee look, is there not a fine medal of a cuckold?" Panurge, by reason of his spectacles, as you may well think, heard more plainly by half with his ears than usually, which caused him, hearing this, to say to the saucy dealer in mutton, in a kind of pet, "How the devil should I be one of the hornified fraternity, since I am not yet a brother of the marriage noose, as thou art, as I guess by thy ill-favoured phiz?" "Yea, verily," quoth the grazier, "I am married, and would not be otherwise for all the pairs of spectacles in Europe, nay, not for all the magnifying gimcracks in Africa. For I have got me the cleverest, prettiest, handsomest, properest, neatest, tightest, honestest, and soberest piece of woman's flesh for my wife that is in all the whole country of Saintonge. I'll say that for her, and a fart for all the rest. I bring her home a fine 11-inch long branch of red coral for her Christmas box. What hast thou to do with it? What's that to thee? Who art thou? Whence comest thou, O dark lantern of Antichrist? Answer, if thou art of God." "I ask thee, by the way of question," said Panurge to him very seriously, "if, with the consent and countenance of all the elements, I had gingumbobbed, codpieced, and thump, wriggle, tickle, twiddled, thy so clever, so pretty, so handsome, so proper, so neat, so tight, so honest, and so sober female importance, insomuch that the stiff deity that has no forecast, Priapus, who dwells here at liberty, all subjection of fastened codpieces, or bolts, bars, and locks abdicated, remained sticking in her natural Christmas box in such a lamentable manner that it were never to come out, but eternally should stick there unless thou didst pull it out with thy teeth, what wouldst thou do? Wouldst thou everlastingly leave it there, or wouldst thou pluck it out with thy grinders? Answer me, O thou ram of Mahomet, since thou art one of the devil's gang. I would, replied the sheepmonger, take thee such a woundy cut on this spectacle-bearing lug of thine with my trusty bilbo, as would smite thee dead as a herring. Thus, having taken Pepper in the nose, he was lugging out his sword, but, alas, cursed cows have short horns, it stuck in the scabbard. As you know that at sea cold iron will easily take rust by reason of the excessive and nitrous moisture. Panurge, so smitten with terror that his heart sunk down into his midriff, scoured off to Pantagruel for help. But Friar John laid hand on his flashing scimitar, that was new ground, and would certainly have dispatched Ding Dong to rights, had not the skipper and some of his passengers beseeched Pantagruel not to suffer such an outrage to be committed on board his ship. So the matter was made up, and Panurge and his antagonist shaked fists and drank in course to one another, in token of a perfect reconciliation. Chapter 4:6. How, the fray being over, Panurge cheapened one of Ding Dong's sheep. This quarrel being hushed, Panurge tipped the wink upon Estimon and Friar John, and taking them aside, "Stand at some distance out of the way," said he, "and take your share of the following scene of mirth. You shall have rare sport anon, if my cake be not dough, and my plot do but take." Then, addressing himself to the drover, he took off to him a bumper of good lantern wine. The other pledged him briskly and courteously. This done, Panurge earnestly entreated him to sell him one of his sheep. But the other answered him, "Is it come to that, friend and neighbour? Would you put tricks upon travellers? Alas, how finely you love to play upon poor folk! Nay, you seem a rare chapman, that's the truth on't. Oh, what a mighty sheep merchant you are! In good faith, you look liker one of the diving trade than a buyer of sheep. Adzooks! What a blessing it would be to have one's purse well lined with chink near your worship at a tripe house when it begins to thaw. Hm! Did not we know you well, you might serve one a slippery trick. Pray to but see, good people, what a mighty conjurer the fellow would be reckoned." "Patience," said Panurge, "but waiving that, be so kind as to sell me one of your sheep. Come, how much?" "What do you mean, master of mine?" answered the other. "They are long wool sheep. From these did Jason take his golden fleece. The gold of the house of Burgundy was drawn from them. Zoons, man, they are oriental sheep, topping sheep, fatted sheep, sheep of quality." "Be it so," said Panurge, "but sell me one of them, I beseech you, and that for a cause, paying you ready money upon the nail, in good and lawful Occidental current cash. Wilt thou say how much?" "Friend, neighbour," answered the seller of mutton, "hark ye me a little on the ear." Panurge, "On which side you please, I hear you." Ding Dong, "You are going to Lantern Land, they say." Panurge, "Yea, verily." Ding Dong, "To see fashions?" Panurge, "Even so." Ding Dong, "And be merry?" Panurge, "And be merry." Ding Dong, "Your name is, as I take it, Robin Mutton?" Panurge, "As you please for that, sweet sir." Ding Dong, "Nay, without offence." Panurge, "So would I have it." Ding Dong, "You are, as I take it, the king's jester, aren't you?" Panurge, Aye, anything." Ding Dong, "Give me your hand." You go to see fashions. You are the king's jester. Your name is Robin Mutton. Do you see this same ram? His name, too, is Robin. Here, Robin, Robin, Robin. Bay, bay, bay. Hath he not a rare voice? Panurge, "Ay, marry has he. A very fine and harmonious voice." Ding Dong, Well, this bargain shall be made between you and me, friend and neighbour. We will get a pair of scales. Then you, Robin Mutton, shall be put into one of them, and Top Robin into the other. Now I will hold you a peck of bush oysters, that in weight, value, and price he shall outdo you, and you shall be found light in the very numerical manner, as when you shall be hanged and suspended. Patience, said Panurge, but you would do much for me and your whole posterity if you would chaffer with me for him, or some other of his inferiors. I beg it of you, good your worship, be so kind. Harkee, friend of mine, answered the other, with the fleece of these your fine woollen cloth is to be made. Your Lemster superfine wool is mine arse to it, mere flock in comparison. Of their skins the best cordovan will be made, which shall be sold for Turkey and Molimar, or for Spanish leather at least. Of the guts shall be made fiddle and harp strings, that will sell as dear as if they came from Munican and Aquileia. What do you think on't, ah? If you please, sell me one of them, said Panurge, and I will be yours for ever. Look, here's ready cash. What's the price? This he said, exhibiting his purse stuffed with new Henriqueses. Chapter 4:7, which if you read, you'll find how Panurge bargained with Ding Dong. Neighbour, my friend, answered Ding Dong, they are meat for none but kings and princes. Their flesh is so delicate, so savoury, and so dainty, that one would swear it melted in the mouth. I bring them out of a country where the very hogs, God be with us, live on nothing but my robelins. The sows in the styes, when they lie in, saving the honour of this good company, are fed only with orange flowers. But, said Panurge, drive a bargain with me for one of them, and I will pay you for it like a king, upon the honest word of a true Trojan. Come, come, what do you ask? Not so fast, Robin, answered the trader. These sheep are lineally descended from the very family of the ram that wafted Phrixus and Helle over the sea since called the Hellespont. Ah, pox on't, said Panurge, you are clericus vel addiskens. It is a cabbage, and vera elique, answered the merchant. But oh, Robin, you don't understand that gibberish, do you? Now I think on't, over all the fields where they piss, corn grows as fast as if the Lord had pissed there. They need neither be tilled nor dunged. Besides, man, your chemists extract the best saltpetre in the world out of their urine. Nay, with the very dung, with reverence be it spoken, the doctors in our country make pills that cure 78 kinds of diseases, the least of which is the evil of St. Eutropius of Zentes, from which good Lord deliver us. Now, what do you think on't, neighbour, my friend? The truth is, they cost me money, that they do. Cost what they will, cried Panurge, trade with me for one of them, paying you well. Our friend, quoth the quack-like sheepman, do but mind the wonders of nature that are found in those animals, even in a member which one would think were of no use. Take me but these horns, and bray them a little with an iron pestle, or with an andiron, which you please, it's all one to me. Then bury them wherever you will, provided it be where the sun may shine, and water them frequently. In a few months I'll engage you will have the best asparagus in the world, not even excepting those of Ravenna. Now come and tell me whether the horns of your other knights of the bull's feather have such a virtue and wonderful propriety. Patience, said Panurge. I don't know whether you be a scholar or no, pursued Ding Dong. I have seen a world of scholars, I say great scholars, that were cuckolds, I assure you. But hark you me, if you were a scholar, you should know that in the most inferior members of those animals which are the feet, there is a bone, which is the heel, the astragalus, if you will have it so, wherewith, and with that of no other creature breathing, except the Indian ass and the Dorcades of Libya, they used in old times to play at the royal game of dice, whereat Augustus the Emperor won above 50,000 crowns one evening. Now, such cuckolds as you will be hanged ere you get half so much at it. Patience, said Panurge, but let us dispatch. And when, my friend and neighbour, continued the canting sheep-seller, shall I have duly praise the inward members, the shoulders, the legs, the knuckles, the neck, the breast, the liver, the spleen, the tripes, the kidneys, the bladder, wherewith they make footballs, the ribs, which serve in Pygmy-land to make little crossbows, to pelt the cranes with cherry-stones, the head, which with little brimstone serves to make a miraculous decoction to loosen and ease the belly of costive dogs. "A turd on it," said Skipper to his preaching passenger. "What a fiddle-faddle have we here? This is too long a lecture by half. Sell him if thou wilt. If thou won't, don't let the man lose more time. I hate the gibble-gabble of a rimble-ramble talk. I am for a man of brevity." "I will for your sake," replied the holder forth, "but then he shall give me 3 livres French money for each pick and choose." "It is a woundy price," cried Panurge. "In our country I could have 5, nay 6, for the money. See that you do not overreach me, master. You are not the first man whom I have known to have fallen, even sometimes to the endangering, if not breaking, of his own neck, for endeavouring to rise all at once." "A murrain seize thee for a block-headed booby," cried the angry seller of sheep. "By the worthy vow of Our Lady of Charroux, the worst in this flock is 4 times better than those which the Coraxians in Tuditania, a country of Spain, used to sell for a gold talent each. And how much dost thou think, thou Hibernian fool, that a talent of gold was worth?" "Sweet sir, you fall into a passion, I see," returned Panurge. "Well, hold, here is your money." Panurge, having paid his money, chose him out of all the flock a fine topping ram, and as he was hauling it along, crying out and bleating, all the rest, hearing and bleating in concert, stared to see whither their brother ram should be carried. In the meanwhile the drover was saying to his shepherds, "Ah, how well the knave could choose him out a ram! The whoreson has skill in cattle. On my honest word, I reserved that very piece of flesh for the Lord of Cancale, well knowing his disposition, for the good man is naturally overjoyed when he holds a good-sized handsome shoulder of mutton, instead of a left-handed racket in one hand, with a good sharp carver in the other. God wot how he belabours himself then." Chapter 4. 8. How Panurge caused Ding Dong and his sheep to be drowned in the sea. On a sudden, you would wonder how the thing was so soon done. For my part, I cannot tell you, for I had not leisure to mind it. Our friend Panurge, without any further tittle-tattle, throws you his ram overboard into the middle of the sea, bleating and making a sad noise. Upon this, all the other sheep in the ship, crying and bleating in the same tone, made all the haste they could to leap nimbly into the sea, one after another. And great was the throng who should leap in first after their leader. It was impossible to hinder them. For you know that it is the nature of sheep always to follow the first wheresoever it goes, which makes Aristotle, lib. 9, de hist. Animal, mark them for the most silly and foolish animals in the world. Ding Dong, at his wits' end and stark staring mad, as a man who saw his sheep destroy and drown themselves before his face, strove to hinder and keep them back with might and main, but all in vain. They all, one after t'other, frisked and jumped into the sea and were lost. At last he laid hold on a huge sturdy one by the fleece upon the deck of the ship, hoping to keep it back, and so save that and the rest. But the ram was so strong that it proved too hard for him, and carried its master into the herring-pond in spite of his teeth, where it is supposed he drank somewhat more than his fill, so that he was drowned, in the same manner as one-eyed Polyphemus' sheep carried out of the den Ulysses and his companions. The like happened to the shepherds and all their gang, some laying hold on their beloved Top, this by the horns, t'other by the legs, a third by the rump, and others by the fleece, till, in fine, they were all of them forced to sea, and drowned like so many rats. Panurge, on the gunwale of the ship, with an oar in his hand, not to help them, you may swear, but to keep them from swimming to the ship and saving themselves from drowning, preached and canted to them all the while, like any little Friar Oliver Maillard, or another Friar John Burgess, laying before them rhetorical commonplaces concerning the miseries of this life and the blessings and felicity of the next, assuring them that the dead were much happier than the living in this vale of misery, and promised to erect a stately cenotaph and honorary tomb to every one of them on the highest summit of Mont Cenis at his return from Lantern Land, wishing them nevertheless, in case they were not yet disposed to shake hands with this life, and did not like their salt liquor, they might have the good luck to meet with some kind whale which might set them ashore, safe and sound, on some blessed land of Gotham, after a famous example. The ship being cleared of Ding-Dong and his tops, "Is there ever another sheepish soul left lurking on board?" cried Panurge. "Where are those of Toby Lamb and Robin Ram that sleep while the rest are feeding? Faith, I can't tell myself. This was an old coaster's trick. What think'st of it, Friar John, ha?" "Rarely performed," answered Friar John. "Only methinks that, as formerly in war, on the day of battle, a double pay was commonly promised the soldiers for that day. For if they overcame, there was enough to pay them, and if they lost, it would have been shameful for them to demand it, as the cowardly foresters did after the battle of Cerisole. Likewise, my friend, you ought not to have paid your man, and the money have been saved." "A fart for the money," said Panurge. "Have I not had above 50,000 worth of sport? Come now, let's be gone. The wind is fair. Hark you me, my friend John, never did man do me a good turn but I returned, or at least acknowledged it. No, I scorn to be ungrateful. I never was, nor ever will be. Never did man do me an ill one without ruing the day that he did it, either in this world or the next. I am not yet so much a fool, neither. Thou damn'st thyself like any old devil," quoth Friar John. "It is written, mihi vindictam, etc. Matter of breviary, mark ye me." Mutu adds unnecessarily, by way of explanation, "That's holy stuff." Chapter 4:9. How Pantagruel arrived at the island of Enassin, and of the strange ways of being akin in that country. We had still the wind at south-southwest, and had been a whole day without making land. On the third day, at the flies uprising, which you know is some 2 or 3 hours after the sun's, we got sight of a triangular island, very much like Sicily for its form and situation. It was called the Island of Alliances. The people there are much like your carrot-pated Poitevins, save only that all of them, men, women, and children, have their noses shaped like an ace of clubs. For that reason the ancient name of the country was Enassin. They were all akin, as the mayor of the place told us, at least they boasted so. You people of the other world esteem it a wonderful thing that, out of the family of the Fabii at Rome, on a certain day, which was the 13th of February, at a certain gate, which was the Porta Commentalis, since called Scelerita, formerly situated at the foot of the Capitol between the Tarpeian Rock and the Tiber, marched out against the Veientes of Etruria 306 men bearing arms, all related to each other, with 5,000 other soldiers, every one of them their vassals, who were all slain near the river of Cremera, that comes out of the lake of Becano. Now, from this same country of Enassin, in case of need, above 300,000, all relations and of one family, might march out. Their degrees of consanguinity and alliance are very strange, for being thus akin and allied to one another, we found that none was either father or mother, brother or sister, uncle or aunt, nephew or niece, son-in-law or daughter-in-law, godfather or godmother to the other, unless, truly, a tall, flat-nosed old fellow, who, as I perceived, called a little shitten-arsed girl of 3 or 4 years old father, and the child called him daughter. Their distinction of degrees of kindred was thus. A man used to call a woman my lean bit. The woman called him my porpoise. Those, said Friar John, must needs stink damnably of fish when they have rubbed their bacon one with the other. One, smiling on a young buxom baggage, said, Good morrow, dear Currycomb. She, to return him his civility, said, The like to you, my steed. Ha, 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 said Panurge, that is pretty well, in faith. For indeed it stands her in good stead to Currycomb this steed. Another greeted his buttock with a farewell, my case. She replied, Adieu, trial. By St. Winifred's placket, cried Gymnast, this case has been often tried. Another asked a she-friend of his, How is it, Hatchet? She answered him, At your service, dear Helve. Odds belly, said Carpalin, this Helve and this Hatchet are well matched. As we went on, I saw one who, calling his she-relation, styled her my crumb, and she called him my crust. Quoth one to a brisk, plump, juicy female, I am glad to see you, dear Tap. So am I to find you so merry, sweet spigot, replied she. One called a wench his shovel, she called him her peel. One named his my slipper, and she my foot, another my boot, she my chassoon. In the same degree of kindred, one called his my butter, she called him my eggs, and they were akin just like a dish of buttered eggs. I heard one call his my tripe, and she him my faggot. Now I could not for the heart's blood of me pick out or discover what parentage, alliance, affinity, or consanguinity was between them with reference to our custom. Only they told us that she was faggot's tripe. Tripe de fagot means the smallest sticks in the faggot. Another, complimenting his convenience, said, Yours, my shell, she replied. I was yours before, sweet oyster. I reckon, said Copeland, she hath gutted his oyster. Another long-shanked, ugly rogue, mounted on a pair of high-heeled wooden slippers, meeting a strapping, fusty, squab dowdy, says he to her, How is't, my top? She was short upon him, and arrogantly replied, Never the better for you, my whip. By St. Antony's hog, said Salomines, I believe so. For how can this whip be sufficient to lash this top? A college professor, well provided with cod, and powdered and prinked up, having a while discoursed with a great lady, taking his leave with these words, Thank you, sweetmeat, she cried, There needs no thanks, sour sauce. Saith Pantagruel, This is not altogether incongruous, for sweet meat must have sour sauce. A wooden loggerhead said to a young wench, It is long since I saw you bag. All the better, cried she, pipe. Set them together, said Panurge, then blow in their arses. It will be a bagpipe. We saw after that a diminutive hump-backed gallant, pretty near us, taking leave of a she-relation of his, thus, Fare thee well, friend Hole. She reparteed, Save thee, friend Peg. Quoth Friar John, What could they say more, were he all Peg and she all Hole? But now would I give something to know if every cranny of the hole can be stopped up with that same peg. A bawdy bachelor, talking with an old trout, was saying, Remember, rusty gun. I will not fail, said she, scourer. Do you reckon these two to be akin? Said Pantagruel to the mayor. I rather take them to be foes. In our country a woman would take this as a mortal affront. Good people of t'other world, replied the mayor, you have few such and so near relations as this gun and scourer are to one another, for they both come out of one shop. What? Was the shop their mother? Quoth Panurge. What mother, said the mayor, does the man mean? That must be some of your world's affinity. We have here neither father nor mother. You little paltry fellows that live on t'other side the water, poor rogues, booted with wisps of hay, may indeed have such, but we scorn it. The good Pantagruel stood gazing and listening, but at those words he had like to have lost all patience. Here Mutu adds an aside, Oscar nono hermenutes, P.M. Having very exactly viewed the situation of the island and the way of living of the Anacid nation, we went to take a cup of the creature at a tavern, where there happened to be a wedding after the manner of the country. Bating that shocking custom, there was special good cheer. While we were there, a pleasant match was struck up betwixt a female called Pear, a tight thing, as we thought, but by some, who knew better things, said to be quacky and flabby, and a young soft male called Cheese, somewhat sandy. Many such matches have been, and they were formerly much commended. In our country we say, Il ne fut donc tel mariage que de la poire et du fromage. There is no match like that made between the pear and the cheese, and in many other places good store of such bargains have been driven. Besides, when the women are at their last prayers, it is to this day a noted saying that after cheese comes nothing. In another room I saw them marrying an old greasy boot to a young pliable buskin. Pantagruel was told that young buskin took old boot to have and to hold, because she was of special leather, in good case, and waxed, seared, liquored, and greased to the purpose, even though it had been for the fisherman that went to bed with his boots on. In another room below I saw a young brogue taking a young slipper, for better for worse, which they told us was neither for the sake of her piety, parts, or person, but for the fourth comprehensive portion, the spankers, spur royals, rose nobles, and other coriander seed with which she was quilted all over. End of section 1. Section 2 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 4, by François Rabelais, translated by John Ozell and Peter Anthony Motu. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Part 2. Chapter 4. 10. How Pantagruel went ashore at the island of Chély, where he saw King Saint-Panigon. We sailed right before the wind, which we had at west, leaving those odd alliancers with their ace of clubs snouts, and having taken height by the sun, stood in for Chély, a large, fruitful, wealthy, and well-peopled island. King Saint-Panigon, first of the name, reigned there, and, attended by the princes his sons and the nobles of his court, came as far as the port to receive Pantagruel, and conducted him to his palace, near the gate of which the queen, attended by the princesses her daughters and the court ladies, received us. Panigon directed her and all her retinue to salute Pantagruel and his men with a kiss, for such was the civil custom of the country, and they were all fairly bussed accordingly, except Friar John, who stepped aside and sneaked off among the king's officers. Panigon used all the entreaties imaginable to persuade Pantagruel to tarry there that day and the next, but he would needs be gone, and excused himself upon the opportunity of wind and weather, which, being oftener desired than enjoyed, ought not to be neglected when it comes. Panigon, having heard these reasons, let us go, but first made us take off some 25 or 30 bumpers each. Pantagruel, returning to the port, missed Friar John, and asked why he was not with the rest of the company. Panurge could not tell how to excuse him, and would have gone back to the palace to call him, when Friar John overtook them, and merrily cried, "Long live the noble Panigon! As I love my belly, he minds good eating, and keeps a noble house and a dainty kitchen. I have been there, boys. Everything goes about by dozens. I was in good hopes to have stuffed my puddings there like a monk." "What? Always in a kitchen, friend?" said Pantagruel. "By the belly of St. Cramcapon," quoth the friar, "I understand the customs and ceremonies which are used there much better than all the formal stuff, antique postures, and nonsensical fiddle-faddle that must be used with those women, magni magna, shitten cum shita, cringes, grimaces, scrapes, bows, and congees. Double honors this way, triple salutes that way, the embrace, the grasp, the squeeze, the hug, the leer, the smack, baso las manos de vostra merce, de vostra maesta. You are most tarabast, strong, that's downright Dutch. While this ado, I don't say but a man might be, for a bit, by the by and away, to be doing as well as his neighbours, but this little nasty cringing and curtsying made me as mad as any March devil. You talk of kissing ladies. By the worthy and sacred frock I wear, I seldom venture upon it, lest I be served as was the Lord of Gaillard-Charrois." "What was it?" said Pantagruel. "I know him. He is one of the best friends I have." "He was invited to a sumptuous feast," said Friar John, "by a relation and neighbour of his, together with all the gentlemen and ladies in the neighbourhood. Now some of the latter, expecting his coming, dressed the pages in women's clothes, and finified them like any babies, then ordered them to meet my lord at his coming near the drawbridge. So the complimenting monsieur came, and there kissed the petticoated lads with great formality. At last the ladies, who minded passages in the gallery, burst out with laughing, and made signs to the pages to take off their dress, which the good lord having observed, the devil a bit he durst make up to the true ladies to kiss them. but said that since they had disguised the pages by his great-grandfather's helmet, these were certainly the very footmen and grooms still more cunningly disguised. Odds fish judurandi! Why do not we rather remove our humanities into some good warm kitchen of God, that noble laboratory, and there admire the turning of the spits, the harmonious rattling of the jacks and fenders, criticize on the position of the lard, the temperature of the pottages, the preparation for the dessert, and the order of the wine service. Beati immaculati in via. Matter of breviary, my masters. Chapter 4:11. Why Monks Love to be in Kitchens. This, said Epistemon, is spoke like a true monk. I mean, like a right monking monk, not a bemonked monastical monkling. Truly, you put me in mind of some passages that happened at Florence some 20 years ago in the company of studious travellers, fond of visiting the learned and seeing the antiquities of Italy, among whom I was. As we viewed the situation and beauty of Florence, the structure of the dome, the magnificence of the churches and palaces, we strove to outdo one another in giving them their due, when a certain monk of Amiens, Bernard Lardon by name, quite angry, scandalized, and out of all patience, told us, I don't know what the devil you can find in this same town that is so much cried up. For my part, I have looked and pored and stared as well as the best of you. I think my eyesight is as clear as another body's. And what can one see, after all? There are fine houses, indeed, and that's all. But the cage does not feed the birds. God and Monsieur Saint Bernard, our good patron, be with us. In all this same town I have not seen one poor lane of roasting cooks, and yet I have not a little looked about and sought for so necessary a part of a commonwealth. Ay, and I dare assure you that I have pried up and down with the exactness of an informer, as ready to number, both to the right and left, how many and on what side we might find most roasting cooks, as a spy would be to reckon the bastions of a town. Now, at Amiens, in 4, nay, 5 times less ground than we have trod in our contemplations, I could have shown you above 14 streets of roasting cooks, most ancient, savoury, and aromatic. I cannot imagine what kind of pleasure you can have taken in gazing on the lions and Africans, so methinks you call their tigers, near the belfry, or in ogling the porcupines and estridges in the Lord Philip Strozzi's palace. Faith and truth, I had rather see a good fat goose at the spit. This porphyry, those marbles, are fine, I say nothing to the contrary, but our cheesecakes at Amiens are far better in my mind. These ancient statues are well made, I am willing to believe it, but by Saint Faréol of Abbeville, we have young wenches in our country which please me better 1,000 times. What is the reason, asked Friar John, that monks are always to be found in kitchens, and kings, emperors, and popes are never there? Is there not, said Rhizotome, some latent virtue and specific propriety hid in the kettles and pans, which, as the lodestone attracts iron, draws the monks there, and cannot attract emperors, popes, or kings? Or is it a natural induction and inclination fixed in the frocks and cowls, which of itself leads and forceth those good religious men into kitchens, whether they will or no? He would speak of forms following matter, as Verres calls them, answered Epistemon. Right, said Friar John. I will not offer to solve this problem, said Pantagruel, for it is somewhat ticklish, and you can hardly handle it without coming off scurvily. But I will tell you what I have heard. Antigonus, king of Macedon, one day coming into one of the tents where his cooks used to dress his meat, and finding there poet Antagoras frying a conger, and holding the pan himself, merrily asked him, Pray, Mr. Poet, was Homer frying congers when he wrote the deeds of Agamemnon? Antagoras readily answered, But do you think, sir, that when Agamemnon did them, he made it his business to know if any in his camp were frying congers? The king thought it an indecency that a poet should be thus a-frying in a kitchen, and the poet let the king know that it was a more indecent thing for a king to be found in such a place. I'll clap another story upon the neck of this, quoth Panurge, and will tell you what Breton villainry answered one day to the Duke of Guise. They were saying that at a certain battle of King Francis against Charles V, Breton, armed cap a pie to the teeth, and mounted like St. George, yet sneaked off and played least in sight during the engagement. Blood and wounds, answered Breton. I was there, and can prove it easily. Nay, even where you, my lord, dared not have been. The Duke began to resent this as too rash and saucy, but Breton easily appeased him, and set them all a-laughing. Egad, my lord, quoth he, I kept out of harm's way. I was all the while with your page Jack, skulking in a certain place where you had not dared hide your head, as I did. Thus discoursing, they got to their ships, and left the island of Chély. Chapter 4:12. How Pantagruel passed by the land of pettifogging, and of the strange way of living among the catchpoles. Steering our course forwards the next day, we passed through pettifogging, a country all blurred and blotted, so that I could hardly tell what to make on't. There we saw some pettifoggers and catchpoles, rogues that will hang their father for a groat. They neither invited us to eat or drink, but with a multiplied train of scrapes and cringes said they were all at our service for the legampone. One of our draugr-men related to Pantagruel their strange way of living, diametrically opposed to that of our modern Romans, for at Rome a world of folks get an honest livelihood by poisoning, drubbing, lambasting, stabbing, and murthering. But the catchpoles earn theirs by being thrashed, so that if they were long without a tight lambasting, the poor dogs with their wives and children would be starved. This is just, quoth Panurge, like those who, as Galen tells us, cannot erect the cavernous nerve towards the equinoctial circle unless they are soundly flogged. By St. Patrick's slipper, whoever should jerk me so would soon, instead of setting me right, throw me off the saddle in the devil's name. The way is this, said the interpreter. When a monk, Levite, close-fisted usurer, or lawyer owes a grudge to some neighbouring gentleman, he sends to him one of those catchpoles or apparitors, who nabs, or at least cites him, serves a writ or warrant upon him, thumps, abuses, and affronts him impudently by natural instinct, and according to his pious instructions, insomuch that if the gentleman hath but any guts in his brains, and is not more stupid than a gyron frog, he will find himself obliged either to apply a faggot stick or his sword to the rascal's jobberknoll, give him the gentle lash, or make him cut a caper out at the window by way of correction. This done, Catchpole is rich for 4 months at least, as if bastarnadoes were his real harvest. For the monk, Levite, usurer, or lawyer will reward him roundly, and my gentleman must pay him such swinging damages that his acres must bleed for it, and he be in danger of miserably rotting within a stone doublet, as if he had struck the king. Quoth Panurge, I know an excellent remedy against this, used by the Lord of Bash. What is it? Said Pantagruel. The Lord of Bash, said Panurge, was a brave, honest, noble-spirited gentleman, who, at his return from the long war in which the Duke of Ferrara, with the help of the French, bravely defended himself against the fury of Pope Julius II, was every day cited, warned, and prosecuted at the suit and for the sport and fancy of the fat prior of Saint-Louis. One morning, as he was at breakfast with some of his domestics, for he loved to be sometimes among them, he sent for one Loire, his baker, and his spouse, and for one Oudard, the vicar of his parish, who was also his butler, as the custom was then in France. Then said to them, before his gentlemen and other servants, You all see how I am daily plagued with these rascally catchpoles. Truly, if you do not lend me your helping hand, I am finally resolved to leave the country and go fight for the Sultan or the devil, rather than be thus eternally teased. Therefore, to be rid of their damned visits, hereafter, when any of them come here, be you ready, you baker and your wife, to make your personal appearance in my great hall in your wedding clothes, as if you were going to be affianced. Here, take these ducats, which I give you to keep you in a fitting garb. As for you, Sir Oudard, Be sure you make your personal appearance there in your fine surplice and stole, not forgetting your holy water, as if you were to wed them. Be you there also, Trudon, said he to his drummer, with your pipe and tabor. The form of matrimony must be read, and the bride kissed. Then all of you, as the witnesses used to do in this country, shall give one another the remembrance of the wedding, which you know is to be a blow with your fist, bidding the party struck remember the nuptials by that token. This will but make you have the better stomach for your supper. But when you come to the catchpole's turn, thrash him thrice and threefold, as you would a sheaf of green corn. Do not spare him, maul him, drub him, lambaste him, swinge him off, I pray you. Here, take these steel gauntlets, covered with kid. Head, back, belly, and sides, give him blows innumerable. He that gives him most shall be my best friend. Fear not to be called to an account about it. I will stand by you, for the blows must seem to be given in jest, as it is customary among us at all weddings. Ay, but how shall we know the catchpole? Said the man of God. All sorts of people daily resort to this castle. I have taken care of that, replied the lord. When some fellow, either on foot or on a scurvy jade, with a large, broad silver ring on his thumb, comes to the door, he is certainly a catchpole. The porter, having civilly let him in, shall ring the bell. Then be all ready and come into the hall, to act the tragicomedy whose plot I have now laid for you. That numerical day, as chance would have it, came an old, fat, ruddy catchpole. Having knocked at the gate, and then pissed, as most men will do, the porter soon found him out by his large, greasy spatterdashes, his jaded, hollow-flanked mare, his bagful of writs and informations dangling at his girdle, but above all by the large silver hoop on his left thumb. The porter was civil to him, admitted him in kindly, and rung the bell briskly. As soon as the baker and his wife heard it, they clapped on their best clothes and made their personal appearance in the hall, keeping their gravities like a new-made judge. The dominie put on his surplice and stole, and, as he came out of his office, met the catchpole, had him in there, and made him suck his face a good while the gauntlets were drawing on all hands, and then told him, You are come just in pudding time. My lord is in his right cue. We shall feast like kings anon. Here is to be swinging doings. We have a wedding in the house. Here, drink and cheer up. Pull away. While these two were at it, hand to fist, Bash, seeing all his people in the hall in their proper equipage, sends for the vicar. Udar comes with a holy water pot, followed by the catchpole, who, as he came into the hall, did not forget to make good store of awkward cringes, and then served Bash with a writ. Bash gave him grimace for grimace, slipped an angel into his mutton fist, and prayed him to assist at the contract and ceremony, which he did. When it was ended, thumps and fisticuffs began to fly about among the assistants. But when it came to the catchpole's turn, they all laid on him so unmercifully with their gauntlets that they at last settled him all stunned and battered, bruised and mortified, with one of his eyes black and blue, 8 ribs bruised, his brisket sunk in, his omoplates in 4 quarters, his under jawbone in 3 pieces, and all this in jest, and no harm done. God wot how the Levite belaboured him, hiding within the long sleeve of his canonical shirt his huge steel gauntlet lined with ermine, for he was a strong-built ball, and an old dog at fisticuffs. The catchpole, all of a bloody tiger-like stripe, with much ado crawled home to l'Île Bouchard, well pleased and edified, however, with Bash's kind reception, and with the help of the good surgeons of the place, lived as long as you would have him. From that time to this, not a word of the business. The memory of it was lost with the sound of the bells that rung with joy at his funeral. Chapter 4:13. How, like Master Francis Villon, the Lord of Bash commended his servants. The catchpole being packed off on blind sorrel, so he called his one-eyed mare, Bash sent for his lady, her women, and all his servants into the arbour of his garden, had wine brought, attended with good store of pasties, hams, fruit, and other table ammunition, for a nuncheon, drank with them joyfully, and then told them this story. Master Francis Villon, in his old age, retired to Saint-Maxent in Pitou, under the patronage of a good honest abbot of the place. There, to make sport for the mob, he undertook to get the Passion acted, after the way and in the dialect of the country. The parts being distributed, the play having been rehearsed, and the stage prepared, he told the mayor and aldermen that the mystery might be ready after Niort Fair, and that there only wanted properties and necessaries, but chiefly clothes fit for the parts. So the mayor and his brethren took care to get them. Villon, to dress an old clownish Father Greybeard, who was to represent God the Father, begged of Friar Stephen Tickletoby, sacristan to the Franciscan friars of the place, to lend him a cope and a stole. Tickletoby refused him, alleging that by their provincial statutes it was rigorously forbidden to give or lend anything to players. Villon replied that the statute reached no farther than farces, drolls, antics, loose and dissolute games, and that he asked no more than what he had seen allowed at Brussels and other places. Tickletoby, notwithstanding, peremptorily bid him provide himself elsewhere if he would, and not to hope for anything out of his monastical wardrobe. Villon gave an account of this to the players as of the most abominable action, adding that God would shortly revenge himself and make an example of Tickletoby. The Saturday following he had notice given him that Tickletoby, upon the filly of the convent, so they call a young mare that was never leaped yet, was gone a-mumping to Saint-Ligarius, and would be back about 2 in the afternoon. Knowing this, he made a cavalcade of his devils of the Passion through the town. They were all rigged with wolves', calves', and rams' skins, laced and trimmed with sheep's heads, bulls' feathers, and large kitchen tenterhooks, girt with broad leathern girdles, whereat hanged dangling huge cow-bells and horse-bells, which made a horrid din. Some held in their claws black sticks full of squibs and crackers. Others had long lighted pieces of wood, upon which, at the corner of every street, they flung whole handfuls of rosin dust that made a terrible fire and smoke. Having thus led them about, to the great diversion of the mob and the dreadful fear of little children, he finally carried them to an entertainment at a summer-house without the gate that leads to Saint-Ligarius. As they came near to the place, he espied Tickletoby afar off, coming home from mumping, and told them in macaronic verse, Hic est de patria, natus de gentem bellistra, qui solet antiqua bribas portare bisaco. Mutur reads, Hic est mumpator natus de gente cucole, qui solet antiquo scrapas portare bisaco. A plague on his friarship, said the devils then. The lousy beggar would not lend a poor cope to the fatherly father. Let us fright him. Well said, cried Villon, but let us hide ourselves till he comes by, and then charge him home briskly with your squibs and burning sticks. Tickletoby being come to the place, they all rushed on a sudden into the road to meet him, and in a frightful manner threw fire from all sides upon him and his filly foal, ringing and tingling their bells and howling like so many real devils. Ho, 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 broo, roo, roo, rrr, hoo, ho, 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 hoy. Friar Stephen, don't we play the devils rarely? The filly was soon scared out of her 7 senses, and began to start, to funk it, to squirt it, to trot it, to fart it, to bound it, to gallop it, to kick it, to spurn it, to calcitrate it, to wince it, to frisk it, to leap it, to curvet it, with double jerks and bum motions, insomuch that she threw down Tickletoby, though he held fast by the tree of the pack-saddle with might and main. Now his straps and stirrups were of cord, and on the right side his sandals were so entangled and twisted that he could not for the heart's blood of him get out his foot. Thus he was dragged about by the filly through the road, scratching his bare breech all the way, she still multiplying her kicks against him, and straying for fear over hedge and ditch, insomuch that she trepanned his thick skull, so that his cockle brains were dashed out near the Ossana or High Cross. Then his arms fell to pieces, one this way and the other that way, and even so were his legs served at the same time. Then she made a bloody havoc with his puddings, and being got to the convent, brought back only his right foot and twisted sandal. leaving them to guess what was become of the rest. Villon, seeing that things had succeeded as he intended, said to his devils, "You will act rarely, gentlemen devils, you will act rarely. I dare engage you'll top your parts. I defy the devils of Saumur, Douai, Montmorillon, Langeais, Saint-Espin, Angers, nay, begad, even those of Poitiers, for all their bragging and vapouring, to match you." "Thus, friends," said Bash, "I foresee that hereafter you will act rarely this tragical farce, since the very first time you have so skilfully hampered, bethwacked, belambed, and bebumped the catchpole. From this day I double your wages. As for you, my dear," said he to his lady, "make your gratifications as you please. You are my treasurer, you know. For my part, first and foremost, I drink to you all. Come on, box it about, it is good and cool. In the second place, you, Mr. Steward, take this silver basin, I give it you freely. Then you, my gentleman of the horse, take these 2 silver-gilt cups, and let not the pages be horsewhipped these 3 months. My dear, let them have my best white plumes of feathers, with the gold buckles to them. Sir Oudard, this silver flagon falls to your share. This other I give to the cooks. To the valet de chambre I give this silver basket. To the grooms this silver-gilt boat. To the porter these 2 plates. To the ostlers these 10 porringers. Trudon, take you these silver spoons and this sugar-box. You, footman, take this large salt. Serve me well, and I will remember you. For on the word of a gentleman, I had rather bear in war 100 blows on my helmet in the service of my country than be once cited by these knavish catchpoles merely to humour this same gore-bellied prior." Chapter 4:14. A further account of catchpoles who were drubbed at Bash's house. 4 days after, another young, long-shanked, raw-boned catchpole, coming to serve Bash with a writ at the fat prior's request, was no sooner at the gate but the porter smelt him out and rung the bell, at whose second pull all the family understood the mystery. Loire was kneading his dough, his wife was sifting meal, Oudard was toping in his office, the gentlemen were playing at tennis, the Lord Bash at in and out with milady, the waiting-men and gentlewomen at push-pin, the officers at lanterloo, and the pages at hot-cockles, giving one another smart bangs. They were all immediately informed that a catchpole was housed. Upon this, Oudard put on his sacerdotal, and Loire and his wife their nuptial badges. Trudon piped it, and then tabred it like mad. All made haste to get ready, not forgetting the gauntlets. Bash went into the outward yard. There the catchpole, meeting him, fell on his marrow-bones, begged of him not to take it ill if he served him with the writ at the suit of the fat prior, and in a pathetic speech let him know that he was a public person, a servant to the monking tribe, apparator to the abbatical mitre, ready to do as much for him, nay, for the least of his servants, whensoever he would employ and use him. "Nay, truly," said the lord, "you shall not serve your writ till you have tasted some of my good Quinquenet's wine, and been a witness to a wedding which we are to have this very minute. Let him drink and refresh himself," added he, turning towards the Levitical butler, "and then bring him into the hall." After which, Catchpole, well stuffed and moistened, came with Oudard to the place where all the actors in the farce stood ready to begin. The sight of their game set them a-laughing, and the messenger of mischief grinned also for company's sake. Then the mysterious words were muttered to and by the couple, their hands joined, the bride bussed, and all was sprinkled with holy water. While they were bringing wine and kickshaws, thumps began to trot about by dozens. The catchpole gave the Levite several blows. Oudard, who had his gauntlet hid under his canonical shirt, draws it on like a mitten, and then, with his clenched fist, souse he fell on the catchpole and mauled him like a devil. The junior gauntlets dropped on him likewise like so many battering-rams. "Remember the wedding by this, by that, by these blows," said they. In short, they stroked him so to the purpose that he pissed blood out at mouth, nose, ears, and eyes, and was bruised, thwacked, battered, bebumped, and crippled at the back, neck, breast, arms, and so forth. Never did the bachelors at Avignon in carnival time play more melodiously at Révi than was then played on the catchpole's microcosm. At last down he fell. They threw a great deal of wine on his snout, tied round the sleeve of his doublet a fine yellow and green favour, and got him upon his snotty beast, and God knows how he got to l'Île Bouchard, where I cannot truly tell you whether he was dressed and looked after or no, both by his spouse and the able doctors of the country, for the thing never came to my ears. The next day they had a third part to the same tune, because it did not appear by the lean catchpole's bag that he had served his writ. So the fat prior sent a new catchpole at the head of a brace of bums for his garde du corps to summon my lord. The porter ringing the bell, the whole family was overjoyed, knowing that it was another rogue. Bash was at dinner with his lady and the gentleman, so he sent for the catchpole, made him sit by him, and the bums by the women, and made them eat till their bellies cracked, with their breeches unbuttoned. The fruit being served, the catchpole arose from table, and before the bums cited Bash. Bash kindly asked him for a copy of the warrant, which the other had got ready. He then takes witness and a copy of the summons. To the catchpole and his bums he ordered 4 ducats for civility money. In the meantime all were withdrawn for the farce. So Trudon gave the alarm with his tabor. Bash desired the catchpole to stay and see one of his servants married, and witness the contract of marriage, paying him his fee. The catchpole slapdash was ready, took out his inkhorn, got paper immediately, and his bums by him. Then Noir came into the hall at one door, and his wife with the gentlewomen at another, in nuptial accoutrements. Oudard, in pontificalibus, takes them both by their hands, asketh them their will, giveth them the matrimonial blessing, and was very liberal of holy water. The contract written, signed, and registered. On one side was brought wine and comfits, on the other white and orange tawny-coloured favours were distributed, on another gauntlets privately handed about. Chapter 4:15. How the ancient custom at nuptials is renewed by the catchpole. The catchpole, having made shift to get down a swinging sneaker of Breton wine, said to Bash, "Pray, sir, what do you mean? You do not give one another the memento of the wedding. By St. Joseph's wooden shoe, all good customs are forgot. We find the form, but the hare is scampered, and the nest, but the birds are flown. There are no true friends nowadays. You see how in several churches the ancient laudable custom of tippling on account of the blessed saints at Christmas is come to nothing. The world is in its dotage, and doomsday is certainly coming all so fast. Now come on, the wedding, remember it by this." This he said, striking Bash and his lady, then her women and the Levite. Then the tabor beat a point of war, and the gauntlets began to do their duty, insomuch that the catchpole had his crown cracked in no less than 9 places. One of the bums had his right arm put out of joint, and the other his upper jawbone or mandible dislocated, so that it hid half his chin, with a denudation of the uvula, and sad loss of the molar, masticatory, and canine teeth. Then the tabor beat a retreat. The gauntlets were carefully hid in a trice, and sweetmeats afresh distributed to renew the mirth of the company. So they all drank to one another, and especially to the catchpole and his bums. But Oudard cursed and damned the wedding to the pit of hell, complaining that one of the bums had utterly disincornifistibulated his nether shoulder-blade. Nevertheless, he scorned to be thought a flincher, and made shift to tope to him on the square. The jawless bum shrugged up his shoulders, joined his hands, and by signs begged his pardon, for speak he could not. The sham bridegroom made his moan that the crippled bum had struck him such a horrid thump with his shoulder-of-mutton fist on the nether elbow that he was grown quite esperequanchusa lubelusa rearlist, down to his very heel, to the no small loss of Mistress Bride. "But what harm had poor I done?" cried Trudon, hiding his left eye with his kerchief, and showing his tabor cracked on one side. They were not satisfied with thus poaching, black and bluing, and morum busavis in guzaquoque morgassicabaque visina maffrelighting my poor eyes, but they have also broke my harmless drum. Drums, indeed, are commonly beaten at weddings, and it is fit they should, but drummers are well entertained and never beaten. Now let Beelzebub e'en take the drum to make his devilship a nightcap. Brother, said the lame catchpole, never fret thyself. I will make thee a present of a fine large old patent, which I have here in my bag, to patch up thy drum, and for Madame St. Anne's sake, I pray thee, forgive us. By Our Lady of Riviere, the blessed dame, I meant no more harm than the child unborn. One of the equerries, who, hopping and halting like a mumping cripple, mimicked the good limping Lord de la Roche-Posay, directed his discourse to the bum with the pouting jaw, and told him, What, Mr. Manhound, was it not enough thus to have morcro castabis astaves to gregelico popondulated us all in our upper members with your botched mittens, but you must also apply such mordere grippa piata bria freluchum, ulura carcalora and impaniments on our shin bones, with the hard tops and extremities of your cobbled shoes. Do you call this children's play? By the mass, 'tis no jest. The bum, wringing his hands, seemed to beg his pardon, muttering with his tongue, mon, pardon, von, like a dumb man. The bride, crying, laughed, and laughing, cried, because the catchpole was not satisfied with drubbing her without choice or distinction of members, but had also rudely roused and toused her, pulling off her topping, and not having the fear of her husband before his eyes, treacherously trepinium and penelora frisonu frester fumbled, tumbled, and squeezed her lower parts. The devil go with it, said Bash. There was much need indeed that this same Master King, this was the catchpole's name, should thus break my wife's back. However, I forgive him now. These are little nuptial caresses. But this I plainly perceive, that he cited me like an angel, and drubbed me like a devil. He had something in him of Friar Thumpwell. Come, for all this I must drink to him, and to you likewise as trusty esquires. But, said his lady, why hath he been so very liberal of his manual kindness to me without the least provocation? I assure you I by no means like it. But this I dare say for him, that he hath the hardest knuckles that ever I felt on my shoulders. The steward held his left arm in a scarf, as if it had been rent and torn in twain. I think it was the devil, said he, that moved me to assist at these nuptials. Shame on ill luck! I must needs be meddling with a pox, and now I see what I have got by the bargain. Both my arms are wretchedly engulavesenmasked and bruised. Do you call this a wedding? By St. Bridget's tooth, I had rather be at that of a Tom Teetman. This is, o my word, even just such another feast as was that of the Lapithai, described by the philosopher of Samosata. One of the bums had lost his tongue. The other two, though they had more need to complain, made their excuse, as well as they could, protesting that they had no ill design in this dumbfounding, begging that for goodness' sake they would forgive them. And so, though they could hardly budge a foot or wag along, away they crawled. About a mile from Bash's seat, the catchpole found himself somewhat out of sorts. The bums got to l'Île Bouchard, publicly saying that since they were born they had never seen an honester gentleman than the Lord of Bash, or civiller people than his, and that they had never been at the like wedding, which I verily believe, but that it was their own faults if they had been tickled off and tossed about from post to pillar, since themselves had began the beating. So they lived, I cannot exactly tell you how many days after this, but from that time to this it was held for a certain truth that Bash's money was more pestilential, mortal, and pernicious to the catchpoles and bums than were formerly the aurum, the losanum, and the Stygian horse, to those that possessed them. Ever since this he lived quietly, and Bash's wedding grew into a common proverb. End of section 2. Section 3 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 4, by François Rabelais, translated by John Ozell and Peter Anthony Monteux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Chapter 4, 16. How Friar John made trial of the nature of the catchpoles. "This story would seem pleasant enough," said Pantagruel, "were we not to have always the fear of God before our eyes. It had been better," said Epistemon, "if those gauntlets had fallen upon the fat prior, since he took a pleasure in spending his money partly to vex Bash, partly to see those catchpoles banged. Good lusty thumps would have done well on his shaved crown, considering the horrid concussions nowadays among those puny judges. What harm had done those poor devils, the catchpoles?" "This puts me in mind," said Pantagruel, "of an ancient Roman named L. Neratius. He was of noble blood, and for some time was rich, but had this tyrannical inclination that whenever he went out of doors he caused his servants to fill their pockets with gold and silver, and, meeting in the street your spruce gallants and better sort of beaux, without the least provocation for his fancy, he used to strike them hard on the face with his fist, and immediately after that, to appease them and hinder them from complaining to the magistrates, he would give them as much money as satisfied them according to the law of the 12 tables. Thus he used to spend his revenue, beating people for the price of his money." "By St. Bennet's sacred boot," quoth Friar John, "I will know the truth of it presently." This said, he went on shore, put his hand in his fob, and took out 20 ducats. Then said with a loud voice, in the hearing of a shoal of the nation of catchpoles, "Who will earn 20 ducats for being beaten like the devil?" "Io, io, io," said they all. "You will cripple us for ever, sir, that is most certain, but the money is tempting." With this they were all thronging who should be the first to be thus preciously beaten. Friar John singled him out of the whole knot of these rogues in grain, a red-snouted catchpole, who upon his right thumb wore a thick broad silver hoop, wherein was set a good large toadstone. He had no sooner picked him out from the rest, but I perceived that they all muttered and grumbled, and I heard a young thin-jawed catchpole, a notable scholar, a pretty fellow at his pen, and according to public report much cried up for his honesty at Doctors' Commons, making his complaint and muttering because this same crimson fizz carried away all the practice, and that if there were but 1.5 of bastonados to be got, he would certainly run away with 28 of them. But all this was looked upon to be nothing but mere envy. Friar John so unmercifully thrashed, thumped, and belaboured Red Snout, back and belly, sides, legs, and arms, head, feet, and so forth, with the home, and frequently repeated application, of one of the best members of a faggot, that I took him to be a dead man. Then he gave him the 20 ducats, which made the dog get on his legs, pleased like a little king or two. The rest were saying to Friar John, "Sir, sir, brother devil, if it please you to do us the favour to beat some of us for less money, we are all at your devilship's command, bags, papers, pens, and all." Red Snout cried out against them, saying, with a loud voice, "Body of me, you little prigs, will you offer to take the bread out of my mouth? Will you take my bargain over my head? Would you draw and inveigle from me my clients and customers? Take notice, I summon you before the official this day sevennight. I will law and claw you like any old devil of Auvers, that I will." Then, turning himself towards Friar John, with a smiling and joyful look, he said to him, "Reverend Father in the devil, if you have found me a good hide, and have a mind to divert yourself once more by beating your humble servant, I will bait you half in half this time, rather than lose your custom. Do not spare me, I beseech you. I am all, and more than all, yours, good Mr. Devil, head, lungs, tripes, guts, and garbage, and that at a pennyworth, I will assure you." Friar John never heeded his proffers, but even left them. The other catchpoles were making addresses to Panurge, Epistemon, Gymnast, and others, entreating them charitably to bestow upon their carcasses a small beating, for otherwise they were in danger of keeping a long fast. But none of them had a stomach to it. Some time after, seeking fresh water for the ship's company, we met a couple of old female catchpoles of the place, miserably howling and weeping in concert. Pantagruel had kept on board, and already had caused a retreat to be sounded. Thinking that they might be related to the catchpole that was bastinadoed, we asked them the occasion of their grief. They replied that they had too much cause to weep, for that very hour from an exalted triple tree 2 of the honestest gentlemen in catchpole land had been made to cut a caper on nothing. "Cut a caper on nothing," said Gymnast. "My pages used to cut capers on the ground. To cut a caper on nothing should be hanging and choking, or I'm out." "Ay, ay," said Friar John, "you speak of it like St. John de la Palisse." We asked them why they treated these worthy persons with such a choking hempen salad. They told us they had only borrowed, alias stolen, the tools of the Mass, and hid them under the handle of the parish. "This is a very allegorical way of speaking," said Epistemon. Chapter 4:17. How Pantagruel came to the islands of Tohu and Bohu, and of the strange death of Wide Nostrils, the swallower of windmills. That day Pantagruel came to the 2 islands of Tohu and Bohu, where the devil a bit could we find anything to fry with. For one Wide Nostrils, a huge giant, had swallowed every individual pan, skillet, kettle, frying-pan, dripping-pan, and brass and iron pot in the land, for want of windmills, which were his daily food. Whence it happened that somewhat before day, about the hour of his digestion, the greedy churl was taken very ill with a kind of a surfeit or crudity of stomach, occasioned, as the physicians said, by the weakness of the concocting faculty of his stomach, naturally disposed to digest whole windmills at a gust, yet unable to consume perfectly the pans and skillets, though it had indeed pretty well digested the kettles and pots, as they said they knew by the hypostes and the aneoremes of 4 tubs of second-hand drink, which he had evacuated at 2 different times that morning. They made use of divers remedies, according to art, to give him ease, but all would not do. The distemper prevailed over the remedies, insomuch that the famous White Nostrils died that morning of so strange a death, that I think you ought no longer to wonder at that of the poet Aeschylus. It had been foretold him by the soothsayers that he would die on a certain day by the ruin of something that should fall on him. The fatal day being come in its turn, he removed himself out of town, far from all houses, trees, rocks, or any other things that can fall and endanger by their ruin, and strayed into a large field, trusting himself to the open sky. There, very secure, as he thought, unless indeed the sky should happen to fall, which he held to be impossible. Yet they say that the larks are much afraid of it, for if it should fall, they must all be taken. The Celts that once lived near the Rhine, they are our noble valiant French, in ancient times were also afraid of the skies falling, for being asked by Alexander the Great what they feared most in this world, hoping well they would say that they feared none but him, considering his great achievements, they made answer that they feared nothing but the skies falling, however not refusing to enter into a confederacy with so brave a king, if you believe Strabo, Lib 7, and Arrian, Lib 1. Plutarch also, in his book of the face that appears on the body of the moon, speaks of one Phenaces, who very much feared the moon should fall on the earth, and pitied those that live under that planet, as the Ethiopians and Taprobanians, if so heavy a mass ever happened to fall on them, and would have feared the like of heaven and earth had they not been duly propped up and borne by the Atlantic pillars, as the ancients believed, according to Aristotle's testimony, Lib 5, Metaphys. Notwithstanding all this, poor Aeschylus was killed by the fall of the shell of a tortoise, which, falling from betwixt the claws of an eagle, high in the air, just on his head, dashed out his brains. Neither ought you to wonder at the death of another poet, I mean old jolly Anacreon, who was choked with a grapestone, nor at that of Fabius the Roman praetor, who was choked with a single goat's hair as he was supping up a porringer of milk, nor at the death of that bashful fool who, by holding in his wind, and for want of letting out a bum-shot, died suddenly in the presence of the Emperor Claudius, nor at that of the Italian buried on the Via Flaminia at Rome, who in his epitaph complains that the bite of a she-puss on his little finger was the cause of his death, nor of that of Q. Lecanius Bassus, who died suddenly of so small a prick with a needle on his left thumb that it could hardly be discerned, nor of Quenelot, a Norman physician, who died suddenly at Montpellier, merely for having sideways took a worm out of his hand with a penknife, nor of Philomenes, whose servant, having got him some new figs for the first course of his dinner, whilst he went to fetch wine, a straggling, well-hung ass got into the house, and, seeing the figs on the table, without further invitation, soberly fell to. Philomenes, coming into the room, and nicely observing with what gravity the ass ate its dinner, said to the man who was come back, "Since thou hast set figs here for this reverend guest of ours to eat, methinks it is but reason thou also give him some of this wine to drink." He had no sooner said this, but he was so excessively pleased, and fell into so exorbitant a fit of laughter, that the use of his spleen took that of his breath utterly away, and he immediately died. Nor of Spurius Sauphaeus, who died supping up a soft-boiled egg as he came out of a bath. Nor of him who, as Boccaccio tells us, died suddenly by picking his grinders with a sage stalk. Nor of Philipot Placut, who, being brisk and hale, fell dead as he was paying an old debt, which causes perhaps many not to pay theirs, for fear of the like accident. Nor of the painter Zeuxis, who killed himself with laughing at the sight of the antique jobbernoll of an old hag drawn by him. Nor, in short, of 1,000 more, of which authors write, as Varius, Pliny, Valerius, J. Baptista Fulgosus, and Baccaberry the elder. In short, Gaffer-Wide Nostrils choked himself with eating a huge lump of fresh butter at the mouth of a hot oven by the advice of physicians. They likewise told us there that the king of Coulon in Bohou had routed the grandees of King Micloth, and made sad work with the fortresses of Belima. After this we sailed by the islands of Nargus and Zargus, also by the islands of Telaniabin and Gelaniabin, very fine and fruitful in ingredients for clysters, and then by the islands of Enig and Evig, on whose account formerly the Landgrave of Hesse was swinged off with a vengeance. Chapter 4:18. How Pantagruel met with a great storm at sea. The next day we espied 9 sail that came spooning before the wind. They were full of Dominicans, Jesuits, Capuchins, Hermits, Austins, Bernardins, Egnatins, Celestins, Theatins, Amideans, Cordeliers, Carmelites, Minims, and the devil and all of other holy monks and friars, who were going to the council of Chesil, to sift and garble some new articles of faith against the new heretics. Panurge was overjoyed to see them, being most certain of good luck for that day, and a long train of others. So, having courteously saluted the blessed fathers, and recommended the salvation of his precious soul to their devout prayers and private ejaculations, he caused 78 dozen of Westphalia hams, units of pots of caviar, tens of Bologna sausages, hundreds of botargos, and thousands of fine angels for the souls of the dead, to be thrown on board their ships. Pantagruel seemed metagrabolized, dozing, out of sorts, and as melancholic as a cat. Friar John, who soon perceived it, was inquiring of him whence should come this unusual sadness, when the master, whose watch it was, observing the fluttering of the ancient above the poop, and seeing that it began to overcast, judged that we should have wind. Therefore he bid the boatswain call all hands upon deck, officers, sailors, foremastmen, swabbers, and cabin boys, and even the passengers, made them first settle their topsails, take in their spritsail. Then he cried, "In with your topsails, lower the foresail, tallow under parrels, braid up close all them sails, strike your topmast to the cap, make all sure with your sheep's feet, lash your guns fast." All this was nimbly done. Immediately it blowed a storm. The sea began to roar and swell mountain high. The rut of the sea was great, the waves breaking upon our ship's quarter. The northwest wind blustered and overblowed. Boisterous gusts, dreadful clashing, and deadly scuds of wind whistled through our yards and made our shrouds rattle again. The thunder grumbled so horridly that you would have thought heaven had been tumbling about our ears. At the same time it lightened, rained, hailed. The sky lost its transparent hue, grew dusky, thick, and gloomy, so that we had no other light than that of the flashes of lightning and rending of the clouds. The hurricanes, flaws, and sudden whirlwinds began to make a flame about us by the lightnings, fiery vapors, and other aerial ejaculations. Oh, how our looks were full of amazement and trouble, while the saucy winds did rudely lift up above us the mountainous waves of the main. Believe me, it seemed to us a lively image of the chaos, where fire, air, sea, land, and all the elements were in a refractory confusion. Poor Panurge, having with the full contents of the inside of his doublet plentifully fed the fish, greedy enough of such odious fare, sat on the deck all in a heap, with his nose and arse together, most sadly cast down, moping and half dead, invoked and called to his assistance all the blessed he and she saints he could muster up, swore and vowed to confess in time and place convenient, and then bawled out frightfully, "Steward! Maître d'hôtel! See ho! My friend, my father, my uncle! Prithee let us have a piece of powdered beef or pork. We shall drink but too much anon, for aught I see. Eat little and drink the more will hereafter be my motto, I fear. Would to our dear Lord and to our blessed, worthy, and sacred Lady, I were now, I say, this very minute of an hour, well on shore, on terra firma, hale and easy. Oh, twice and thrice happy those that plant cabbages! Oh, destinies! Why did you not spin me for a cabbage planter? Oh, how few are there to whom Jupiter hath been so favourable as to predestinate them to plant cabbages! They have always one foot on the ground, and the other not far from it. Dispute who will of felicity and summum bonum. For my part, whosoever plants cabbages is now by my decree proclaimed most happy, for as good a reason as the philosopher Pyrrho, being in the same danger, and seeing a hog near the shore eating some scattered oats, declared it happy in two respects. First, because it had plenty of oats, and besides that was on shore. Ha! For a divine and princely habitation, commend me to the cow's floor. Murder! This wave will sweep us away. Blessed Saviour! O my friends, a little vinegar. I sweat again with mere agony. Alas, the mizzen-sail split, the galleries washed away, the masts are sprung, the main-topmast head dives into the sea, the keel is up to the sun, our shrouds are almost all broken, blown away. Alas, alas, where is our main course? Alles verluten, by Gott, our topmast is run adrift. Alas, who shall have this wreck? Friend, lend me here behind you one of these whales. Your lantern is fallen, my lads. Alas, do not let go the main-tack or the bowline. I hear the block crack. Is it broke? For the Lord's sake, let us have the hull, and let all the rigging be damned. Be, boos, boos. Look to the needle of your compass, I beseech you, good Sir Astrophil, and tell us, if you can, whence comes this storm. My heart sunk down below my midriff. By my troth, I am in a sad fright. Boo, boos. I am lost for ever. I can't skite myself for mere madness and fear. Boo. Otto, toto, tee. Boo, ooh, boo. I sink, I'm drowned, I'm gone, good people, I'm drowned. Chapter 4:9. What countenances Panurge and Friar John kept during the storm. Pantagruel, having first implored the help of the great and almighty Deliverer, and prayed publicly with fervent devotion, by the pilot's advice held tightly the mast of the ship. Friar John had stripped himself to his waistcoat to help the seamen. Epistemon, Ponocrates, and the rest did as much. Panurge alone sat in his breech upon deck, weeping and howling. Friar John espied him going on the quarter-deck, and said to him, Odzoons! Panurge the calf, Panurge the whiner, Panurge the brayer! Would it not become thee much better to lend us here a helping hand than to lie lowing like a cow as thou dost, sitting on thy stones like a bald-breeched baboon? Be, boos, returned Panurge. Friar John, my friend, my good father, I am drowning, my dear friend, I drown. I am a dead man, my dear father in God. I am a dead man, my friend. Your cutting hanger cannot save me from this. Alas, we are above Ela, above the pitch, out of tune and off the hinges. Be, boo, boos. Alas, We are now above Gis sol re ut. I sink, I sink. Ah, my father, my uncle, my all, the water has got into my shoes by the collar. Boos, 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 pesh! Hoo, 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 hee, ha, ha, I drown. Alas, alas, hoo, 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 hoo. Be, boos, boos, bobus, bobus, ho, 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 ho. Alas, alas! Now I am like your tumblers, my feet stand higher than my head. Would to heaven I were now with those good holy fathers bound for the council whom we met this morning, so godly, so fat, so merry, so plump and comely. Holus bolus, holas, holas, alas! This devilish wave, mea culpa Deus, this wave of God, will sink our vessel. Alas, Friar John, my father, my friend, confession. Here I am down on my knees, confiteor, your holy blessing. Come hither and be damned, thou pitiful devil, and help us, said Friar John, who fell a swearing and cursing like a tinker. In the name of 30 legions of black devils, come! Will you come? Do not let us swear at this time, said Panurge. Holy father, my friend, do not swear, I beseech you. To-morrow, as much as you please. Holos, holos, alas, our ship leaks. I drown, alas, alas. I will give 1,800,000 crowns to anyone that will set me on shore, all bewrayed and bedaubed as I am now. If ever there was a man in my country in the like pickle, confiteor, alas! A word or two of testament, or codicil at least. 1,000 devils seize the cockle-day cow-hearted mongrel, cried Friar John. Odds belly, art thou talking here of making thy will, now we are in danger, and it behoveth us to bestir our stumps lustily, or never? Wilt thou come? Ho, devil! Midshipman, my friend! Oh, the rare lieutenant! Here, gymnast, here, on the poop. We are by the mass all beshit now, our light is out. This is hastening to the devil as fast as it can. Alas, boo, 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 boo! Alas, 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 said Panurge. Was it here we were born to perish? Oh-ho! Good people, I drown, I die. Consummatum est, I am sped. Magna na, said Friar John. Fie upon him! How ugly the shitten howler looks! Boy, younker, say hoy! Mind the pumps, or the devil choke thee. Hast thou hurt thyself? Zounds, here, fasten it to one of these blocks. On this side, in the devil's name. Hey! So, my boy. Ah, Friar John, said Panurge, good ghostly father, dear friend, don't let us swear. You sin. Ho, 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 be, boos, boos, boos! I sink, I die, my friends. I die in charity with all the world. Farewell, in manus. Bohus, bohus, bus, bus, bus. Saint Michael of Or, Saint Nicholas, now or never I here make you a solemn vow, and to our Saviour, that if you stand by me this time, if you set me ashore out of this danger, I will build you a fine large little chapel or two between Quande and Montserrat, where neither cow nor calf shall feed. Oh, above 18 pailfuls or two of it are got down my gullet. Boos, 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 how damned bitter and salt it is. By the virtue, said Friar John, of the blood, the flesh, the belly, the head, if I hear thee again howling, thou cuckoldy cur, I'll maul thee worse than any sea-wolf. Odds fish! Why don't we take him up by the lugs and throw him overboard to the bottom of the sea? Here, sailor! Ho, honest fellow! Thus, my friend, hold fast above. In truth, here is a sad lightning and thundering. I think that all the devils are got loose. It is holiday with them, or else Madame Proserpine is in child's labour. All the devils dance a morris. Chapter 4:20. How the pilots were forsaking their ships in the greatest stress of weather. Oh, said Panurge, you sin, Friar John, my former crony. Former, I say, for at this time I am no more. You are no more. It goes against my heart to tell it you, for I believe this swearing doth your spleen a great deal of good, as it is a great ease to a wood-cleaver to cry hem at every blow, and as one who plays at ninepins is wonderfully helped if, when he hath not thrown his bowl right, and is like to make a bad cast, some ingenious stander-by leans and screws his body half-way about on that side which the bowl should have took to hit the pins. Nevertheless, you offend, my sweet friend. But what do you think of eating some kind of cabrietados? Wouldn't this secure us from the storm? I have read that the ministers of the gods Kabiri, so much celebrated by Orpheus, Apollonius, Pherecydes, Strabo, Pausanias, and Herodotus, were always secure in time of storm. He dotes, he raves, the poor devil. 1,000, 1,000,000, nay, 100,000,000 of devils seize the hornified dolly-pole. Lends a hand here. Ho, tiger, wouldst thou? Here on the starboard side. Odds me, thou buffalo's head stuffed with relics, what ape's paternoster art thou muttering and chattering here between thy teeth? That devil of a sea-calf is the cause of all this storm, and is the only man who doth not lend a helping hand. By if I come near thee, I'll fetch thee out by the head and ears with a vengeance, and chastise thee like any tempestative devil. Here, mate, my lad, hold fast till I have made a double knot. Oh, brave boy! Would to heaven thou wert abbot of Talamouze, and that he that is were guardian Croulet. Hold, brother Panocrates. You will hurt yourself, man. Epistemon, prithee stand off out of the hatchway. Methinks I saw the thunder fall there but just now. Con the ship, so ho! Mind your steerage. Well said. Thus, steady. Keep her thus. Get the longboat clear. Steady. Odds fish, the beakhead is staved to pieces. Grumble, devils, fart, belch, shite, at the wave. If this be weather, the devil's a ram. Nay, by a little more would have washed me clear away into the current. I think all the legions of devils hold here their provincial chapter, or are polling, canvassing, and wrangling for the election of a new rector. Starboard! Well said. Take heed. Have a care of your noddle, lad, in the devil's name. So! Starboard! Starboard! Boose! 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 Cried Panurge. Boose! Boose! Beep! 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 Boose! Boose! I am lost. I see neither heaven nor earth. Of the 4 elements we have here only fire and water left. Boo! 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 Boose! 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 Would it were the pleasure of the worthy divine bounty that I were at this present hour in the close at Surrey, or at Innocence, the pastry cook over against the painted wine vault at Chinon, though I were to strip to my doublet and bake the petty pasties myself. Honest man, could not you throw me ashore? You can do a world of good things, they say. I give you all Sammy Gondenois, and my large store of whelks, cockles, and periwinkles, if by your industry I ever set foot on firm ground. Alas, alas, I drown. Hark ye, my friends, since we cannot get safe into port, let us come to an anchor in some road, no matter whither. Drop all your anchors, let us be out of danger, I beseech you. Here, honest tar, get you into the chains, and heave the lead, and please you. Let us know how many fathom water we are in. Sound, friend, in the Lord Harry's name. Let us know whether a man might here drink easily without stooping. I am apt to believe one might. Helm a lee, ho! Cried the pilot. Helm a lee! A hand or two at the helm. About ships with her. Helm a lee! Helm a lee! Stand off from the leech at the sail. Ho! Belay! Here make fast below. Ho! Helm a lee! Lash sure the helm a lee, and let her drive. Is it come to that? Said Pantagruel. Our good Saviour then help us. Let her lie under the sea, cried James Brayer, our chief mate. Let her drive. To prayers, to prayers! Let all think on their souls, and fall to prayers, nor hope to escape but by a miracle. Let us, said Panurge, make some good pious kind of vow. Alas, alas, alas! Boo, boo, beep, 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 boos, boos, boos. Oh, 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 oh. Let us make a pilgrim. Come, come, let every man club his penny towards it. Come on. Here, here, on this side, said Friar John, in the devil's name. Let her drive, for the Lord's sake, unhang the rudder. Ho, let her drive, and let us drink, I say, of the best and most cheering. D'ye hear, steward? Produce, exhibit. For d'ye see this? And all the rest will as well go to the devil out of hand. Up, Pox on that wind-broker Aeolus with his fluster-blusters. Sirrah page, bring me here my jor, for so he called his breviary. Stay a little here, all friend thus. Odzoons, here is a deal of hail and thunder to no purpose. Hold fast above, I pray you. When have we All Saints' Day? I believe it is the unholy holiday of all the devil's crew. Alas, said Panurge, Friar John damns himself here as black as buttermilk for the nonce. Oh, what a good friend I lose in him. Alas, alas, this is another gatspout than last year's. We are falling out of Scylla into Charybdis. Oh, I drown! Confiteo! One poor word or two by way of testament, Friar John, my ghostly father. Good Mr. Abstractor, my crony, my Achates and Omines, my all, alas, I drown! 2 words of testament here upon this ladder. Chapter 4:21. A continuation of the storm, with a short discourse on the subject of making testaments at sea. To make one's last will, said Epistemon, at this time, that we ought to bestir ourselves and help our seamen, on the penalty of being drowned, seems to me as idle and ridiculous a maggot as that of some of Caesar's men, who, at their coming into the Gauls, were mightily busied in making wills and codicils, bemoaned their fortune and the absence of their spouses and friends at Rome, when it was absolutely necessary for them to run to their arms and use their utmost strength against Ariovistus, their enemy. This also is to be as silly as that jolt-headed loblolly of a carter, who, having laid his wagon fast in a slough, down on his marrow-bones was calling on the strong-packed deity Hercules, might and main, to help him at a dead lift, but all the while forgot to goad on his oxen and lay his shoulder to the wheels as it behooved him, as if a Lord of mercy upon us alone would have got his cart out of the mire. What will it signify to make your will now? For either we shall come off or drown for it. If we scape, it would not signify a straw to us, for testaments are of no value or authority but by the death of the testators. If we are drowned, will it not be drowned too? Prithee, who will transmit it to the executors? Some kind wave will throw it ashore, like Ulysses, replied Panurge, and some king's daughter, going to fetch a walk in the fresco on the evening, will find it, and take care to have it proved and fulfilled. Nay, and have some stately cenotaph erected to my memory, as Dido had to that of her goodman Sichaeus, Aeneas to Deiphobus upon the Trojan shore near Rete, Andromache to Hector in the city of Butro, Aristotle to Hermias and Eubulus, the Athenians to the poet Euripides, the Romans to Drusus in Germany, and to Alexander Severus, their emperor in the Gauls, Argentier to Calascre, Xenocrates to Lycidasis, Timoris to his son Telutagoras, Eupolus and Aristotice to their son Theotimus, Honestus to Timocles, Callimachus to Sopolis, the son of Dioclides, Catullus to his brother, Statius to his father, Germain-Brie to Air, the Breton Tarpaulin. Art thou mad, said Friar John, to run on at this rate? Help! Help, in the name of 500,000 million of cartloads of devils, help! May a shanker gnaw thy mustachios, and the 3 rows of pock royals and cauliflowers cover thy bum and turd barrel, instead of breeches and codpiece. Godzooks, our ship is almost overset. Odds death, how shall we clear her? It is well if she do not founder. What a devilish sea there runs! She'll neither try nor hull. The sea will overtake her, so we shall never scape, the devil scape me. Then Pantagruel was heard to make a sad exclamation, saying with a loud voice, Lord save us, we perish, yet not as we would have it, but thy holy will be done. The Lord and the Blessed Virgin be with us, said Panurge. Alas, alas, I drown. Bibus, bus, in manos. Good heavens, send me some dolphin to carry me safe on shore, like a pretty little Arion. I shall make shift to sound the harp, if it be not unstrung. Let 19 legions of black devils seize me, said Friar John. The Lord be with us, whispered Panurge, between his chattering teeth. If I come down to thee, I'll show thee to some purpose that the badge of thy humanity dangles at a calf's breech, thou ragged, horned, cuckoldy booby. Come hither and help us, thou great weeping calf, or may 30 millions of devils leap on thee. Wilt thou come, sea calf? Fie, how ugly the howling whelp looks! What, always the same ditty? Come on now, my bonny drawer. This he said, opening his breviary. Come forward, thou and I must be somewhat serious for a while. Let me peruse thee stiffly. Beatus vir qui non abiit. Pshaw, I know all this by heart. Let us see the legend of Mont St. Nicholas. Orida tempestas montem turpavit actum. Tempest was a mighty flogger of lads in Montague College. If pedants be damned for whipping poor little innocent wretches their scholars, he is, upon my honour, by this time fixed within Ixion's wheel, lashing the crop-eared bobtailed cur that gives it motion. If they are saved for having whipped innocent lads, he ought to be above the... Chapter 4:22. An End of the Storm. "Shore! Shore!" cried Pantagruel. "Land too, my friends, I see land! Pluck up a good spirit, boys, 'tis within a kenning. So we are not far from a port. I see the sky clearing up to the northwards. Look to the southeast. Courage, my heart," said the pilot. "Now she'll bear the hullock of a sail. The sea is much smoother. Some hands aloft to the maintop. Put the helm a-weather. Steady, steady. Haul your after-mizzen bowlines. Haul, haul, haul. Thus, and no near. Mind your steerage. Bring your main-tack aboard. Clear your sheets, clear your bowlines. Port, port, helm a-lee. Now to the sheet on the starboard side, thou son of a whore." "Thou art mightily pleased, honest fellow," quoth Friar John, "with hearing make mention of thy mother." "Luff, luff!" cried the quartermaster that caught the ship. "Keep her full! Loft the helm! Luff!" "It is," answered the steersman. "Keep her thus! Get the bonnets fixed! Steady, steady!" "That is well said," said Friar John now. "This is something like a tansy." "Come, come, come, children, be nimble. Good. Luff, luff, thus. Helm a-weather." "That's well said and thought on. Methinks the storm is almost over. It was high time, faith. However, the Lord be thanked. Our devils begin to scamper. Out with all your sails! Hoist your sails! Hoist!" "That is spoke like a man. Hoist! Hoist! Here, God's name, honest Ponocrates. Thou art a lusty fornicator. The whoreson will get none but boys. Eusthenes, thou art a notable fellow. Run up to the foretopsail. Thus, thus." "Well said, faith. Thus, thus. I dare not fear anything all this while, for it is holiday. Be! Huzzah!" This shout of the seamen is not amiss, and pleases me, for it is holiday. "Keep her full thus. Good. Cheer up, my merry mates all," cried out Epistemon. "I see already Castor on the right." "Be, boos, said Panurge. "I am much afraid it is the bitch Helen." "It is truly Mixarcoginus," returned Epistemon, "if thou likest better that denomination which the Argives give him. Ho, I see land too. Let her bear in with the harbour. I see a good many people on the beach. I see a light on an obeliskolichny." "Shorten your sails," said the pilot. "Fetch the sounding line. We must double that point of land, and mind the sands." "We are clear of them," said the sailors. Soon after, "Away she goes," quoth the pilot, "and so doth the rest of our fleet. Help came in good season." "By St. John," said Panurge, "this is spoke somewhat like. Oh, the sweet word! There is the soul of music in it." Said Friar John. "If ever thou taste a drop of it, let the devil's dam taste me, thou ballacky devil. Here, honest soul, here's a full sneaker of the very best. Bring the flagons. Dost hear, gymnast? And that same large pasty, jambic, Germanicus, thou wilt have it. Take heed you pilot her in right." "Cheer up," cried Pantagruel. "Cheer up, my boys. Let us be ourselves again. Do you see yonder, close by our ship, 2 barks, 3 sloops, 5 ships, 8 pinks, 4 yawls, and 6 frigates making towards us? sent by the good people of the neighbouring island to our relief. But who is this Ucaligon below that cries and makes such a sad moan? Were it not that I hold the mast firmly with both my hands, and keep it straighter than 200 tacklings, I would— It is, said Friar John, that poor devil Panurge, who is troubled with a calf's ague. He quakes for fear when his belly's full. If, said Pantagruel, he hath been afraid during this dreadful hurricane and dangerous storm, provided, waiving that, he hath done his part like a man, I do not value him a jot the less for it. For as to fear in all encounters is the mark of a heavy and cowardly heart, as Agamemnon did, who for that reason is ignominiously taxed by Achilles with having dog's eyes and a stag's heart, so not to fear when the case is evidently dreadful is a sign of want or smallness of judgment. Now, if anything ought to be feared in this life, next to offending God, I will not say it is death. I will not meddle with the disputes of Socrates and the academics, that death of itself is neither bad nor to be feared, but I will affirm that this kind of shipwreck is to be feared, or nothing is. For, as Homer saith, it is a grievous, dreadful, and unnatural thing to perish at sea. And indeed Aeneas, in the storm that took his fleet near Sicily, was grieved that he had not died by the hand of the brave Diomedes, and said that those were 3, nay, 4 times happy who perished in the conflagration at Troy. No man here hath lost his life. The Lord our Saviour be eternally praised for it. But in truth, here is a ship sadly out of order. Well, we must take care to have the damage repaired. Take heed we do not run aground and bulge her. End of section 3. Section 4 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 4, by François Rabelais, translated by John Lozelle and Peter Anthony Mouteux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Chapter 4:23. How Panurge played the good fellow when the storm was over. "What cheer, ho, fore and aft?" quoth Panurge. "Oh, ho, all is well, the storm is over. I beseech ye, be so kind as to let me be the first that is sent on shore, for I would by all means a little untruss a point. Shall I help you still? Here, let me see. I will coil this rope. I have plenty of courage, and of fear as little as may be. Give it me yonder, honest tar. No, I have not a bit of fear. Indeed, that same decumane wave that took us fore and aft somewhat altered my pulse. Down with your sails. Well said. How now, Friar John? You do nothing. Is it time for us to drink now? Who can tell but St. Martin's running footman Beelzebub may still be hatching us some further mischief? Shall I come and help you again? Pork and peas choke me if I do heartily repent, though too late, not having followed the doctrine of the good philosopher, who tells us that to walk by the sea and to navigate by the shore are very safe and pleasant things, just as 'tis to go on foot when we hold our horse by the bridle. Ha, ha, ha! By all goes well. Shall I help you here too? Let me see. I will do this as it should be, or the devil's in't." Epistemon, who had the inside of one of his hands all flayed and bloody, having held a tackling with might and main, hearing what Pantagruel had said, told him, "You may believe, my lord, I had my share of fear as well as Panurge. Yet I spared no pains in lending my helping hand. I considered that since by fatal and unavoidable necessity we must all die, it is the blessed will of God that we die this or that hour, and this or that kind of death. Nevertheless, we ought to implore, invoke, pray, beseech, and supplicate him. But we must not stop there. It behoveth us also to use our endeavours on our side, and, as the Holy Writ saith, to cooperate with him. You know what C. Flaminius, the consul, said when by Hannibal's policy he was penned up near the lake of Perus, alias Thrasymene. 'Friends,' said he to his soldiers, 'you must not hope to get out of this place barely by vows or prayers to the gods. No, 'tis by fortitude and strength we must escape and cut ourselves away with the edge of our swords through the midst of our enemies.' Sallust likewise makes M. Portius Cato say this: "The help of the gods is not obtained by idle vows and womanish complaints. 'Tis by vigilance, labour, and repeated endeavours that all things succeed according to our wishes and designs. If a man in time of need and danger is negligent, heartless, and lazy, in vain he implores the gods. They are then justly angry and incensed against him." "The devil take me," said Friar John. "I'll go as halves," quoth Panurge. "If the close of Seville had not been all gathered, vintaged, gleaned, and destroyed, if I had only sung contra hostium insidious, matter breviary, like all the rest of the monking devils, and had not bestirred myself to save the vineyard as I did, dispatching the truant picaroons of Lerne with the staff of the cross." "Let us sing or swim a God's name," said Panurge. "All's one to Friar John. He doth nothing. His name is Friar John Doolittle. For all he sees me here a sweating and puffing to help with all my might this honest tar, first to the name. Hark you me, dear soul, a word with you, but pray be not angry. How thick do you judge the planks of our ship to be?" "Some 2 good inches and upwards," returned the pilot. "Don't fear." "Odds Kildikins," said Panurge, "it seems then we are within 2 fingers' breadth of damnation. Is this one of the 9 comforts of matrimony? Ah, dear soul, you do well to measure the danger by the yard of fear. For my part, I have none on't. My name is William Dreadnought. As for heart, I have more than enough on't. I mean none of your sheep's heart, but of wolf's heart, the courage of a bravo. By the pavilion of Mars, I fear nothing but danger." Chapter 4, 24. How Panurge was said to have been afraid without reason during the storm. "Good morrow, gentlemen," said Panurge. "Good morrow to you all. You are in very good health, thanks to heaven and yourselves. You are all heartily welcome and in good time. Let us go on shore. Here, coxswain, get the ladder over the gunwale. Man the sides, man the pinnace, and get her by the ship's side. Shall I lend you a hand here? I am stark mad for want of business, and would work like any 2 yokes of oxen. Truly this is a fine place, and these look like a very good people. Children, do you want me still in anything? Do not spare the sweat of my body, for God's sake. Adam, that is man, was made to labour and work, as the birds were made to fly. Our Lord's will is that we get our bread with the sweat of our brows, not idling and doing nothing like this tatterdemalion of a monk here, this Friar Jack, who is fain to drink to hearten himself up, and dies of fear. Rare weather. I now find the answer of Anacharsis, the noble philosopher, very proper. Being asked what ship he reckoned the safest, he replied, that which is in the harbour. He made a yet better repartee, said Pantagruel, when somebody inquiring which is greater, the number of the living or that of the dead, he asked them amongst which of the 2 they reckoned those that are at sea, ingeniously implying that they are continually in danger of death, dying alive, and living die. Portius Cato also said that there were but 3 things of which he would repent: if ever he had trusted his wife with his secret, if he had idled away a day, and if he had ever gone by sea to a place which he could visit by land. By this dignified frock of mine, said Friar John to Panurge, friend, thou hast been afraid during the storm without cause or reason, for thou wert not born to be drowned, but rather to be hanged and exalted in the air, or to be roasted in the midst of a jolly bonfire. My lord, would you have a good cloak for the rain? Leave me off your wolf and badger-skin mantle. Let Panurge but be flayed, and cover yourself with his hide. But do not come near the fire, nor near your blacksmith's forges, a God's name, for in a moment you will see it in ashes. Yet be as long as you please in the rain, snow, hail. Nay, by the devil's maker, throw yourself, or dive down to the very bottom of the water. I'll engage you'll not be wet at all. Have some winter boots made of it. They'll never take in a drop of water. Make bladders of it to lay under boys to teach them to swim instead of corks, and they will learn without the least danger. His skin, then, said Pantagruel, should be like the herb called true maiden's hair, which never takes wet nor moistness, but still keeps dry, though you lay it at the bottom of the water as long as you please, and for that reason is called adiantos. "Friend Panurge," said Friar John, "I pray thee never be afraid of water. Thy life for mine thou art threatened with a contrary element." "Ay, ay," replied Panurge, "but the devil's cooks dote sometimes, and are apt to make horrid blunders as well as others, often putting to boil in water what was designed to be roasted on the fire, like the head cooks of our kitchen, who often lard partridges, quoists, and stock-doves with intent to roast them, one would think. But it happens sometimes that they e'en turn the partridges into the pot to be boiled with cabbages, the quoists with leek pottage, and the stock-doves with turnips. But hark ye me, good friends, I protest before this noble company that as for the chapel which I vowed to Mont St. Nicholas between Quand and Montsoreau, I honestly mean that it shall be a chapel of rose-water, which shall be where neither cow nor calf shall be fed. For between you and I intend to throw it to the bottom of the water." "Here is a rare rogue for you," said Eusthenes. "Here is a pure rogue, a rogue in grain, a rogue enough, a rogue and a half. He is resolved to make good the Lombardic proverb, passato el pericolo, gabbato el santo. The devil was sick, the devil a monk would be. The devil was well, the devil a monk was he." Chapter 4:25. How, after the storm, Pantagruel went on shore in the islands of the Macrians. Immediately after, we went ashore at the port of an island which they called the island of the Macrians. The good people of the place received us very honourably. An old Macrobius, so they called their eldest alderman, desired Pantagruel to come to the town-house to refresh himself and eat something, but he would not budge a foot from the mole till all his men were landed. After he had seen them, he gave order that they should all change clothes, and that some of all the stores in the fleet should be brought on shore, that every ship's crew might live well, which was accordingly done, and God wot how well they all toped and caroused. The people of the place brought them provisions in abundance. The Pantagruelists returned them more, as the truth is theirs were somewhat damaged by the late storm. When they had well stuffed the insides of their doublets, Pantagruel desired every one to lend their help to repair the damage, which they readily did. It was easy enough to refit there, for all the inhabitants of the island were carpenters, and all such handicrafts as are seen in the arsenal at Venice. None but the largest island was inhabited, having 3 ports and 10 parishes, the rest being overrun with wood and desert, much like the forest of Arden. We entreated the old Macrobius to show us what was worth seeing in the island, which he did, and in the desert and dark forest we discovered several old ruined temples, obelisks, pyramids, monuments, and ancient tombs, with divers inscriptions and epitaphs, some of them in hieroglyphic characters, others in the Ionic dialect, some in the Arabic, Agarinian, Slavonian, and other tongues, of which Epistemon took an exact account. In the interim, Panurge said to Friar John, "Is this the island of the Macrians?" Macrion signifies in Greek an old man, or one much stricken in years. "What is that to me?" said Friar John. "How can I help it? I was not in the country when they christened it." "Now I think on't," quoth Panurge, "I believe the name of mackerel," Mutu adds, between brackets, "that's a bawd in French," was derived from it, for procuring is the province of the old, as buttock-wriggling is that of the young. Therefore I do not know but this may be the body or mackerel island, the original and prototype of the island of that name in Paris. Let's go and dredge for cock-oysters." Old Macrobius asked in the Ionic tongue how and by what industry and labour Pantagruel got to their port that day, there having been such blustering weather and such a dreadful storm at sea. Pantagruel told him that the almighty preserver of mankind had regarded the simplicity and sincere affection of his servants, who did not travel for gain or sordid profit, the sole design of their voyage being a studious desire to know, see, and visit the oracle of Bacbouc, and take the word of the bottle upon some difficulties offered by one of the company. Nevertheless, this had not been without great affliction and evident danger of shipwreck. After that he asked him what he judged to be the cause of that terrible tempest, and if the adjacent seas were thus frequently subject to storms. as in the ocean are the rats of Samayeu, Montesson, and in the Mediterranean Sea the Gulf of Satali, Montargentin, Piombino, Capo Melio in Laconia, the Straits of Gibraltar, Faro de Messina, and others. Chapter 4:26. How the good Macrobius gave us an account of the mansion and decease of the heroes. The good Macrobius then answered, Friendly strangers, this island is one of the Sporades, not of your Sporades that lie in the Carpathian Sea, but one of the Sporades of the ocean. In former times rich, frequented, wealthy, populous, full of traffic, and in the dominions of the rulers of Britain. But now, by course of time, and in these latter ages of the world, poor and desolate as you see. In this dark forest, about 78,000 Persian leagues in compass, is the dwelling place of the demons and heroes that are grown old, and we believe that some one of them died yesterday, since the comet, which we saw for 3 days before together, shines no more, and now it is likely that at his death there arose this horrible storm. For while they are alive, all happiness attends both this and the adjacent islands, and a settled calm and serenity. At the death of every one of them, we commonly hear in the forest loud and mournful groans, and the whole land is infested with pestilence, earthquakes, inundations, and other calamities, the air with fogs and obscurity, and the sea with storms and hurricanes. What you tell us seems to me likely enough, said Pantagruel. For as a torch or candle, as long as it hath life enough and is lighted, shines round about, disperses its light, delights those that are near it, yields them its service and clearness, and never causes any pain or displeasure, but as soon as 'tis extinguished, its smoke and evaporation infects the air, offends the bystanders, and is noisome to all. So, as long as those noble and renowned souls inhabit their bodies, peace, profit, pleasure, and honour never leave the places where they abide. But as soon as they leave them, both the continent and adjacent islands are annoyed with great commotions. In the air, fogs, darkness, thunder, hail, tremblings, pulsations, agitations of the earth, storms and hurricanes at sea, together with sad complaints amongst the people, broaching of religions, changes in governments, and ruins of commonwealths. We had a sad instance of this lately, said Epistemon, at the death of that valiant and learned knight William du Bellay, during whose life France enjoyed so much happiness that all the rest of the world looked upon it with envy, sought friendship with it, and stood in awe of its power. But soon after his decease, it hath for a considerable time been the scorn of the rest of the world. Thus, said Pantagruel, Anchises being dead at Drepane in Sicily, Aeneas was dreadfully tossed and endangered by a storm, and perhaps for the same reason Herod, that tyrant and cruel king of Judea, finding himself near the pangs of a horrid kind of death, for he died of a phthiriasis, devoured by vermin and lice, as before him died Elsilla, Pherecydes the Syrian, the preceptor of Pythagoras, the Greek poet Alcmaeon, and others, and foreseeing that the Jews would make bonfires at his death, caused all the nobles and magistrates to be summoned to his seraglio out of all the cities, towns, and castles of Judea, fraudulently pretending that he had some things of moment to impart to them. They made their personal appearance, whereupon he caused them all to be shut up in the hippodrome of the seraglio. Then said to his sisters Salome and Alexander her husband, I am certain that the Jews will rejoice at my death, but if you will observe and perform what I tell you, my funeral shall be honorable, and there will be a general mourning. As soon as you see me dead, let my guards, to whom I have already given strict commission to that purpose, kill all the noblemen and magistrates that are secured in the hippodrome. By these means all Jewry shall, in spite of themselves, be obliged to mourn and lament, and foreigners will imagine it to be for my death, as if some heroic soul had left her body. A desperate tyrant wished as much when he said, When I die, let earth and fire be mixed together, which was as good as to say, Let the whole world perish. Which saying the tyrant Nero altered, saying, While I live, as Suetonius affirms it. This detestable saying, of which Cicero, lib. de finib. and Seneca, lib. 2, De Clementia, make mention, is ascribed to the Emperor Tiberius by Dionysius and Suidas. Chapter 4, 27. Pantagruel's discourse on the decease of heroic souls, and of the dreadful prodigies that happened before the death of the late Lord de Langy. I would not, continued Pantagruel, have missed the storm that hath thus disordered us, were I also to have missed the relation of these things told us by this good Macrobius. Neither am I unwilling to believe what he said of a comet that appears in the sky some days before such a decease. For some of those souls are so noble, so precious, and so heroic, that heaven gives us notice of their departing some days before it happens. And, as a prudent physician, seeing by some symptoms that his patient draws towards his end, some days before gives notice of it to his wife, children, kindred, and friends, that in that little time he hath yet to live, they may admonish him to settle all things in his family, to tutor and instruct his children as much as he can, recommend his relict to his friends in her widowhood, and declare what he knows to be necessary about a provision for the orphans, that he may not be surprised by death without making his will, and may take care of his soul and family. In the same manner, the heavens, as it were joyful for the approaching reception of those blessed souls, seem to make bonfires by those comets and blazing meteors, which they at the same time kindly design should prognosticate to us here that in a few days one of those venerable souls is to leave her body and this terrestrial globe. Not altogether unlike this was what was formerly done at Athens by the judges of the Areopagus. For when they gave their verdict to cast or clear the culprits that were tried before them, they used certain notes according to the substance of the sentences, by theta signifying condemnation to death, by t absolution, by a ampliation or a demur, when the case was not sufficiently examined. Thus, having publicly set up those letters, they eased the relations and friends of the prisoners, and such others as desired to know their doom, of their doubts. Likewise, by these comets, as in ethereal characters, the heavens silently say to us, Make haste, mortals, if you would know or learn of the blessed souls anything concerning the public good or your private interest, for their catastrophe is near, which being past, you will vainly wish for them afterwards. The good-natured heavens still do more, and that mankind may be declared unworthy of the enjoyment of those renowned souls, they fright and astonish us with prodigies, monsters, and other foreboding signs that thwart the order of nature. Of this we had an instance several days before the decease of the heroic soul of that learned and valiant Chevalier de Langy, of whom you have already spoken. I remember it, said Epistemon, and my heart still trembles within me when I think on the many dreadful prodigies that we saw 5 or 6 days before he died. For the Lords Dacier, Chamont, One-eyed Mailly, Saint-Isle, Villeneuve-la-Guiard, Master Gabriel, physician of Savillon, Rabelais, Couhot, Massuot, Majorici, Hulou, Sercu, alias Bourgmestre, Francis Proust, Véron, Charles Girard, Francis Bourg, and many other friends and servants to the deceased, all dismayed, gazed on each other without uttering one word, yet not without foreseeing that France would in a short time be deprived of a knight so accomplished and necessary for its glory and protection, and that heaven claimed him again as its due. By the tufted tip of my cowl, cried Friar John, I am e'en resolved to become a scholar before I die. I have a pretty good headpiece of my own, you must own. But pray give me leave to ask you a civil question. Can these same heroes and demigods you talk of die? May I never be damned if I was not so much as a lobcock as to believe they had been immortal, like so many fine angels. Heaven forgive me, but this most reverend Father Macroby tells us they die at last. Not all, returned Pantagruel. The Stoics held them all to be mortal, except one, who alone is immortal, impassible, invisible. Pindar plainly saith that there is no more thread, that is to say, no more life, spun from the distaff and flax of the hard-hearted fates, for the goddesses hamadryads than there is for those trees that are preserved by them, which are good, sturdy, downright oaks, whence they derived their original, according to the opinion of Callimachus and Pausanias and Foci, with whom concurs Martianus Capella. As for the demigods, fauns, satyrs, sylvans, hobgoblins, Egypines, nymphs, heroes, and demons, several men have, from the total sum, which is the result of the diverse ages calculated by Hesiod, reckoned their life to be 9,720 years, that sum consisting of 4 special numbers orderly arising from one, the same added together and multiplied by 4 every way amounts to 40. These 40s, being reduced into triangles by 5 times, make up the total of the aforesaid number. See Plutarch in his book about the cessation of oracles. "This," said Friar John, "is not a matter of breviary. I may believe as little or as much of it as you and I please." "I believe," said Pantagruel, "that all intellectual souls are exempted from Atropos's scissors. They are all immortal, whether they be of angels or demons or human. Yet I will tell you a story concerning this that is very strange, but is written and affirmed by several learned historians." Chapter 4, 28. How Pantagruel related a very sad story of the death of the heroes. Epitherses, the father of Emilian the rhetorician, sailing from Greece to Italy in a ship freighted with divers goods and passengers, at night the wind failed him near the Echinides, some islands that lie between the Morea and Tunis, and the vessel was driven near Paxos. When they were got thither, some of the passengers being asleep, others awake, the rest eating and drinking, a voice was heard that called aloud, "Tamu!" which cry surprised them all. This same Tamu was their pilot, an Egyptian by birth, but known by name only to some few travellers. The voice was heard a second time calling Tamu, in a frightful tone, and none making answer, but trembling and remaining silent, the voice was heard a third time, more dreadful than before. This caused Tamu to answer, "Here am I. What dost thou call me for? What wilt thou have me do?" Then the voice, louder than before, bid him publish, when he should come to Palodes, that the great god Pan was dead. Epitherses related that all the mariners and passengers, having heard this, were extremely amazed and frighted, and that, consulting among themselves whether they had best conceal or divulge what the voice had enjoined, Tamu said his advice was that if they happened to have a fair wind, they should proceed without mentioning a word on't, but if they chanced to be becalmed, he would publish what he had heard. Now, when they were near Palodes, they had no wind, neither were they in any current. Tamu then, getting up on the top of the ship's forecastle, and casting his eyes on the shore, said that he had been commanded to proclaim that the great god Pan was dead. The words were hardly out of his mouth when deep groans, great lamentations, and doleful shrieks, not of one person, but of many together, were heard from the land. The news of this, many being present then, was soon spread at Rome, insomuch that Tiberius, who was then emperor, sent for this Tamu, and having heard him, gave credit to his words. And, inquiring of the learned in his court and at Rome who was that Pan, he found by their relation that he was the son of Mercury and Penelope, as Herodotus and Cicero in his third book of the Nature of the Gods had written before. For my part, I understand it of that great Saviour of the faithful who was shamefully put to death at Jerusalem by the envy and wickedness of the doctors, priests, and monks of the Mosaic law. And methinks my interpretation is not improper, for he may lawfully be said in the Greek tongue to be Pan, since he is our all. For all that we are, all that we live, all that we have, all that we hope is him, by him, from him, and in him. He is the good Pan, the great shepherd, who, as the loving shepherd Corydon affirms, hath not only a tender love and affection for his sheep, but also for their shepherds. At his death, complaints, sighs, fears, and lamentations were spread through the whole fabric of the universe, whether heavens, land, sea, or hell. The time also concurs with this interpretation of mine, for this most good, most mighty Pan, our only Saviour, died near Jerusalem during the reign of Tiberius Caesar. Pantagruel, having ended this discourse, remained silent and full of contemplation. A little while after, we saw the tears flow out of his eyes as big as ostriches' eggs. God take me presently if I tell you one single syllable of a lie in the matter. Chapter 4, 29. How Pantagruel sailed by the sneaking island, where Shrovetide reigned. The jovial fleet being refitted and repaired, new stores taken in, the Macrians, over and above, satisfied and pleased with the money spent there by Pantagruel, our men in better humour than they used to be, if possible, we merrily put to sea the next day, near sunset, with a delicious fresh gale. Xenomenes showed us afar off the sneaking island, where reigned Shrovetide, of whom Pantagruel had heard much talk formerly. For that reason he would gladly have seen him in person, had not Xenomenes advised him to the contrary. First, because this would have been much out of our way, and then for the lean cheer which he told us was to be found at that prince's court, and indeed all over the island. "You can see nothing there for your money," said he, "but a huge greedy guts, a tall woundy swallower of hot wardens and mussels, a long-shanked mole-catcher, an overgrown bottler of hay, a mossy-chinned demi-giant with a double-shaven crown of lantern breed, a very great, loitering, naughty-peaked youngster, banner-bearer to the fish-eating tribe, dictator of mustard-land, flogger of little children, calciner of ashes, father and foster-father to physicians, swarming with pardons, indulgences, and stations, a very honest man, a good Catholic, and as brimful of devotion as ever he can hold. He weeps the 3/4 parts of the day, and never assists at any weddings, but, give the devil his due, he is the most industrious larding-stick and skewer-maker in 40 kingdoms. About 6 years ago, as I passed by Sneaking Land, I brought home a large skewer from thence, and made a present of it to the butchers of Quand, who set a great value upon them, and that for a cause. Some time or other, if ever we live to come back to our own country, I will show you 2 of them fastened on the great church porch. His usual food is pickled coats of mail, salt helmets and headpieces, and salt sallets, which sometimes makes him piss pins and needles. As for his clothing, 'tis comical enough a conscience, both for make and colour, for he wears grey and cold, nothing before and naught behind, with the sleeves of the same. "You will do me a kindness," said Pantagruel, "if, as you have described his clothes, food, actions, and pastimes, you will also give me an account of his shape and disposition in all his parts." "Prithee do, dear Cod," said Friar John, "for I have found him in my breviary, and then follow the movable holy days." "With all my heart," answered Xenomenes. "We may chance to hear more of him as we touch at the Wild Island, the dominions of the squab chitterlings, his enemies, against whom he is eternally at odds. And were it not for the help of the noble Carnival, their protector and good neighbour, this meagre-looked, losely Shrovetide would long before this have made sad work among them, and rooted them out of their habitation." "Are these same chitterlings," said Friar John, "male or female, angels or mortals, women or maids?" "They are," replied Xenomenes, "females in sex, mortal in kind, some of them maids, others not." "The devil have me," said Friar John, "if I've been for them. What a shameful disorder in nature, is it not, to make war against women? Let's go back and hack the villain to pieces." "What, meddle with Shrovetide?" cried Panurge. "In the name of Beelzebub, I am not yet so weary of my life. No, I'm not yet so mad as that comes to. Quid juris? Suppose we should find ourselves pent up between the chitterlings and Shrovetide, between the anvil and the hammers. Shankers and buboes, stand off. Gadzooks, let us make the best of our way. I bid you good night, sweet Mr. Shrovetide. I recommend to you the chitterlings, and pray don't forget the puddings." Chapter 4, 30. How Shrovetide is anatomized and described by Xenomenes. "As for the inward parts of Shrovetide," said Xenomenes, "his brain is at least it was in my time, in bigness, colour, substance, and strength, much like the left cod of a he-handworm. The ventricles of his said brain like an auger, the worm-like excrescence like a Christmas box, the membranes like a monk's cowl, the funnel like a mason's chisel, the fornix like a casket, the glandula pinealis like a bagpipe, the rete mirabile like a gutter, the dug-like processus like a patch, the tympanums like a whirligig, the rocky bones like a goose-wing, the nape of the neck like a paper lantern, the nerves like a pipkin, the uvula like a sackbut, the palate like a mitten, the spittle like a shuttle, the almonds like a telescope, the bridge of his nose like a wheelbarrow, the head of the larynx like a vintage basket, the kidneys like a trowel, the loins like a padlock, the ureters like a pothook, the emulgent veins like two gillyflowers, the spermatic vessels like a cullymullypuff, the parastata like an inkpot, the bladder like a stone bow, the neck like a mill clapper, the miroc, or lower parts of the belly, like a high-crowned hat, the siphic, or its inner rind, like a wooden cuff, the muscles like a pair of bellows, the tendons like a hawking glove, the stomach like a belt, the pylorus like a pitchfork, the windpipe like an oyster knife, the throat like a pincushion stuffed with oakum, the lungs like a prebend's fur gown, the heart like a cope, the mediastine like an earthen cup, the pleura like a crow's bill, the arteries like a watchcoat, the midriff like a montero cap, the liver like a double-tongued mattock, the veins like a sash window, the spleen like a catcall, the guts like a trammel, the gall like a cooper's adze, the entrails like a gauntlet, the mesentery like an abbot's mitre, the hungry gut like a button, the blind gut like a breastplate, the colon like a bridle, the osgut like a monk's leathern bottle, the ligaments like a tinker's budget, the bones like three-cornered cheesecakes, the marrow like a wallet, the cartilages like a field tortoise, alias a mole, the glandules in the mouth like a pruning knife, the animal spirits like swinging fisticuffs, the blood fermenting like a multiplication of flirts on the nose, the urine like a fig-pecker, the sperm like 100 tenpenny nails. And his nurse told me that, being married to mid-Lent, he only begot a good number of local adverbs and certain double fasts. His memory he had like a scarf, his common sense like a buzzing of bees, his imagination like the chime of a set of bells, his thoughts like a flight of starlings, his conscience like the unnesting of a passel of young herons, his deliberations like a set of organs, his repentance like the carriage of a double cannon, his undertakings like the ballast of a galleon, his understanding like a torn breviary, his notions like snails crawling out of strawberries, his will like 3 filberts in a porringer, his desire like 6 trusses of hay, his judgment like a shoeing horn, his discretion like the truckle of a pulley, his reason like a cricket. Chapter 4, 31. Shrovetide's outward parts anatomized. Shrovetide, continued Xenomines, is somewhat better proportioned in his outward parts, excepting that 7 ribs which he had over and above the common shape of men. His toes were like a virginal on an organ, his nails like a gimlet, his feet like a guitar, his heels like a club, the soles of his feet like a crucible, his legs like a hawk's lure, his knees like a joint stool, his thighs like a steel cap, his hips like a wimble, his belly as big as a tun, buttoned after the old fashion, with a girdle riding over the middle of his bosom, his navel like a cymbal, his groin like a minced pie, his member like a slipper, his purse like an oil cruet, his genitals like a joiner's planer, their erecting muscles like a racket, the perineum like a flageolet, his asshole like a crystal looking-glass, his bum like a harrow, the knob in his throat like a barrel where hanged 2 brazen wens, very fine and harmonious, in the shape of an hourglass, his beard like a lantern, his chin like a mushroom, his ears like a pair of gloves, his nose like a buskin, his nostrils like a forehead cloth, his eyebrows like a dripping pan. On his left brow was a mark of the shape and bigness of a urinal, his eyelids like a fiddle, his eyes like a comb box, his optic nerves like a tinder box, his forehead like a false cup, his temples like the cock of a cistern, his cheeks like a pair of wooden shoes, the peritoneum or caul wherein his bowels were wrapped like a billiard table, his back like an overgrown rack-bent crossbow, the vertebrae or joints of his backbone like a bagpipe, his ribs like a spinning wheel, his brisket like a canopy, his shoulder blades like a mortar, his breast like a game at ninepins, his paps like a hornpipe, his armpits like a checker, his shoulders like a hand-barrow, his arms like a riding-hood, his fingers like a brotherhood's andirons, the fibulae or lesser parts of his legs like a pair of stilts, his shin bones like sickles, his elbows like a mousetrap, his hands like a currycomb, his neck like a tallboy, his throat like a felt to distill hippocras, his loins like a butter-pot, his jaws like a caudle-cup, his teeth like a hunter's staff. Of such colt's teeth as his, you will find one at Cologne-les-Royaux in Pitou, and two at Le Brosse in Zanton, on the cellar door. His tongue like a jew's harp, his mouth like a horsecloth, his face embroidered like a mule's pack-saddle, his head contrived like a still, his skull like a pouch, the suturi or seams of his skull like the annulus piscatoris or the fisher's signet, his skin like a gabardine, his epidermis or outward skin like a bolting cloth, his hair like a scrubbing brush, his fur such as above said. Chapter 4, 32, a continuation of Shrovetide's countenance. "'Tis a wonderful thing," continued Xenamenes, "to hear and see the state of Shrovetide. If he chanced to spit, it was whole baskets full of goldfinches. If he blowed his nose, it was pickled Greeks. When he wept, it was ducks with onion sauce. When he sneezed, it was whole tubfuls of mustard. When he coughed, it was boxes of marmalade. When he sobbed, it was watercresses. When he yawned, it was potfuls of pickled peas. When he sighed, it was dried neat's tongues. When he whistled, it was a whole scuttleful of green apes. When he snored, it was a whole panful of fried beans. When he frowned, it was soused hog's feet. When he spoke, it was coarse brown russet cloth, so little it was like crimson silk, with which Parasatis desired that the words of such as spoke to her son Cyrus, king of Persia, should be interwoven. When he blowed, it was indulgence money-boxes. When he winked, it was buttered buns. When he grumbled, it was March cats. When he nodded, it was iron-bound wagons. When he made mouths, it was broken staves. When he trembled, it was large venison pasties. When he did sweat, it was old ling with butter sauce. When he belched, it was bushels of oysters. When he muttered, it was lawyers' revels. When he hopped about, it was letters of license and protections. When he stepped back, it was sea cockle-shells. When he slubbered, it was common ovens. When he was hoarse, it was an entry of Morris dancers. When he broke wind, it was dun cow's leather spatterdashes. When he funked, it was washed-leather boots. When he scratched himself, it was new proclamations. When he sung, it was peas in cods. When he evacuated, it was mushrooms and morille. When he puffed, it was cabbages with oil, alias col ambolif. When he talked, it was the last year's snow. When he dreamt, it was of a cock and a bull. When he gave nothing, so much for the bearer. If he thought to himself, it was whimsies and maggots. If he dozed, it was leases of lands. What is yet more strange, he used to work doing nothing, and did nothing though he worked, caroused sleeping, and slept carousing, with his eyes open like the hares in our country, for fear of being taken napping by the chitterlings, his inveterate enemies. Biting, he laughed, and laughing bit, ate nothing fasting, and fasted eating nothing, mumbled upon suspicion, drank by imagination, swam on the tops of high steeples, dried his clothes in ponds and rivers, fished in the air, and there used to catch decuman lobsters, hunted at the bottom of the herring-pond, and caught there ibexes, stambuks, chamois, and other wild goats, used to put out the eyes of all the crows which he took sneakingly, feared nothing but his own shadow and the cries of fat kids, used to gad abroad some days like a truant schoolboy, played with the ropes of bells on festival days of saints, made a mallet of his fist, and writ on hairy parchment prognostications and almanacs with his huge pin-case. "Is that the gentleman?" said Friar John. "He is my man. This is the very fellow I looked for. I will send him a challenge immediately." "This is," said Pantagruel, "a strange and monstrous sort of man, if I may call him a man. You put me in mind of the form and looks of Amadant and Dissonance." "How were they made?" said Friar John. "May I be peeled like a raw onion if ever I heard a word of them." "I'll tell you what I read of them in some ancient epilogues," replied Pantagruel. Physis, that is to say, nature, at her first burthen begat beauty and harmony without carnal copulation, being of herself very fruitful and prolific. Antiphysis, who ever was the counterpart of nature, immediately out of a malicious spite against her for her beautiful and honourable productions, in opposition begot Amodont and Dissonance by copulation with Telamon. Their heads were round like a football, and not gently flattened on both sides, like the common shape of men. Their ears stood pricked up like those of asses. Their eyes, as hard as those of crabs, and without brows, stared out of their heads, fixed on bones like those of our heels. Their feet were round like tennis balls, their arms and hands turned backwards towards their shoulders, and they walked on their heads, continually turning round like a ball, topsy-turvy, heels over head. Yet, as you know that apes esteem their young the handsomest in the world, Antiphysis extolled her offspring, and strove to prove that their shape was handsomer and neater than that of the children of Physis, saying that thus to have spherical heads and feet, and walk in a circular manner, wheeling round, had something in it of the perfection of the divine power, which makes all beings eternally turn in that fashion, and that to have our feet uppermost and the head below them was to imitate the Creator of the universe, the hair being like the roots, and the legs like the branches of man, for trees are better planted by their roots than they could be by their branches. By this demonstration she implied that her children were much more to be praised for being like a standing tree than those of Physis, that made a figure of a tree upside down. As for the arms and hands, she pretended to prove that they were more justly turned towards the shoulders, because that part of the body ought not to be without defence, while the forepart is duly fenced with teeth, which a man cannot only use to chew, but also to defend himself against those things that offend him. Thus, by the testimony and a stipulation of the brute beasts, she drew all the witless herd and mob of fools into her opinion, and was admired by all brainless and nonsensical people. Since that, she begot the hypocritical tribes of eavesdropping dissemblers, superstitious popemongers, and priest-ridden bigots, the frantic pistolets, the demoniacal Calvins, impostors of Geneva, the scrapers of benefices, apparitors, with the devil in them, and other grinders and squeezers of livings, herb-stinking hermits, gilly-gutted dunces of the cowl, church vermin, false zealots, devourers of the substance of men, and many more other deformed and ill-favoured monsters made in spite of nature. End of Part 4. Section 5 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 4, by François Rabelais, translated by John Ozell and Peter Anthony Mouteux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Chapter 4, 33. How Pantagruel discovered a monstrous physeter, or whirlpool, near the wild island. About sunset, coming near the wild island, Pantagruel spied afar off a huge, monstrous physeter, a sort of whale, which some call a whirlpool, that came right upon us, neighing, snorting, raised above the waves higher than our main-tops, and spouting water all the way into the air before itself, like a large river falling from a mountain. Pantagruel showed it to the pilot and to Xenomenes. By the pilot's advice, the trumpets of the Thalamides were sounded to warn all the fleet to stand close and look to themselves. This alarm being given, all the ships, galleons, frigates, brigantines, according to their naval discipline, placed themselves in the order and figure of a Y, upsilon, the letter of Pythagoras, as cranes do in their flight, and like an acute angle, in whose cone and basis the Thalamides placed herself, ready to fight smartly. Friar John, with the grenadiers, got on the forecastle. Poor Panurge began to cry and howl worse than ever. "Babia baboo," said he, shrugging up his shoulders, quivering all over with fear. "There will be the devil upon done. This is a worse business than that t'other day. Let us fly, let us fly! Old Nick take me if it is not Leviathan, described by the noble prophet Moses in the life of patient Job. It will swallow us all, ships and men, shag, rag, and bobtail, like a dose of pills. Alas, it will make no more of us, and we shall hold no more room in its hellish jaws than a sugar-plum in an ass's throat. Look, look, 'tis upon us! Let us wheel off, whip it away, and get ashore. I believe 'tis the very individual sea-monster that was formerly designed to devour Andromeda. We are all undone. Oh, for some valiant Perseus here now to kill the dog." "I'll do its business presently," said Pantagruel. "Fear nothing." "Odds belly," said Panurge, "remove the cause of my fear, then. When the devil would you have a man be afraid, but when there is so much cause?" "If your destiny be such as Friar John was saying a while ago," replied Pantagruel, "you ought to be afraid of Pyrois, Eos, Ethon, and Phlegon, the sun's coach-horses, that breathe fire at the nostrils, and not of Physeters, that spout nothing but water at the snout and mouth. Their water will not endanger your life, and that element will rather save and preserve than hurt or endanger you." "Ay, ay, trust to that, and hang me," quoth Panurge. "Yours is a very pretty fancy. Odds fish, did I not give you a sufficient account of the element's transmutation, and the blunders that are made of roast for boiled, and boiled for roast? Alas, here 'tis! I'll go hide myself below. We are dead men, every mother's son of us. I see upon our maintop that merciless hag Atropos, with her scissors new ground, ready to cut our threads all at one snip. Oh, how dreadful and abominable thou art! Thou hast drowned a good many beside us, who never made their brags of it. Did it bespout good, brisk, dainty, delicious white wine, instead of this damned bitter salt water, one might better bear with it, and there would be some cause to be patient, like that English lord, who, being doomed to die, and had leave to choose what kind of death he would, chose to be drowned in a butt of Malmsey. Here it is. Oh, oh, devil, Satanus, Leviathan, I cannot abide to look upon thee, thou art so abominably ugly. Go to the bar, go take the pettifoggers. Chapter 4:34. How the monstrous Physeter was slain by Pantagruel. The Physeter, coming between the ships and the galleons, threw water by whole tons upon them, as if it had been the cataracts of the Nile in Ethiopia. On the other side, arrows, darts, glaives, javelins, spears, harping-irons, and partisans flew upon it like hail. Friar John did not spare himself in it. Panurge was half dead for fear. The artillery roared and thundered like mad, and seemed to gall it in good earnest, but did but little good. For the great iron and brass cannon shot entering its skin seemed to melt like tiles in the sun. Pantagruel then, considering the weight and exigency of the matter, stretched out his arms and showed what he could do. You tell us, and it is recorded, that Commodus, the Roman emperor, could shoot with a bow so dexterously that at a good distance he would let fly an arrow through a child's fingers and never touch them. You also tell us of an Indian archer who lived when Alexander the Great conquered India, and was so skilful in drawing the bow that at a considerable distance he would shoot his arrows through a ring, though they were 3 cubits long, and their iron so large and weighty that with them he used to pierce steel cutlasses, thick shields, steel breastplates, and generally what he did hit, how firm, resisting, hard, and strong soever it were. You also tell us wonders of the industry of the ancient Franks, who were preferred to all others in point of archery, and when they hunted either black or dun beasts, used to rub the head of their arrows with hellebore, because the flesh of the venison struck with such an arrow was more tender, dainty, wholesome, and delicious, paring off, nevertheless, the part that was touched round about. You also talk of the Parthians, who used to shoot backwards more dexterously than other nations forwards, and also celebrate the skill of the Scythians in that art, who once sent to Darius, king of Persia, an ambassador that made him a present of a bird, a frog, a mouse, and 5 arrows, without speaking one word, and being asked what those presents meant, and if he had commission to say anything, answered that he had not, which puzzled and gravelled Darius very much, till Gobryas, one of the 7 captains that had killed the Magi, explained it, saying to Darius, "By these gifts and offerings the Scythians silently tell you that except the Persians like birds fly up to heaven, or like mice hide themselves near the center of the earth, or like frogs dive to the very bottom of ponds and lakes, they shall be destroyed by the power and arrows of the Scythians." The noble Pantagruel was, without comparison, more admirable yet in the art of shooting and darting. For with his dreadful piles and darts, nearly resembling the huge beams that support the bridges of Nantes, Saumur, Bergerac, and at Paris the millers' and the changers' bridges, in length, size, weight, and ironwork, he at a mile's distance would open an oyster, and never touch the edges. He would snuff a candle without putting it out, would shoot a magpie in the eye, take off a boot's undersole or a riding-hood's lining, without soiling them a bit, turn over every leaf of Friar John's breviary, one after another, and not tear one. With such darts, of which there was good store in this ship, at the first blow he ran the Physeter in at the forehead so furiously that he pierced both its jaws and tongue, so that from that time to this it no more opened its guttural trap-door, nor drew and spouted water. At the second blow he put out its right eye, and at the third its left, and we had all the pleasure to see the Physeter bearing those 3 horns in its forehead, somewhat leaning forwards in an equilateral triangle. Meanwhile it turned about to and fro, staggering and straying like one stunned, blinded, and taking his leave of the world. Pantagruel, not satisfied with this, let fly another dart, which took the monster under the tail, likewise sloping. Then, with 3 other on the chine, in a perpendicular line, divided its flank from the tail to the snout at an equal distance. Then he larded it with 50 on one side, and after that, to make even work, he darted as many on its other side, so that the body of the Physeter seemed like the hulk of a galleon with 3 masts, joined by a competent dimension of its beams, as if they had been the ribs and chainwales of the keel, which was a pleasant sight. The Physeter, then giving up the ghost, turned itself upon its back, as all dead fishes do, and being thus overturned, with the beams and darts upside down in the sea, it seemed a scolopendra or centipede, as that serpent is described by the ancient sage Nicander. Chapter 4:35. How Pantagruel went on shore in the wild island, the ancient abode of the chitterlings. The boat's crew of the ship Lantern towed the Physeter ashore on the neighboring shore, which happened to be the wild island, to make an anatomical dissection of its body, and save the fat of its kidneys, which they said was very useful and necessary for the cure of a certain distemper which they called want of money. As for Pantagruel, he took no manner of notice of the monster, for he had seen many such, nay, bigger, in the Gallic Ocean. Yet he condescended to land in the wild island, to dry and refresh some of his men, whom the Physeter had wetted and bedaubed, at a small desert seaport towards the south, seated near a fine pleasant grove, out of which flowed a delicious brook of fresh, clear, and purling water. Here they pitched their tents and set up their kitchens, nor did they spare fuel. Every one having shifted as they thought fit, Friar John rang the bell, and the cloth was immediately laid, and supper brought in. Pantagruel, eating cheerfully with his men, much about the second course perceived certain little sly chitterlings clambering up a high tree near the pantry, as still as so many mice, which made him ask Xenomines what kind of creatures these were, taking them for squirrels, weasels, martens, or ermines. "They are chitterlings," replied Xenomines. "This is the wild island of which I spoke to you this morning. There hath been an irreconcilable war this long time between them and Shrovetide, their malicious and ancient enemy. I believe that the noise of the guns which we fired at the Physeter hath alarmed them, and made them fear their enemy was come with his forces to surprise them, or lay the island waste, as he hath often attempted to do, though he still came off but bluely, by reason of the care and vigilance of the chitterlings, who, as Dido said to Aeneas's companions, that would have landed at Carthage without her leave or knowledge, were forced to watch and stand upon their guard, considering the malice of their enemy and the neighbourhood of his territories. "Pray, dear friend," said Pantagruel, "if you find that by some honest means we may bring this war to an end, and reconcile them together, give me notice of it. I will use my endeavours in it with all my heart, and spare nothing on my side to moderate and accommodate the points in dispute between both parties." "That's impossible at this time," answered Xenomines. About 4 years ago, passing incognito by this country, I endeavoured to make a peace, or at least a long truce among them, and I had certainly brought them to be good friends and neighbours, if both one and the other parties would have yielded to one single article. Shrovetide would not include in the treaty of peace the wild puddings, nor the Highland sausages, their ancient gossips and confederates. The chitterlings demanded that the fort of Cac might be under their government, as is the castle of Soulouar, and that a passel of I don't know what stinking villains, murderers, robbers that held it then should be expelled. But they could not agree in this, and the terms that were offered seemed too hard to either party. So the treaty broke off, and nothing was done. Nevertheless, they became less severe and gentler enemies than they were before. But since the denunciation of the National Council of Chesil, whereby they were roughly handled, hampered, and cited, whereby also Shrovetide was declared filthy, beshitten, and bewrayed, in case he made any league or agreement with them, they are grown wonderfully inveterate, incensed, and obstinate against one another, and there is no way to remedy it. You might sooner reconcile cats and rats, or hounds and hares together. Chapter 4:36. How the wild chitterlings laid an ambuscado for Pantagruel. While Xenomines was saying this, Friar John spied 20 or 30 young, slender-shaped chitterlings posting as fast as they could towards their town, citadel, castle, and fort of Chimney, and said to Pantagruel, "I smell a rat. There will be here the devil upon 2 sticks, or I am much out. These worshipful chitlins may chance to mistake you for Shrovetide, though you are not a bit like him. Let us once in our lives leave our junketing for a while, and put ourselves in a posture to give 'em a bellyful of fighting, if they would be at that sport." "There can be no false Latin in this," said Xenomines. "Chitterlings are still chitterlings, always double-hearted and treacherous." Pantagruel then arose from table to visit and scour the thicket, and returned presently, having discovered on the left an ambuscade of squab chitterlings, and on the right, about half a league from thence, a large body of huge, giant-like armed chitterlings, ranged in battalia along a little hill, and marching furiously towards us at the sound of bagpipes, sheep's paunches and bladders, the merry fifes and drums, trumpets and clarions, hoping to catch us as Moss caught his mare. By the conjecture of 78 standards which we told, we guessed their number to be 42,000 at a modest computation. Their order, proud gait, and resolute looks made us judge that they were none of your raw paltry links, but old warlike chitterlings and sausages. From the foremost ranks to the colours, they were all armed cap a pee with small arms, as we reckoned them at a distance, yet very sharp and case-hardened. Their right and left wings were lined with a great number of forest puddings, heavy patipans, and horse sausages, all of them tall and proper islanders, banditti and wild. Pantagruel was very much daunted, and not without cause, though Epistemon told him that it might be the use and custom of the Chitterlingonians to welcome and receive thus in arms their foreign friends, as the noble kings of France are received and saluted at their first coming into the chief cities of the kingdom after their advancement to the crown. "Perhaps," said he, "it may be the usual guard of the queen of the place, who, having notice given her by the junior chitterlings of the forlorn hope, whom you saw on the tree, of the arrival of your fine and pompous fleet, hath judged that it was without doubt some rich and potent prince, and is come to visit you in person." Pantagruel, little trusting to this, called a council to have their advice at large in this doubtful case. He briefly showed them how this way of reception with arms had often, under colour of compliment and friendship, been fatal. Thus, said he, the Emperor Antonius Caracalla at one time destroyed the citizens of Alexandria, and at another time cut off the attendants of Artabanus, king of Persia, under colour of marrying his daughter, which, by the way, did not pass unpunished, for a while after this cost him his life. Thus Jacob's children destroyed the Sychemites to revenge the rape of their sister Dinah. By such another hypocritical trick Gallienus, the Roman emperor, put to death the military men in Constantinople. Thus, under colour of friendship, Antonius enticed Artavasdes, king of Armenia, then, having caused him to be bound in heavy chains and shackled, at last put him to death. We find 1,000 such instances in history, and King Charles the Sixth is justly commended for his prudence to this day, in that coming back victorious over the Ghenters and other Flemings to his good city of Paris, and when he came to Bourget, a league from thence, hearing that the citizens with their mallets, whence they got the name of Maillotins, were marched out of town in battalia, 20,000 strong, he would not go into the town till they had laid down their arms and retired to their respective homes, though they protested to him that they had taken arms with no other design than to receive him with the greater demonstration of honour and respect. Chapter 4, 37. How Pantagruel sent for Colonel Mole-Chitterling and Colonel Cut-Pudding, with a discourse well worth your hearing about the names of places and persons. The resolution of the council was that, let things be how they would, it behoved the Pantagruelists to stand upon their guard. Therefore Carpalin and Gymnast were ordered by Pantagruel to go for the soldiers that were on board the Cup-Galley under the command of Colonel Mole-Chitterling, and those on board the Vine-Top frigate under the command of Colonel Cut-Pudding the younger. "I will ease Gymnast of that trouble," said Panurge, who wanted to be upon the run. "You may have occasion for him here." "By this worthy frock of mine," quoth Friar John, "thou hast a mind to slip thy neck out of the collar, and absent thyself from the fight, thou white-livered son of a dunghill. Upon my virginity thou wilt never come back. Well, there can be no great loss in thee, for thou wouldst do nothing here but howl, bray, weep, and dishearten the good soldiers." "I will certainly come back," said Panurge, "Friar John, my ghostly father, and speedily too. Do but take care that these plaguy chitterlings do not board our ships. All the while you will be a-fighting, I will pray heartily for your victory, after the example of the valiant captain and guide of the people of Israel, Moses." Having said this, he wheeled off. Then said Epistemon to Pantagruel, "The denomination of these two colonels of yours, Mole-Chitterling and Cut-Pudding, promiseth us assurance, success, and victory, if those chitterlings should chance to set upon us." "You take it rightly," said Pantagruel, "and it pleaseth me to see you foresee and prognosticate our victory by the names of our colonels." This way of foretelling by names is not new. It was in old times celebrated and religiously observed by the Pythagoreans. Several great princes and emperors have formerly made good use of it. Octavianus Augustus, second emperor of the Romans, meeting on a day a country fellow named Eutychus, that is, fortunate, driving an ass named Nikon, that is, in Greek, Victorian, moved by the signification of the asses and ass-drivers' names, remained assured of all prosperity and victory. The Emperor Vespasian, being once all alone at prayers in a temple of Serapis, at the sight and unexpected coming of a certain servant of his named Basilides, that is, royal, whom he had left sick a great way behind, took hopes and assurance of obtaining the empire of the Romans. Regilian was chosen emperor by the soldiers for no other reason but the signification of his name. See the Cratylus of the divine Plato. "By my thirst I will read it," said Rhizotome. "I hear you so often quote it." See how the Pythagoreans, by reason of the names and numbers, conclude that Patroclus was to fall by the hand of Hector, Hector by Achilles, Achilles by Paris, Paris by Philoctetes. I am quite lost in my understanding when I reflect upon the admirable invention of Pythagoras, who, by the number, either even or odd, of the syllables of every name, would tell you of what side a man was lame, hunchbacked, blind, gouty, troubled with the palsy, pleurisy, or any other distemper incident to humankind, allotting even numbers to the left and odd ones to the right side of the body. Motu reads, even numbers to the right and odd ones to the left. "Indeed," said Epistemon, "I saw this way of syllabizing tried at Saintes at a general procession, in the presence of that good, virtuous, learned, and just President Brianvalet, Lord of Douay. When there went by a man or woman that was either lame, blind of one eye, or humpbacked, he had an account brought him of his or her name, and if the syllables of the name were of an odd number, immediately, without seeing the persons, he declared them to be deformed, blind, lame, or crooked of the right side, and of the left, if they were even in number, and such indeed we ever found them. By this syllabical invention," said Pantagruel, The learned have affirmed that Achilles, kneeling, was wounded by the arrow of Paris in the right heel, for his name is of odd syllables. Here we ought to observe that the ancients used to kneel the right foot, and that Venus was also wounded before Troy in the left hand, for her name in Greek is Aphrodite, of 4 syllables. Vulcan lamed of his left foot for the same reason. Philip, king of Macedon, and Hannibal, blind of the right eye, not to speak of sciaticas, broken bellies, and hemicranias, which may be distinguished by this Pythagorean reason. But returning to names, do but consider how Alexander the Great, son of King Philip, of whom we spoke just now, compassed his undertaking merely by the interpretation of a name. He had besieged the strong city of Tyre, and for several weeks battered it with all his power, but all in vain. His engines and attempts were still baffled by the Tyrians, which made him finally resolve to raise the siege, to his great grief, foreseeing the great strain which such a shameful retreat would be to his reputation. In this anxiety and agitation of mind he fell asleep, and dreamed that a satyr was come into his tent, capering, skipping, and tripping it up and down with his goatish hoofs, and that he strove to lay hold on him. But the satyr still slipped from him, till at last, having penned him up into a corner, he took him. With this he awoke, and, telling his dream to the philosophers and sages of his court, they let him know that it was a promise of victory from the gods, and that he should soon be master of Tyre, the word satyros divided in 2 being sa-tyros, and signifying Tyre is thine. And in truth, at the next onset, he took the town by storm, and by a complete victory reduced that stubborn people to subjection. On the other hand, see how by the signification of one word Pompey fell into despair. Being overcome by Caesar at the battle of Pharsalia, he had no other way left to escape but by flight, which, attempting by sea, he arrived near the island of Cyprus, and perceived on the shore near the city of Paphos a beautiful and stately palace. Now, asking the pilot what was the name of it, he told him that it was called Cacobasilia, that is, Evil King, which struck such a dread and terror in him that he fell into despair, as being assured of losing shortly his life, insomuch that his complaints, sighs, and groans were heard by the mariners and other passengers, and indeed, a while after, a certain strange peasant called Achilles cut off his head. To all these examples might be added what happened to L. Paulus Emilius, when the Senate elected him imperator, that is, chief of the army which they sent against Perses, king of Macedon. That evening, returning home to prepare for his expedition, and kissing a little daughter of his called Tracia, she seemed somewhat sad to him. "What is the matter?" said he, "my chicken? Why is my Tracia thus sad and melancholy?" "Daddy," replied the child, "Persa is dead." This was the name of a little bitch which she loved mightily. Hearing this, Paulus took assurance of a victory over Perses. If time would permit us to discourse of the sacred Hebrew writ, we might find 100 noted passages, evidently showing how religiously they observed proper names and their significations. He had hardly ended this discourse when the 2 colonels arrived with their soldiers, all well armed and resolute. Pantagruel made them a short speech, entreating them to behave themselves bravely in case they were attacked, for he could not yet believe that the chitterlings were so treacherous. But he bade them by no means to give the first offence, giving them carnival for the watchword. Chapter 4, 38. How chitterlings are not to be slighted by men. You shake your empty noddles now, jolly topers, and do not believe what I tell you here, any more than if it were some tale of a tub. Well, well, I cannot help it. Believe it if you will. If you won't, let it alone. For my part, I very well know what I say. It was in the wild island, in our voyage to the Holy Bottle. I tell you the time and place. What would you have more? I would have you call to mind the strength of the ancient giants that undertook to lay the high mountain Pelion on top of Ossa, and set among those the shady Olympus, to dash out the gods' brains, unnestle them, and scour their heavenly lodgings. Theirs was no small strength, you may well think, and yet they were nothing but chitterlings from the waist downwards, or at least serpents, not to tell a lie for the matter. The serpent that tempted Eve, too, was of the chitterling kind, and yet it is recorded of him that he was more subtle than any beast of the field. Even so are chitterlings. Nay, to this very hour they hold in some universities that this same tempter was the chitterling called Ithyphalus, into which was transformed body Priapus, arch seducer of females in paradise, that is, a garden in Greek. Pray now tell me who can tell but that the Swiss, now so bold and warlike, were formerly chitterlings? For my part, I would not take my oath to the contrary. The Epintopides, a nation very famous in Ethiopia, according to Pliny's description, are chitterlings and nothing else. If all this will not satisfy your worships, or remove your incredulity, I would have you forthwith, drinking first, that nothing may be done rashly, visit Lusignan, Parthenay, Vouan, Mervent, and Ponzauge in Pitou. There you will find a cloud of witnesses, not of your affidavit men of the right stamp, but credible time out of mind, that will take their corporal oath on Rigome's knucklebone, that Melusina, their founder, or foundress, which you please, was woman from the head to the prick-purse, and thence downwards was a serpentine chitterling, or, if you'll have it otherwise, a chitterling-dized serpent. She nevertheless had a genteel and noble gait, imitated to this very day by your hop merchants of Brittany, in their paspi and country dances. What do you think was the cause of Erichthonius's being the first inventor of coaches, litters, and chariots? Nothing but because Vulcan had begot him with chitterling-dized legs, which to hide he chose to ride in a litter rather than on horseback, for chitterlings were not yet in esteem at that time. The Scythian nymph Aura was likewise half woman and half chitterling, and yet seemed so beautiful to Jupiter that nothing could serve him but he must give her a touch of his godship's kindness, and accordingly he had a brave boy by her called Colaxes. And therefore I would have you leave off shaking your empty noddles at this, as if it were a story, and firmly believe that nothing is truer than the gospel. Chapter 4, 39. How Friar John joined with the cooks to fight the chitterlings. Friar John, seeing these furious chitterlings thus boldly march up, said to Pantagruel, "Here will be a rare battle of hobby horses, a pretty kind of puppet show fight for aught I see. Oh, what a mighty honour and wonderful glory will attend our victory! I would have you only be a bare spectator of this fight, and for anything else leave me and my men to deal with them." "What men?" said Pantagruel. "Matter of breviary," replied Friar John. "How came Potiphar, who was head cook of Pharaoh's kitchens, he that brought Joseph, and whom the said Joseph might have made a cuckold if he had not been a Joseph, how came he, I say, to be made general of all the horse in the kingdom of Egypt? Why was Nebuzaradan, King Nebuchadnezzar's head cook, chosen to the exclusion of all other captains to besiege and destroy Jerusalem?" "I hear you," replied Pantagruel. "By St. Christopher's whiskers," said Friar John, "I dare lay a wager that it was because they had formerly engaged chitlins, or men as little valued, whom to rout, conquer, and destroy, cooks are without comparison more fit than cuirassiers and gendarmes armed at all points, or with all the horse and foot in the world." "You put me in mind," said Pantagruel, "of what is written amongst the facetious and merry sayings of Cicero. During the more than civil wars between Caesar and Pompey, though he was much courted by the first, he naturally leaned more to the side of the latter. Now one day, hearing that the Pompeians, in a certain rencontre, had lost a great many men, he took a fancy to visit their camp. There he perceived little strength, less courage, but much disorder. From that time, foreseeing that things would go ill with them, as has since happened, he began to banter now one and then another, and be very free of his cutting jests. So some of Pompey's captains, playing the good fellows to show their assurance, told him, "Do you see how many eagles we have yet?" They were then the device of the Romans in war. "They might be of use to you," replied Cicero, "if you had to do with magpies." Thus, seeing we are to fight chitterlings, pursued Pantagruel, you infer thence that it is a culinary war, and have a mind to join with the cooks. Well, do as you please. I'll stay here in the meantime, and wait for the event of the rumpus. Friar John went that very moment among the sutlers into the cooks' tents, and told them in a pleasing manner, I must see you crowned with honour and triumph this day, my lads. To your arms are reserved such achievements as never yet were performed within the memory of man. Odds belly, do they make nothing of the valiant cooks? Let us go fight yonder fornicating chitlins. I'll be your captain, but first let's drink, boys. Come on, let us be of good cheer. Noble captain, returned the kitchen tribe, this was spoken like yourself, bravely offered. Huzzah! We are all at your excellency's command, and we live and die by you. Live, live, said Friar John, a God's name, but die by no means. That is the chitlins' lot. They shall have their bellyful of it. Come on, then, let us put ourselves in order. Nabuzardan's the word. Chapter 4, 40. How Friar John fitted up the sow, and of the valiant cooks that went into it. Then, by Friar John's order, the engineers and their workmen fitted up the great sow that was in the ship Leathern Bottle. It was a wonderful machine, so contrived that by means of large engines that were round about it in rows, it throwed forked iron bars and four-squared steel bolts, and in its hold 200 men at least could easily fight and be sheltered. It was made after the model of the sow of Riol, by the means of which Bergerac was retaken from the English in the reign of Charles VI. Here are the names of the noble and valiant cooks who went into the sow, as the Greeks did into the Trojan horse: sour sauce, crisp pig, carbonado, sweetmeat, greasy slouch, sop in pan, greedy gut, fat gut, pick fowl, licorice chops, bray mortar, mustard pot, soused pork, lick sauce, hog's haslet, slap sauce, hog's foot, chopped fizz, cock broth, hodgepodge, gallimaufry, slip-slop. All these noble cooks in their coat of arms did bear in a field gules a larding pin vert, charged with a chevron argent. Lard, hog's lard, pinch lard, snatch lard, nibble lard, top lard, gnaw lard, filch lard, pick lard, scrape lard, fat lard, save lard, chew lard. A Gaylard, by syncope, born near Rambouillet. The said culinary doctor's name was Gaylard Lard, in the same manner as you used to say idolatrous for idolatrous. Stiff lard, cut lard, waste lard, watch lard, mince lard, ogle lard, sweet lard, dainty lard, whey lard, eat lard, fresh lard, gulch lard, snap lard, rusty lard, eye lard, catch lard. Names unknown among the Moraines and Jews: balaky, thirsty, porridge pot, pick salad, kitchen stuff, lick dish, broil rasher, verjuice, salt gullet, coney skin, save dripping, snail dresser, dainty chops, watercress, soup monger, pie-right, scrape turnip, brewis belly, pudding pan, trivet, pine picker, toss pot, monsieur ragout, suck gravy, mustard sauce, crack pippin, macaroon, claret sauce, scrape pot, skewer maker, swill broth. Smell smock. He was afterwards taken from the kitchen and removed to chamber practice for the service of the noble cardinal hunt venison. Rot roast, hog's gullet, foxtail, dish clout, sirloin, fly flap, save suet, spit mutton, old grizzle, fire fumbler, fritter fryer, rough belly, pillicock, flesh smith, saffron sauce, long tool, cram gut, strutting tom, prick pride, tuzzy mussy, slashed snout, prick madam, jacket liner, smutty face, pricket, guzzle drink. Mondam, that first invented madam's sauce, and for that discovery was thus called in the Scotch-French dialect. Loblolly, sloven, trencherman, slabber chops, swallow pitcher, goodman goosecap, scum pot, wafermonger, munch turnip, gully guts, snap gobbet, pudding bag, rinse pot, scurvy fizz, pig sticker, drink spiller. Robert. He invented Robert's sauce, so good and necessary for roasted conies, ducks, fresh pork, poached eggs, salt fish, and 1,000 other such dishes. Cold eel, frying pan, big snout, thornback, man of dough, lick finger, gurnard, sauce doctor, titbit, grumbling gut, waste butter, sauce box, alms scrip, shit breech, All Fours, Taste All, Thick Brawn, Whim Wham, Scrap Merchant, Tom D, Baste Roast, Belly Timberman, Mouldy Crust, Gaping Hoyden, Hashee, Hasty, Calf's Pluck, Frig Palate, Red Herring, Leather Breeches, Powdering Tub, Cheesecake. All these noble cooks went into the sow, merry, cheery, hale, brisk old dogs at mischief, and ready to fight stoutly. Friar John, ever and anon waving his huge scimitar, brought up the rear and double-locked the doors on the inside. Chapter 441. How Pantagruel broke the chitterlings at the knees. The chitterlings advanced so near that Pantagruel perceived that they stretched their arms and already began to charge their lances, which caused him to send Gymnast to know what they meant, and why they thus, without the least provocation, came to fall upon their old trusty friends, who had neither said nor done the least ill thing to them. Gymnast, being advanced near their front, bowed very low, and said to them, as loud as ever he could, "We are friends, all of us, your friends, yours, and at your command. We are for Carnival, your old confederate." Some have since told me that he mistook and said Carnival instead of Carnival. Whatever it was, the word was no sooner out of his mouth, but a huge little squab sausage, starting out at the front of their main body, would have griped him by the collar. "By the helmet of Mars," said Gymnast, "I will swallow thee. But thou shalt only come in chips and slices, for big as thou art, thou couldst never come in whole." This spoke, he lugs out his trusty sword, Kiss mine ass, so he called it, with both his fists, and cut the sausage in twain. Bless me, how fat the foul thief was! It puts me in mind of the huge bull of Béarn that was slain at Marignan, when the drunken Swiss were so mauled there. Believe me, it had little less than 4 inches lard on its paunch. The sausage's job being done, a crowd of others flew upon Gymnast, and had most scurvily dragged him down, when Pantagruel with his men came up to his relief. Then began the martial fray, higgledy-piggledy. Maul chitterling did maul chitterlings, cut pudding did cut puddings. Pantagruel did break the chitterlings at the knees. Friar John played, at least in sight within his sow, viewing and observing all things, when the patipans that lay in ambuscade most furiously sallied out upon Pantagruel. Friar John, who lay snug all this while, by that time perceiving the rout and hurly-burly, set open the doors of his sow and sallied out with his merry Greeks, some of them armed with iron spits, others with andirons, racks, fire-shovels, frying-pans, kettles, gridirons, oven-forks, tongs, dripping-pans, brooms, iron-pots, mortars, pestles, all in battle array like so many housebreakers, hallooing and roaring out, all together most frightfully, "Nabuzardan! Nabuzardan! Nabuzardan!" Thus, shouting and hooting, they fought like dragons, and charged through the patipans and sausages. The chitterlings, perceiving this fresh reinforcement, and that the others would be too hard for 'em, betook themselves to their heels, scampering off with full speed, as if the devil had come for them. Friar John, with an iron crow, knocked them down as fast as hops. His men, too, were not sparing on their side. Oh, what a woeful sight it was! The field was all overstrewed with heaps of dead or wounded chitterlings, and history relates that had not heaven had a hand in it, the chitterling tribe had been totally routed out of the world by the culinary champions. But there happened a wonderful thing. You may believe as little or as much of it as you please. From the north flew towards us a huge, fat, thick, grisly swine, with long and large wings like those of a windmill, its plumes red-crimson like those of a phenocopter, which in Languedoc they call flamand. Its eyes were red and flaming like a carbuncle, its ears green like a brazen emerald, its teeth like a topaz, its tail long and black like jet, its feet white, diaphanous, and transparent like a diamond, somewhat broad, and of the splay kind like those of geese, and as Queen Dix used to be at Toulouse in the days of yore. About its neck it wore a gold collar, round which were some Ionian characters, whereof I could pick out but 2 words, Us Athenon, hog teaching Minerva. The sky was clear before, but at that monster's appearance it changed so mightily for the worse that we were all amazed at it. As soon as the chitterlings perceived the flying hog, down they all threw their weapons and fell on their knees, lifting up their hands joined together without speaking one word, in a posture of adoration. Friar John and his party kept on mincing, felling, braining, mangling, and spitting the chitterlings like mad, but Pantagruel sounded a retreat, and all hostility ceased. The monster, having several times hovered backwards and forwards between the two armies, with a tail shot voided above 27 butts of mustard on the ground, then flew away through the air, crying all the while, "Carnival! Carnival! Carnival!" End of section 5. Section 6 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 4, by François Rabelais, translated by John Ozell and Peter Anthony Motteux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Chapter 4, 42. How Pantagruel held a treaty with Nifleseth, queen of the chitterlings. The monster being out of sight, and the two armies remaining silent, Pantagruel demanded a parley with the lady Nifleseth, queen of the chitterlings, who was in her chariot by the standards, and it was easily granted. The queen alighted, courteously received Pantagruel, and was glad to see him. Pantagruel complained to her of this breach of peace, but she civilly made her excuse, telling him that a false information had caused all this mischief, her spies having brought her word that Shrovetide, their mortal foe, was landed, and spent his time in examining the urine of visitors. She therefore entreated him to pardon them their offence, telling him that Sir Reverence was sooner found in chitterlings than Gaul, and offering for herself and her successors to hold of him and his the whole island and country, to obey him in all his commands, be friends to his friends and foes to his foes, and also to send every year, as an acknowledgment of their homage, a tribute of 78,000 royal chitterlings to serve him at his first course at table 6 months in the year, which was punctually performed. For the next day she sent the aforesaid quantity of royal chitterlings to the good Gargantua, under the conduct of young Nifleseth, Infanta of the island. The good Gargantua made a present of them to the great king of Paris, but by change of air, and for want of mustard, the natural balsam and restorer of chitterlings, most of them died. By the great king's particular grant, they were buried in heaps in a part of Paris to this day called La Rue Pavée d'Andouille, the street paved with chitterlings. At the request of the ladies at his court, young Nifleseth was preserved, honourably used, and since that married to heart's content, and was the mother of many children, for which heaven be praised. Pantagruel civilly thanked the queen, forgave all offences, refused the offer she had made of her country, and gave her a pretty little knife. After that he asked several nice questions concerning the apparition of that flying hog. She answered that it was the idea of Carnival, their tutelary god in time of war, first founder and original of all the chitterling race, for which reason he resembled a hog, for chitterlings drew their extraction from hogs. Pantagruel, asking to what purpose and curative indication he had voided so much mustard on the earth, the queen replied that mustard was their sang real, and celestial balsam, of which, laying but a little in the wounds of the fallen chitterlings, in a very short time the wounded were healed and the dead restored to life. Pantagruel held no further discourse with the queen, but retired a shipboard. The like did all the boon companions, with their implements of destruction and their huge sow. Chapter 4, 43. How Pantagruel went into the island of Ruach. 2 days after, we arrived at the island of Ruach, and I swear to you by the celestial hen and chickens that I found the way of living of the people so strange and wonderful that I can't for the heart's blood of me half tell it you. They live on nothing but wind, eat nothing but wind, and drink nothing but wind. They have no other houses but weathercocks. They sow no other seeds but the 3 sorts of windflowers, rue, and herbs that may make one break wind to the purpose. These scour them off carefully. The common sort of people, to feed themselves, make use of feather, paper, or linen fans, according to their abilities. As for the rich, They live by the means of windmills. When they would have some noble treat, the tables are spread under one or two windmills. There they feast as merry as beggars, and during the meal their whole talk is commonly of the goodness, excellency, salubrity, and rarity of winds, as you, jolly topers, in your cups, philosophize and argue upon wines. The one praises the southeast, the other the southwest, this the west and by south, and this the east and by north, another the west, and another the east, and so of the rest. As for lovers and amorous sparks, no gale for them like the smock gale. For the sick they use bellows, as we use clysters among us. Oh, said to me a little diminutive swollen bubble, that I had now but a bladderful of that same Languedoc wind which they call Circe. The famous physician Scuron, passing one day by this country, was telling us that it is so strong that it will make nothing of overturning a loaded wagon. Oh, what good would it not do my Oedipotic leg? The biggest are not the best, but, said Panurge, rather would I had here a large butt of that same good Languedoc wine that grows in Mireveau, Cantebertry, and Frontignan. I saw a good likely sort of a man there, much resembling Montrose, tearing and fuming in a grievous fret with a tall burly groom and a pimping little page of his, laying them on like the devil with a buskin. Not knowing the cause of his anger, at first I thought that all this was by the doctor's advice, as being a thing very healthy to the master to be in a passion, and to his man to be banged for it. But at last I heard him taxing his man with stealing from him, like a rogue as he was, the better half of a large leathern bag of an excellent southerly wind, which he had carefully laid up like a hidden reserve against the cold weather. They neither exonerate, dung, piss, nor spit in that island, but to make amends they belch, fizzle, funk, and give tail-shots in abundance. They are troubled with all manner of distempers, and indeed all distempers are engendered and proceed from ventosities, as Hippocrates demonstrates lib de flatibus. But the most epidemical among them is the wind-colic. The remedies which they use are large clysters, whereby they void store of windiness. They all die of dropsies and tympanies, the men farting and the women fizzling, so that their soul takes her leave at the back door. Some time after, walking in the island, we met 3 harebrained, airy fellows, who seemed mightily puffed up, and went to take their pastime and view the plovers, who live on the same diet as themselves, and abound in the island. I observed that as your true topers, when they travel, carry flasks, leathern bottles, and small runlets along with them, so each of them had at his girdle a pretty little pair of bellows. If they happened to want wind, by the help of those pretty bellows they immediately drew some, fresh and cool by attraction and reciprocal expulsion. For, as you well know, wind, essentially defined, is nothing but fluctuating and agitated air. A while after, we were commanded in the king's name not to receive for 3 hours any man or woman of the country on board our ships, some having stolen from him a rousing fart of the very individual wind which old goodman Aeolus the snorer gave Ulysses to conduct his ship whenever it should happen to be becalmed, which fart the king kept religiously like another Sangreal, and performed a world of wonderful cures with it in many dangerous diseases, letting loose and distributing to the patient only as much of it as might frame a virginal fart, which is, if you must know, what our sanctimonials, alias nuns, in their dialect call ringing backwards. Chapter 4, 44. How small rain lays a high wind. Pantagruel commended their government and way of living, and said to their Hypomnean mayor, "If you approve Epicurus's opinion, placing the summum bonum in pleasure, I mean pleasure that's easy and free from toil, I esteem you happy, for your food, being wind, costs you little or nothing, since you need but blow." "True, sir," returned the mayor, "but, alas, nothing is perfect here below. For too often, when we are at table, feeding on some good blessed wind of God, as on celestial manna, merry as so many friars, down drops on a sudden some small rain, which lays our wind, and so robs us of it. Thus many a meal's lost for want of meat." "Just so," quoth Panurge, "Genin tospat of quinquene, evacuating some wine of his own burning on his wife's posteriors, laid the ill-fumed wind that blowed out of their centre as out of some magisterial eolipile. Here is a kind of whim on that subject which I made formerly. One evening, when Tosspot had been at his butts, and Joan, his fat spouse, crammed with turnips her guts, together they pigged, nor did drink so besought him, but he did what was done when his daddy begot him. Now, when to recruit he'd fain have been snoring, Joan's back door was filthily puffing and roaring, so for spite he bepissed her, and quickly did find that a very small rain lays a very high wind. We are also plagued yearly with a very great calamity, cried the mayor, for a giant called Wide Nostrils, who lives in the island of Tohu, comes hither every spring to purge by the advice of his physicians, and swallows us like so many pills a great number of windmills, and a bellows also, at which his mouth waters exceedingly. Now this is a sad mortification to us here, who are fain to fast over 3 or 4 whole Lents every year for this, besides certain petty Lents, ember weeks, and other orison and starving tides. And have you no remedy for this? Asked Pantagruel. By the advice of our Meserims, replied the mayor, about the time that he uses to give us a visit, we garrison our windmills with good store of cocks and hens. The first time that the greedy thieves swallowed them, they had like to have done his business at once, for they crowed and cackled in his maw, and fluttered up and down athwart and along in his stomach, which threw the glutton into a lipothemy cardiac passion and dreadful and dangerous convulsions, as if some serpent creeping in at his mouth had been frisking in his stomach. Here is a comparative as altogether incongruous and impertinent, cried Friar John, interrupting them. For I have formerly heard that if a serpent chance to get into a man's stomach, it will not do him the least hurt, but will immediately get out if you do but hang the patient by his heels, and lay a panful of warm milk near his mouth. You were told this, said Pantagruel, and so were those who gave you this account. But none ever saw or read of such a cure. On the contrary, Hippocrates, in his 5th book of Epidem, writes that such a case happening in his time, the patient presently died of a spasm and convulsion. Besides the cocks and hens, said the mayor, continuing his story, all the foxes in the country whipped into Wide Nostril's mouth, posting after the poultry, which made such a stir with Reynard at their heels that he grievously fell into fits each minute of an hour. At last, by the advice of a Baden enchanter, at the time of the paroxysm he used to flay a fox by way of antidote and counterpoison. Since that he took better advice, and eases himself with taking a clyster made with a decoction of wheat and barleycorns, and of livers of goslings, to the first of which the poultry run, and the foxes to the latter. Besides, he swallows some of your badgers or fox-dogs by the way of pills and boluses. This is our misfortune. Cease to fear, good people, cried Pantagruel. This huge Wide Nostrils, this same swallower of windmills, is no more, I will assure you. He died, being stifled and choked with a lump of fresh butter at the mouth of a hot oven, by the advice of his physicians. Chapter 4, 45. How Pantagruel went ashore in the island of Pope Figland. The next morning we arrived at the island of Pope Figs, formerly a rich and free people called the Gaillardet, but now, alas, miserably poor, and under the yoke of the Papymen. The occasion of it was this. On a certain yearly high holiday, the burgomaster, syndics, and topping rabbies of the Gaillardet chanced to go into the neighbouring island Papymene to see the festival and pass away the time. Now one of them, having espied the Pope's picture, with the sight of which, according to a laudable custom, the people were blessed on high offering holidays, made mouths at it, and cried, "A fig for it," as a sign of manifest contempt and derision. To be revenged of this affront, the Papymen, some days after, without giving the others the least warning, took arms, and surprised, destroyed, and ruined the whole island of the Gaillardet, putting the men to the sword, and sparing none but the women and children, and those, too, only on condition to do what the inhabitants of Milan were condemned to by the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa. These had rebelled against him in his absence, and ignominiously turned the empress out of the city, mounting her a horseback on a mule called Thakor, with her breech foremost towards the old jaded mule's head, and her face turned towards the crupper. Now Frederick, being returned, mastered them, and caused so careful a search to be made that he found out and got the famous mule Thakor. Then the hangman, by his order, clapped a fig into the mule's gimcrack in the presence of the enslaved cits that were brought into the middle of the great market-place, and proclaimed, in the emperor's name, with trumpets, that whosoever of them would save his own life should publicly pull the fig out with his teeth, and after that put it in again in the very individual cranny whence he had drawed it without using his hands, and that whoever refused to do this should presently swing for it and die in his shoes. Some sturdy fools, standing upon their punctilio, chose honourably to be hanged rather than submit to so shameful and abominable a disgrace, and others, less nice in point of ceremony, took heart of grace, and even resolved to have at the fig, and a fig for it, rather than make a worse figure with a hempen collar, and die in the air at so short warning. Accordingly, when they had neatly picked out the fig with their teeth from old Thakor's snatch-blatch, they plainly showed it the headsman, saying, "Ecco lo fico, behold the fig." By the same ignominy, the rest of these poor distressed gaillards saved their bacon, becoming tributaries and slaves, and the name of Pope figs was given them because they said a fig for the Pope's image. Since this, the poor wretches never prospered, but every year the devil was at their doors, and they were plagued with hail, storms, famine, and all manner of woes, as an everlasting punishment for the sin of their ancestors and relations. Perceiving the misery and calamity of that generation, we did not care to go further up into the country, contenting ourselves with going into a little chapel near the haven to take some holy water. It was dilapidated and ruined, wanting also a cover, like St. Peter at Rome. When we were in, as we dipped our fingers in the sanctified cistern, we spied, in the middle of that holy pickle, a fellow muffled up with stoles, all under water, like a diving duck, except the tip of his snout to draw his breath. About him stood 3 priests, true shavelings, clean shorn and polled, who were muttering strange words to the devils out of a conjuring book. Pantagruel was not a little amazed at this, and inquiring what kind of sport these were at, was told that for 3 years last past the plague had so dreadfully raged in the island that the better half of it had been utterly depopulated, and the lands lay fallow and unoccupied. Now, the mortality being over, this same fellow who had crept into the holy tub, having a large piece of ground, chanced to be sowing it with white winter wheat at the very minute of an hour that a kind of a silly sucking devil, who could not yet write or read or hail and thunder unless it were on parsley and coleworts, had got leave of his master Lucifer to go into this island of Pope figs, where the devils were very familiar with the men and women, and often went to take their pastime. This same devil, being got thither, directed his discourse to the husbandman, and asked him what he was doing. The poor man told him that he was sowing the ground with corn to help him to subsist the next year. "Ay, but the ground is none of thine, Mr. Plowjobber," cried the devil, "but mine. For since the time that you mocked the Pope, all this land has been proscribed, adjudged, and abandoned to us. However, to sow corn is not my province. Therefore I will give thee leave to sow the field, that is to say, provided we share the profit." "I will," replied the farmer. "I mean," said the devil, "that of what the land shall bear 2 lots shall be made, one of what shall grow above ground, the other of what shall be covered with earth. The right of choosing belongs to me, for I am a devil of noble and ancient race, thou art a base clown. I therefore choose what shall lie under ground. Take thou what shall be above. When dost thou reckon to reap, ha?" "About the middle of July," quoth the farmer. "Well," said the devil, "I'll not fail thee then. In the meantime, slave as thou oughtest. Work, clown, work. I am going to tempt the pleasing sin of whoring the nuns of Dryfart, the sham saints of the Cowl, and the gluttonish crew. I am more than sure of these. They need but meat, and the job is done. True fire and tinder, touch and take. Down falls none, and up gets friar." Chapter 4, 46. How a Junior Devil was fooled by a husbandman of Pope Figland. In the middle of July, the devil came to the place aforesaid with all his crew at his heels, a whole choir of the younger fry of hell, and having met the farmer, said to him, "Well, Claude Pate, how hast thou done since I went? Thou and I must share the concern." "Ay, Master Devil," quoth the clown, "it is but reason we should." Then he and his men began to cut and reap the corn, and on the other side the devil's imps fell to work, grubbing up and pulling out the stubble by the root. The countryman had his corn thrashed, winnowed it, put into sacks, and went with it to market. The same did the devil's servants, and set them down there by the man to sell their straw. The countryman sold off his corn at a good rate, and with the money filled an old kind of a demi-buskin which was fastened to his girdle. But the devil a sou the devils took. Far from taking hansel, they were flouted and jeered by the country louts. Market being over, quoth the devil to the farmer, "Well, clown, thou hast choused me once, it is thy fault. Choust me twice, 'twill be mine." "Nay, good Sir Devil," replied the farmer, "how can I be said to have choused you, since it was your worship that chose first? The truth is, that by this trick you thought to cheat me, hoping that nothing would spring out of the earth for my share, and that you should find whole underground the corn which I had sowed, and with it tempt the poor and needy, the close hypocrite, or the covetous griper, thus making them fall into your snares. But troth, you must e'en go to school yet. You are no conjurer for aught I see, for the corn that was sowed is dead and rotten, its corruption having caused the generation of that which you saw me sell. So you chose the worst, and therefore are cursed in the gospel." "Well, talk no more of it," quoth the devil. "What canst thou sow our field with for next year?" "If a man would make the best of it," answered the ploughman, "'twere fit he sow it with radish." "Now," cried the devil, "thou talkest like an honest fellow, bumpkin. Well, sow me good store of radish. I'll see and keep them safe from storms, and will not hail a bit on them. But hark ye me, this time I bespeak for my share what shall be above ground. What's under shall be thine. Drudge on, Luby, drudge on. I am going to tempt heretics. Their souls are dainty victuals when broiled in rashers and well powdered. My Lord Lucifer has the griping in the guts. They'll make a dainty warm dish for his honour's maw." When the season of radishes was come, our devil failed not to meet in the field, with the train of rascally underlings, all waiting devils, and finding there the farmer and his men, he began to cut and gather the leaves of the radishes. After him the farmer, with his spade, dug up the radishes, and clapped them up into pouches. This done, the devil, the farmer, and their gangs hied them to market, and there the farmer presently made good money of his radishes. But the poor devil took nothing. Nay, what was worse, he was made a common laughing-stock by the gaping hoydens. "I see thou hast played me a scurvy trick, thou villainous fellow," cried the angry devil. "At last I am fully resolved even to make an end of the business betwixt thee and myself about the ground, and these shall be the terms. We will clapper-claw each other, and whoever of us two shall first cry hold shall quit his share of the field, which shall wholly belong to the conqueror. I fix the time for this trial of skill on this day's sevennight. Assure thyself that I'll claw thee off like a devil. I was going to tempt your fornicators, bailiffs, perplexers of causes, scriveners, forgers of deeds, two-handed counsellors, prevaricating solicitors, and other such vermin, but they were so civil as to send me word by an interpreter that they are all mine already. Besides, our master Lucifer is so cloyed with their souls that he often sends them back to the smutty scullions and slovenly devils of his kitchen, and they scarce go down with him unless now and then, when they are high-seasoned. Some say there is no breakfast like a student's, no dinner like a lawyer's, no afternoon's nuncheon like a vine-dresser's, no supper like a tradesman's, no second supper like a serving-wench's, and none of these meals equal to a frockified hobgoblin's. All this is true enough. Accordingly, at my Lord Lucifer's first course, hobgoblins, alias imps in cowls, are a standing dish. He willingly used to breakfast on students, but, alas, I do not know by what ill luck they have of late years joined the Holy Bible to their studies. So the devil a one can we get down among us, and I verily believe that, unless the hypocrites of the tribe of Levi help us in it, taking from the enlightened bookmongers their St. Paul, either by threats, revilings, force, violence, fire and faggot, we shall not be able to hook in any more of them to nibble at below. He dines commonly on counsellors, mischief-mongers, multipliers of lawsuits, such as wrest and pervert right and law, and grind and fleece the poor. He never fears to want any of these. But who can endure to be wedded to a dish? He said t'other day at a full chapter that he had a great mind to eat the soul of one of the fraternity of the cowl that had forgot to speak for himself in his sermon, and he promised double pay and a large pension to any one that should bring him such a titbit piping hot. We all went a-hunting after such a rarity, but came home without the prey, for they all admonished the good women to remember their convent. As for afternoon nuncheons, he has left them off, since he was so woefully griped with the colic, his fosterers, sutlers, charcoal-men, and boiling cooks having been sadly mauled and peppered off in the northern countries. His high devilship sups very well on tradesmen, usurers, apothecaries, cheats, coiners, and adulterers of wares. Now and then, when he is on the merry pin, his second supper is of serving wenches, who, after they have by stealth soaked their faces with their master's good liquor, fill up the vessel with it at second hand, or with other stinking water. Well, drudge on, poor, drudge on. I am going to tempt the students of Trebizond to leave father and mother, forgo for ever the established and common rule of living, disclaim and free themselves from obeying their lawful sovereign's edicts, live in absolute liberty, proudly despise everyone, laugh at all mankind, and, taking the fine jovial little cap of poetic license, become so many pretty hobgoblins. Chapter 4, 47. How the Devil was deceived by an old woman of Pope Figland. The country lob trudged home very much concerned and thoughtful, you may swear, insomuch that his good woman, seeing him thus look moping, weened that something had been stolen from him at market. But when she had heard the cause of his affliction, and seen his budget well lined with coin, she bade him be of good cheer, assuring him that he would be never the worse for the scratching bout in question, wishing him only to leave her to manage that business, and not trouble his head about it, for she had already contrived how to bring him off cleverly. "Let the worst come to the worst," said the husbandman. "It will be but a scratch, for I'll yield at the first stroke and quit the field." "Quit a fart," replied the wife. "He shall have none of the field. Rely upon me, and be quiet. Let me alone to deal with him. You say he is a pimping little devil. That is enough. I will soon make him give up the field, I will warrant you. Indeed, had he been a great devil, it had been somewhat. The day that we landed in the island happened to be that which the devil had fixed for the combat. Now the countryman having, like a good Catholic, very fairly confessed himself and received betimes in the morning, by the advice of the vicar had hid himself, all but the snout, in the holy water pot, in the posture in which we found him, and just as they were telling us this story, news came that the old woman had fooled the devil and gained the field. You may not be sorry, perhaps, to hear how this happened. The devil, you must know, came to the poor man's door, and, rapping there, cried, "So ho, ho, the house! Ho, clodpate, where art thou? Come out with a vengeance! Come out with a wanion! Come out, and be damned! Now for clawing!" Then, briskly and resolutely entering the house, and not finding the countryman there, he spied his wife lying on the ground, piteously weeping and howling. "What is the matter?" asked the devil. "Where is he? What does he?" "Oh, that I knew where he is," replied 75. "The wicked rogue, the butcherly dog, the murderer! He has spoiled me. I am undone. I die of what he has done me." "How?" cried the devil. "What is it? I'll tickle him off for you by and by." "Alas!" cried the old dissembler, "he told me, the butcher, the tyrant, the terror of devils, told me that he had made a match to scratch with you this day, and to try his claws he did but touch me with his little finger here betwixt the legs, and has spoiled me for ever. Oh, I am a dead woman. I shall never be myself again. Do but see! Nay, and besides, he talked of going to the smith's to have his pounces sharpened and pointed. Alas, you are undone, Mr. Devil. Good sir, scamper quickly. I am sure he won't stay. Save yourself, I beseech you." While she said this, she uncovered herself up to the chin, after the manner in which the Persian women met their children who fled from the fight, and plainly showed her what-you-call-'em. The frightened devil, seeing the enormous solution of the continuity in all its dimensions, blessed himself and cried out, "Mahon, Demiorgan, Megara, Electro, Persephone! 'Slife catch me here when he comes. I am gone. 'Sdeath, what a gash! I resign him the field." Having heard the catastrophe of the story, we retired a shipboard, not being willing to stay there any longer. Pantagruel gave to the poor's box of the fabric of the church 18,000 good royals, in commiseration of the poverty of the people and the calamity of the place. Chapter 4, 48. How Pantagruel went ashore at the island of Papamene. Having left the desolate island of the Pope Figs, we sailed for the space of a day very fairly and merrily, and made the blessed island of Papamene. As soon as we had dropped anchor in the road, before we had well moored our ship with ground tackle, 4 persons in different garbs rowed towards us in a skiff. One of them was dressed like a monk in his frock, draggle-tailed and booted, the other like a falconer with a lure and a long-winged hawk on his fist, the third like a solicitor with a large bag full of information, subpoenas, breviates, bills, writs, cases, and other implements of pettifogging. The fourth looked like one of your vine-barbers about Aucléon, with a jaunty pair of canvas trousers, a dosser, and a pruning knife at his girdle. As soon as the boat had clapped them on board, they all with one voice asked, "Have you seen him, good passengers? Have you seen him?" "Who?" asked Pantagruel. "You know who," answered they. "Who is it?" asked Friar John. "Splodanoons, I'll thrash him thick and threefold." This he said, thinking that they inquired after some robber, murderer, or church-breaker. "Oh, wonderful!" cried the 4. "Do not you foreign people know the one?" "Sirs," replied Epistemon, "we do not understand those terms. But if you will be pleased to let us know who you mean, we will tell you the truth of the matter without any more ado." "We mean," said they, "he that is. Did you ever see him?" "He that is," returned Pantagruel, "according to our theological doctrine, is God, who said to Moses, 'I am that I am.' We never saw him, nor can he be beheld by mortal eyes." "We mean nothing less than that supreme God who rules in heaven," replied they. "We mean the God on earth. Did you ever see him?" "Upon my honour," replied Copeland, "they mean the Pope." "Ay, ay," answered Panurge. "Yea, verily, gentlemen, I have seen 3 of them, whose sight has not much bettered me." "How?" cried they. "Our sacred decretals inform us that there never is more than one living." "I mean successively, one after the other," returned Panurge. "Otherwise I never saw more than one at a time." "Oh, thrice and 4 times happy people!" cried they. "You are welcome, and more than double welcome." They then kneeled down before us, and would have kissed our feet, but we would not suffer it, telling them that should the Pope come thither in his own person, 'tis all they could do to him. "No, certainly," answered they, "for we have already resolved upon the matter. We would kiss his bare ass without boggling at it, and eke his 2-pounders, for he has a pair of them, the Holy Father, that he has. We find it so by our fine decretals, otherwise he could not be Pope. So that, according to our subtle decretal and philosophy, this is a necessary consequence. He is Pope, therefore he has genitories, and should genitories no more be found in the world could no more have a Pope." While they were talking thus, Pantagruel inquired of one of the coxswain's crew who those persons were. He answered that they were the 4 estates of the island, and added that we should be made as welcome as princes, since we had seen the Pope. Panurge, having been acquainted with this by Pantagruel, said to him in his ear, "I swear and vow, sir, 'tis even so. He that has patience may compass anything. Seeing the Pope had done us no good, now, in the devil's name, 'twill do us a great deal." We then went ashore, and the whole country, men, women, and children, came to meet us as in a solemn procession. Our 4 estates cried out to them with a loud voice, "They have seen him! They have seen him!" They have seen him!" That proclamation being made, all the mob kneeled before us, lifting up their hands towards heaven, and crying, "O happy men! O most happy!" and this acclamation lasted above a quarter of an hour. Then came the Busby, parenthesized exclamation point. Then came the Busby of the place, with all his pedagogues, ushers, and schoolboys, whom he magisterially flogged as they used to whip children in our country formerly, when some criminal was hanged, that they might remember it. This displeased Pantagruel, who said to them, "Gentlemen, if you do not leave off whipping these poor children, I am gone." The people were amazed, hearing his stentorian voice, and I saw a little hump with long fingers say to the haberdiscal, "What, in the name of wonder, do all those that see the Pope grow as tall as yon huge fellow that threatens us? Ah, how I shall think time long till I have seen him too, that I may grow and look as big." In short, the acclamations were so great that Humorous, so they called their bishop, hastened thither on an unbridled mule with green trappings, attended by his aposts, as they said, and his supposts, or officers, bearing crosses, banners, standards, canopies, torches, holy water pots, etc. He too wanted to kiss our feet, as the good Christian Valfinier did to Pope Clement, saying that one of their hypothetes, that's one of the scavengers, scourers, and commentators of their holy decretals, had written that in the same manner as the Messiah, so long and so much expected by the Jews, at last appeared among them, so on some happy day of God the Pope would come into that island, and that while they waited for that blessed time, if any who had seen him at Rome or elsewhere chanced to come among them, they should make sure to make much of them, feast them plentifully, and treat them with a great deal of reverence. However, we civilly desired to be excused. Chapter 4, 49. How Homenos, Bishop of Papamene, showed us the Uranapat decretals. Homenos then said to us, "'Tis enjoined us by our holy decretals to visit churches first, and taverns after. Therefore, not to decline that fine institution, let us go to church. We will afterwards go and feast ourselves." "Man of God," quoth Friar John, "do you go before, we'll follow you. You spoke in the matter properly, and like a good Christian. 'Tis long since we saw any such. For my part, this rejoices my mind very much, and I verily believe that I shall have the better stomach after it. Well, 'tis a happy thing to meet with good men." Being come near the gate of the church, we spied a huge thick book, gilt and covered all over with precious stones, as rubies, emeralds, diamonds, and pearls, more, or at least as valuable, as those which Augustus consecrated to Jupiter Capitolinus. This book hanged in the air, being fastened with two thick chains of gold to the zoephore of the porch. We looked on it and admired it. As for Pantagruel, he handled it, and dandled it, and turned it as he pleased, for he could reach it without straining. And he protested that whenever he touched it, he was seized with a pleasant tickling at his finger's end, new life and activity in his arms, and a violent temptation in his mind to beat one or two sergeants or such officers, provided they were not of the shaveling kind. Homenos then said to us, "The law was formerly given to the Jews by Moses, written by God himself. At Delphos, before the portal of Apollo's temple, this sentence, Niothi Sauton, was found written with a divine hand, and some time after it, A was also seen, and as divinely written and transmitted from heaven. Cybele's image was brought out of heaven into a field called Pessinent in Phrygia. So was that of Diana to Tauris, if you will believe Euripides. The oriflamme, or holy standard, was transmitted out of heaven to the noble and most Christian kings of France, to fight against the unbelievers. In the reign of Numa Pompilius, second king of the Romans, the famous copper buckler called Ancile was seen to descend from heaven. At Acropolis, near Athens, a Minerva's statue formerly fell from the imperial heaven. In like manner the sacred decretals which you see were written with the hand of an angel, of the cherubim kind. You outlandish people will hardly believe this, I fear. Little enough of conscience, said Panurge. And then, continued Homenas, they were miraculously transmitted to us here, from the very heaven of heavens, in the same manner as the river Nile is called Diapetes by Homer, the father of all philosophy, the holy decretals always excepted. Now, because you have seen the Pope, their evangelist and everlasting protector, we will give you leave to see and kiss them on the inside, if you think meet. But then you must fast 3 days before, and canonically confess, nicely and strictly mustering up and inventorizing your sins, great and small, so thick that one single circumstance of them may not escape you, as our holy decretals, which you see, direct. This will take up some time. Man of God, answered Panurge, we have seen and descried decrees and decretals enough a conscience, some on paper, other on parchment, fine and gay like any painted paper lantern, some on vellum, some in manuscript, and others in print. So you need not take half these pains to show us these. We'll take the good will for the deed, and thank you as much as if we had. Ay, marry, said Homenas, but you never saw these that are angelically written. Those in your country are only transcripts from ours, as we find it written by one of our own decretal scholiasts. For me, do not spare me. I do not value the labour, so I may serve you. Do but tell me whether you will be confessed and fast only 3 short little days of God. As for shriving, answered Panurge, there can be no great harm in't. But this same fasting, master of mine, will hardly down with us at this time, for we have so very much over-fasted ourselves at sea, that the spiders have spun their cobwebs over our grinders. Do but look on this good Friar John des Entomeurs. Homenas then courteously demi-clipped him about the neck. Some moss is growing in his throat for want of bestirring and exercising his chaps. He speaks the truth, vouched Friar John. I have so much fasted that I'm almost grown hump-shouldered. Come, then, let's go into the church, said Homenas, and pray forgive us if for the present we do not sing you a fine high mass. The hour of midday is past, and after it our sacred decretals forbid us to sing mass. I mean your high and lawful mass, but I'll say a low and dry one for you. I had rather have one moistened with some good Anjou wine, cried Panurge. Fall to your low mass, and dispatch. Odds bodikins, quoth Friar John, it frets me to the guts that I must have an empty stomach at this time of day. For, had I eaten a good breakfast and fed like a monk, if he should chance to sing us the Requiem Aeternam Dona Eis Domine, I had then brought thither bread and wine for the traits passes, those that are gone before. Well, patience, pull away and save tide, short and sweet, I pray you, and this for a cause. End of section 6. Section 7 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 4, by François Rabelais, translated by John Ozell and Peter Anthony Motu. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Chapter 4, 50. How Homenas showed us the archetype or representation of a pope. Mass being mumbled over, Homenas took a huge bundle of keys out of a trunk near the head altar, and put 32 of them into so many keyholes, put back so many springs, then with 14 more mastered so many padlocks, and at last opened an iron window strongly barred above the said altar. This being done, in token of great mystery, he covered himself with wet sackcloth, and, drawing a curtain of crimson satin, showed us an image daubed over, coarsely enough to my thinking. Then he touched it with a pretty long stick, and made us all kiss the part of the stick that had touched the image. After this he said unto us, What think you of this image? It is the likeness of a pope, answered Pantagruel. I know it by the triple crown, his furt amice, his rochet, and his slipper. You are in the right, said Homenas. It is the idea of that same good God on earth whose coming we devoutly await, and whom we hope one day to see in this country. O happy, wished-for, and much-expected day! And happy, most happy you, whose propitious stars have so favoured you as to let you see the living and real face of this good God on earth, by the single sight of whose picture we obtain full remission of all the sins which we remember that we have committed, as also a third part and 18 quarantaines of the sins which we have forgot, and indeed we only see it on high annual holidays. This caused Pantagruel to say that it was a work like those which Daedalus used to make, since, though it were deformed and ill-drawn, nevertheless some divine energy, in point of partons, lay hid and concealed in it. Thus, said Friar John, at Seuil, the rascally beggars being one evening on a solemn holiday at supper in the Spittal, one bragged of having got 6 blancs, or 2 halfpenny, another 8 liards, or 2, a third 7 carolus, or 6. But an old mumper made his vaunts of having got 3 testons, or 5 shillings. Ah, but, cried his comrades, thou hast a leg of God, as if, continued Friar John, some divine virtue could lie hid in a stinking, ulcerated, rotten shank. Pray, said Pantagruel, when you are foretelling us some such nauseous tale, be so kind as not to forget to provide a basin, Friar John. I'll assure you I had much ado to forbear bringing up my breakfast. Fie, I wonder a man of your coat is not ashamed to use thus the sacred name of God in speaking of things so filthy and abominable. Fie, I say. If among your monking tribes such an abuse of words is allowed, I beseech you leave it there, and do not let it come out of the cloisters. Physicians, said Epistemon, thus attribute a kind of divinity to some diseases. Nero also extolled mushrooms, and in a Greek proverb termed them divine food, because with them he had poisoned Claudius, his predecessor. But methinks, gentlemen, this same picture is not over like our late popes, for I have seen them not with their pallium, amice, or rochet on, but with helmets on their heads more like the top of a Persian turban, and while the Christian commonwealth was in peace, they alone were most furiously and cruelly making war. This must have been, then, returned Homenas, against the rebellious heretical Protestants, reprobates who are disobedient to the holiness of this good God on earth. 'Tis not only lawful for him to do so, but it is enjoined him by the sacred decretals, and if any dare transgress one single iota against their commands, whether they be emperors, kings, dukes, princes, or commonwealths, he is immediately to pursue them with fire and sword, strip them of all their goods, take their kingdoms from them, proscribe them, anathematize them, and destroy not only their bodies, those of their children, relations, and others, but damn also their souls to the very bottom of the most hot and burning cauldron in hell. Here, in the devil's name, said Panurge, the people are no heretics, such as was our Ramenegrobis, and as they are in Germany and England. You are Christians of the best edition, all picked and culled, for what I see. Ay, marry are we, returned Homenas, and for that reason we shall all be saved. Now let us go and bless ourselves with holy water, and then to dinner. Chapter 4, 51. Table Talk in Praise of the Decretals. Now, topers, pray observe that while Homenas was saying his dry mass, 3 collectors, or licensed beggars of the church, each of them with a large basin, went round among the people with a loud voice, Pray remember the blessed men who have seen his face. As we came out of the temple, they brought their basins brimful of peppermint chink to Homenas, who told us that it was plentifully to feast with, and that of this contribution and voluntary tax, one part should be laid out in good drinking, another in good eating, and the remainder in both, according to an admirable exposition hidden in a corner of their holy decretals, which was performed to a T, and that at a noted tavern not much unlike that of Will's in Amiens. Believe me, we tickled it off there with copious cramming and numerous swilling. I made 2 notable observations at that dinner. The one, that there was not one dish served up, whether of cabritas, capons, hogs, of which latter there is great plenty in Papamene, pigeons, conies, leverets, turkeys, or others, without abundance of magistral stuff. The other, that every course, and the fruit also, were served up by unmarried females of the place, tight lasses, I'll assure you, waggish, fair, good-conditioned, and comely spruce, and fit for business. They were all clad in fine white long albs, with 2 girts, their hair interwoven with narrow tape and purple ribbon, stuck with roses, gillyflowers, marjoram, daffodowndillies, thyme, and other sweet flowers. At every cadence they invited us to drink and bang it about, dropping us neat and genteel curtsies, nor was the sight of them unwelcome to all the company. And as for Friar John, he leered on them sideways, like a cur that steals a capon. When the first course was taken off, the females melodiously sung us an epode in the praise of the sacrosanct decretals. And then, the second course being served up, Homenas, joyful and cheery, said to one of the she-butlers, "Light here, Clerica." Immediately one of the girls brought him a tall boy brimful of extravagant wine. He took fast hold of it, and fetching a deep sigh, said to Pantagruel, "My lord, and you, my good friends, here's to ye, with all my heart. You are all very welcome." When he had tipped that off, and given the tall boy to the pretty creature, he lifted up his voice, and said, "O most holy decretals, how good is good wine, found through your means!" "This is the best jest we have had yet," observed Panurge. "But it would still be a better," said Pantagruel, "if they could turn bad wine into good." "O seraphic sextum," continued Homenas, "how necessary are you not to the salvation of poor mortals? O cherubi Clementini, how perfectly the perfect institution of a true Christian is contained and described in you! O angelical extravagantes, how many poor souls that wander up and down in mortal bodies through this vale of misery would perish were it not for you! When shall this special gift of grace be bestowed on mankind, as to lay aside all other studies and concerns, to use you, to peruse you, to understand you, to know you by heart, to practice you, to incorporate you, to turn you into blood, and incenter you into the deepest ventricles of their brains, the inmost marrow of their bones, and most intricate labyrinth of their arteries? Then, and no sooner than then, nor otherwise than thus, shall the world be happy." While the old man was thus running on, Epistemon rose and softly said to Panurge, "For want of a close stool, I must even leave you for a moment or two. This stuff has unbunged the orifice of my mustard barrel, but I'll not tarry long." Then, continued Homenas, "no hail, frost, ice, snow, overflowing or vis major, then plenty of all earthly goods here below. Then uninterrupted and eternal peace through the universe, an end of all wars, plunderings, drudgeries, robbing, assassinates, unless it be to destroy these cursed rebels, the heretics. Then rejoicing, cheerfulness, jollity, solace, sports, and delicious pleasures over the face of the earth. What great learning, inestimable erudition, and godlike precepts are knit, linked, riveted, and mortised in the divine chapters of these eternal decretals! How wonderfully, if you read but one demi-canon, short paragraph, or single observation of these sacrosanct decretals, how wonderfully, I say, do you not perceive to kindle in your hearts a furnace of divine love, charity towards your neighbor, provided he be no heretic, bold contempt of all casual and sublunary things, firm content in all your affections, and ecstatic elevation of soul even to the third heaven." Chapter 4, 52, a continuation of the miracles caused by the decretals. Wisely, brother Timothy, quoth Panurge, did am. He says blue, but for my part I believe as little of it as I can. For one day, by chance, I happened to read a chapter of them at Poitiers, at the most decretally potent Scotch doctor's, and old Nick turned me into bum-fodder if this did not make me so hide-bound and costive that for 4 or 5 days I hardly scumbered one poor buttock of reverence, and that, too, was full as dry and hard, I protest, as Catullus tells us with those of his neighbour Furius. Nec toto decies cargas in anno, atque id durius est faba et lapidis, quod tu si manibus terras fricesque, non unquam digitum inquinare posses. "Oh-ho!" cried Homenas, "by a lady, it may be you were then in the state of mortal sin, my friend." "Well turned," cried Panurge, "this was a new strain agad." "One day," said Friar John, "at Surrey, I had applied to my posteriors, by way of a hind-towel, a leaf of an old clementini which our rent-gatherer, John Guimard, had thrown out into the green of our cloister. Now the devil broil me like a black pudding if I wasn't so abominably plagued with chaps, chawns, and piles at the fundament, that the orifice of my poor knock-and-row was in a most woeful pickle for I don't know how long." "By a lady," cried Homenas, "it was a plain punishment of God for the sin that you had committed in bewraying that sacred book which you ought rather to have kissed and adored. I say with an adoration of Latria, or of Hyperdulia at least. The Panormiton never told a lie in the matter." Saith Ponocrates, "At Montpellier, Jean Chouart, having bought of the monks of Saint-Hilaire a delicate set of decretals written on fine large parchment of Lamballe, to beat gold between the leaves, not so much as a piece that was beaten in them came to good, but all were delacerated and spoiled. Mark this," cried Homenas, "'twas a divine punishment and vengeance." At Mans, said Eudemont, Francis Cornu, apothecary, had turned an old set of extravagantes into waste paper. May I never stir if whatever was lapped up in them was not immediately corrupted, rotten, and spoiled. Incense, pepper, clove, cinnamon, saffron, wax, cassia, rhubarb, tamarinds, all drugs and spices were lost without exception. "Mark, mark," quoth Homenas, "an effect of divine justice. This comes of putting the sacred scriptures to such profane uses." At Paris, said Carpalin, Snip Granier the tailor had turned an old clementini into patterns and measures, and all the clothes that were cut on them were utterly spoiled and lost. Gowns, hoods, cloaks, cassocks, jerkins, jackets, waistcoats, capes, doublets, petticoats, corps-de-robe, farthingales, and so forth. Snip, thinking to cut a hood, would cut you out a codpiece. Instead of a cassock, he would make you a high-crowned hat. For a waistcoat, he'd shape you out a rochet. On the pattern of a doublet, he'd make you a thing like a frying-pan. Then, his journeyman having stitched it up, did jag it and pink it at the bottom, so that it looked like a pan to fry chestnuts. Instead of a cape, he made a buskin. For a farthingale, he shaped a Montero cap. And thinking to make a cloak, he'd cut out a pair of your big outstrutting Swiss breeches, with panes like the outside of a tabor, insomuch that Snip was condemned to make good the stuffs to all his customers. And to this day poor Cabbage's hair grows through his hood, and his ass through his pocket-holes. Mark, an effect of heavenly wrath and vengeance, cried Homenas. At Cahusac, said Gymnast, a match being made by the lords of Étissac and Vicomte Lucun to shoot at a mark, Perrotou had taken to pieces a set of decretals, and set one of the leaves for the white to shoot at. Now I sell, nay, I give and bequeath for ever and aye the mould of my doublet to 1,500 hampers full of black devils, if ever any archer in the country, though they are singular marksmen in Guienne, could hit the white. Not the least bit of the holy scribble was contaminated or touched. Nay, and Saint-Saurin the elder, who held stakes, swore to us, figue dur, hard figs, his greatest oath, that he had openly, visibly, and manifestly seen the bolt of Carquelin moving right to the round circle in the middle of the white, and that just on the point when it was going to hit and enter, it had gone aside, above 7 foot and 4 inches wide of it, towards the bakehouse. "Miracle!" cried Homenas. "Miracle! Miracle! Clerica, come, wench, light here. Here's to you all, gentlemen. I vow you seem to me very sound Christians." While he said this, the maidens began to snicker at his elbow, grinning, giggling, and twittering among themselves. Friar John began to paw, neigh, and whinny at the snout's end, as one ready to leap, or at least to play the ass, and get up and ride tantivy to the devil like a beggar on horseback. "Methinks," said Pantagruel, "a man might have been more out of danger near the white of which Gymnast spoke than was formerly Diogenes near another." "How is that?" asked Homenas. "What was it? Was he one of your decretalists?" "Rarely fallen in again, egad," said Epistemon, returning from stool. "I see he will hook his decretals in, though by the head and shoulders." "Diogenes," said Pantagruel, "one day for pastime went to see some archers that shot at butts, one of whom was so unskilful that when it was his turn to shoot, all the bystanders went aside, lest he should mistake them for the mark. Diogenes had seen him shoot extremely wide of it, so when the other was taking aim a second time, and the people removed at a great distance to the right and left of the white, he placed himself close by the mark, holding that place to be the safest, and that so bad an archer would certainly rather hit any other. One of the Lord d'Estisac's pages at last found out the charm," pursued Gymnast, "and by his advice Perotou put in another white made up of some papers of Pouillac's lawsuit, and then everyone shot cleverly." "At Landerousse," said Risotome, "at Jean de Leaf's wedding, were very great doings, as was then the custom of the country. After supper several farces, interludes, and comical scenes were acted. They had also several morris dancers with bells and tabors, and divers sorts of masks and mummers were let in. My schoolfellows and I, to grace the festival to the best of our power, for fine white and purple liveries had been given to all of us in the morning, contrived a merry masque with store of cockle shells, shells of snails, periwinkles, and such other. Then, for want of cuckoo pint or priest pintle, lousebur, clote, and paper, we made ourselves false faces with the leaves of an old sextum that had been thrown by and lay there for any one that would take it up, cutting out holes for the eyes, nose, and mouth. Now did you ever hear the like since you were born? When we had played our little boyish antic tricks, and came to take off our sham faces, we appeared more hideous and ugly than the little devils that acted the Passion at Douay, for our faces were utterly spoiled at the places which had been touched by those leaves. One had there the smallpox, another God's token, or the plague spot, a third the crinkums, a fourth the measles, a fifth botches, bushes, and carbuncles. In short, he came off the least hurt, who only lost his teeth by the bargain." "Miracle!" bawled out Homenas. "Miracle!" "Hold, hold!" cried Risotome. "It is not yet time to clap. My sister Kate and my sister Wren had put the crepines of their hoods, their ruffles, snuffakins, and neck-ruffs, new washed, starched, and ironed, into that very book of decretals, for you must know it was covered with thick boards, and had strong clasps. Now, by the virtue of God—" "Hold!" interrupted Homenas. "What God do you mean?" "There is but one," answered Risotome. "In heaven, I grant," replied Homenas, "but we have another here on earth, you see." "Ay, marry, have we," said Risotome, "but on my soul I protest I had quite forgot it. Well then, by the virtue of God the Pope, their pinners, neck-ruffs, bib, coifs, and other linen turned as black as a charcoal-man's sack." "Miracle!" cried Homenas. "Here, Clerica, light me here, and prithee, girl, observe these rare stories." "How comes it to pass, then," asked Friar John, "that people say, ever since decrees had tails, and gendarmes lugged heavy mails, since each monk would have a horse, all went here from bad to worse?" "I understand you," answered Homenas. This is one of the quirks and little satires of the newfangled heretics. Chapter 4, 53. How, by the virtue of the decretals, gold is subtly drawn out of France to Rome. I would, said Epistemon, it had cost me a pint of the best tripe that ever can enter into gut, so we had but compared with the original the dreadful chapters execrabilis, de multa, si plures, de annatus per totum, nisi essent, cum ad monasterium, quod delectio, mandatum, and certain others that draw every year out of France to Rome 400,000 ducats and more. Do you make nothing of this? Asked Homenas. Though methinks, after all, it is but little, if we consider that France, the most Christian, is the only nurse the see of Rome has. However, find me in the whole world a book, whether of philosophy, physic, law, mathematics, or other humane learning, nay, even, by my God, of the Holy Scripture itself, will draw as much money thence. None, none, pshaw, tush, blurt, pish, none can. You may look till your eyes drop out of your head, nay, till doomsday in the afternoon, before you can find another of that energy. I'll pass my word for that. Yet these devilish heretics refuse to learn and know it. Burn 'em, tear 'em, nip 'em with hot pincers, drown 'em, hang 'em, spit 'em at the bunghole, pelt 'em, pot 'em, bruise 'em, beat 'em, cripple 'em, dismember 'em, cut 'em, gut 'em, bowel 'em, paunch 'em, thrash 'em, slash 'em, gush 'em, chop 'em, slice 'em, slit 'em, carve 'em, saw 'em, beth, whack 'em, pare 'em, hack 'em, hew 'em, mince 'em, flay 'em, boil 'em, broil 'em, roast 'em, toast 'em, bake 'em, fry 'em, crucify 'em, crush 'em, squeeze 'em, grind 'em, batter 'em, burst 'em, quarter 'em, unlimb 'em, behump 'em, bethump 'em, belam 'em, belabor 'em, pepper 'em, spitchcock 'em, and carbonate 'em on gridirons, these wicked heretics. Decretalifuges, decretalicides, worse than homicides, worse than patricides, decretalictones of the devil of hell. As for you other good people, I must earnestly pray and beseech you to believe no other thing, to think on, say, undertake, or do no other thing than what's contained in our sacred decretals and their corollaries, this fine sextum, these fine clementini, these fine extravagantes. O deific books! So shall you enjoy glory, honor, exaltation, wealth, dignities, and preferments in this world, be revered and dreaded by all, preferred, elected, and chosen above all men. For there is not under the cope of heaven a condition of men out of which you'll find persons fitter to do and handle all things than those who, by divine prescience, eternal predestination, have applied themselves to the study of the holy decretals. Would you choose a worthy emperor, a good captain, a fit general in time of war, one that can well foresee all inconveniences, avoid all dangers, briskly and bravely bring his men on to a breach or attack, still be on sure grounds, always overcome without loss of his men, and know how to make a good use of his victory? Take me a decretist. No, I mean a decretalist. Oh, the foul blunder, whispered Epistemon. Would you, in time of peace, find a man capable of wisely governing the state of a commonwealth, of a kingdom, of an empire, of a monarchy, sufficient to maintain the clergy, nobility, senate, and commons in wealth, friendship, unity, obedience, virtue, and honesty? Take a decretalist. Would you find a man who, by his exemplary life, eloquence, and pious admonitions, may in a short time, without effusion of human blood, conquer the Holy Land, and bring over to the Holy Church the misbelieving Turks, Jews, Tartars, Muscovites, Mamelukes, and Sarabanites? Take me a decretalist. What makes, in many countries, the people rebellious and depraved? Pages, saucy and mischievous, students, sottish and dunsical? Nothing but that their governors and tutors were not decretalists. But what, on your conscience, was it, do you think, that established, confirmed, and authorized those fine religious orders with whom you see the Christian world everywhere adorned, graced, and illustrated, as the firmament is with its glorious stars? The holy decretals. What was it that founded, underpropped, and fixed, and now maintains, nourishes, and feeds the devout monks and friars in convents, monasteries, and abbeys, so that, did they not daily and mightily pray without ceasing, the world would be in evident danger of returning to its primitive chaos? The sacred decretals. What makes and daily increases the famous and celebrated patrimony of St. Peter in plenty, of all temporal, corporeal, and spiritual blessings? The holy decretals. What made the Holy Apostolic See and Pope of Rome, in all times, and at this present, so dreadful in the universe, that all kings, emperors, potentates, and lords, willing, nilling, must depend on him, hold of him, be crowned, confirmed, and authorized by him, come thither to strike sail, buckle, and fall down before his holy slipper, whose picture you have seen? The mighty decretals of God. I will discover you a great secret. The universities of your world have commonly a book, either open or shut, in their arms and devices. What book do you think it is? Truly, I do not know, answered Pantagruel. I never read it. It is the decretals, said Humorous, without which the privileges of all universities would soon be lost. You must own that I have taught you this, ha 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 ha. Here Humorous began to belch, to fart, to funk, to laugh, to slaver, and to sweat, and then he gave his huge, greasy, four-cornered cap to one of the lasses, who clapped it on her pretty head with a great deal of joy, after she had lovingly bussed it, as a sure token that she should be first married. "Vivat!" cried Epistemon. "Fifot, pibot, pipot." "Oh, apocalyptic secret," continued Humorous. "Light, light, Clerica, light here with double lanterns. Now for the fruit, virgins." I was saying, then, that giving yourselves thus wholly to the study of the holy decretals, you will gain wealth and honor in this world. I add that in the next you will infallibly be saved in the blessed kingdom of heaven, whose keys are given to our good God and decretaliarch. O my good God, whom I adore and never saw, by thy special grace open unto us, at the point of death at least, this most sacred treasure of our holy Mother Church, whose protector, preserver, butler, chief larder, administrator, and disposer thou art. And take care, I beseech thee, O Lord, that the precious works of supererogation, the goodly pardons, do not fail us in time of need, so that the devils may not find an opportunity to gripe our precious souls, and the dreadful jaws of hell may not swallow us. If we must pass through purgatory, thy will be done. It is in thy power to draw us out of it when thou pleasest. Here Humorous began to shed huge, hot, briny tears, to beat his breast, and kiss his thumbs in the shape of a cross. Chapter 4, 54. How Humorous gave Pantagruel some bon Christian pears. Epistemon, Friar John, and Panurge, seeing this doleful catastrophe, began under the cover of their napkins to cry, "Meow, meow, meow," feigning to wipe their eyes all the while as if they had wept. The wenches were doubly diligent, and brought brimmers of clementine wine to every one, besides store of sweetmeats, and thus the feasting was revived. Before we arose from table, Humorous gave us a great quantity of fair, large pears, saying, "Here, my good friends, these are singular good pears. You will find none such anywhere else, I dare warrant. Every soil bears not everything, you know. India alone boasts black ebony. The best incense is produced in Sabia, the sphragited earth in Lemnos. So this island is the only place where such fine pears grow. You may, if you please, make seminaries with their pippins in your country." "I like their taste extremely," said Pantagruel. "If they were sliced and put into a pan on the fire with wine and sugar, I fancy they would be very wholesome meat for the sick, as well as for the healthy. Pray, what do you call them?" "No otherwise than you have heard," replied Humorous. "We are a plain, downright sort of people, as God would have it, and call figs, figs, plums, plums, and pears, pears." Truly, said Pantagruel, if I live to go home, which I hope will be speedily, God willing, I'll set off and graft some in my garden in Touraine by the banks of the Loire, and will call them Bon Christian or Good Christian pears, for I never saw better Christians than are these good Papamans. I would like him 2 to 1 better yet, said Friar John, would he but give us 2 or 3 cartloads of yon buxom lasses. Why, what would you do with them? cried Homenas. Quoth Friar John, no harm, only bleed the kind-hearted souls straight between the 2 great toes with certain clever lancets of the right stamp, by which operation good Christian children would be inoculated upon them, and the breed be multiplied in our country, in which there are not many over good, the more's the pity. Nay, verily, replied Homenas, we cannot do this, for you would make them tread their shoes awry, crack their pipkins, and spoil their shapes. You love mutton, I see, you will run at sheep. I know you by that same nose and hair of yours, though I never saw your face before. Alas, alas, how kind you are! And would you indeed damn your precious soul? Our decretals forbid this. Ah, I wish you had them at your fingers' end. Patience, said Friar John, but sit non vider, presta, quaesimus, matter of breviary. As for that, I defy all the world, and I fear no man that wears a head and a hood, though he were a decretaline doctor. Dinner being over, we took our leave of the right reverend Homenas, and of all the good people, humbly giving thanks, and, to make them amends for their kind entertainment, promised them that at our coming to Rome we would make our applications so effectually to the Pope that he would speedily be sure to come to visit them in person. After this we went aboard. Pantagruel, by an act of generosity, and as an acknowledgment of the sight of the Pope's picture, gave Homenas 9 pieces of double friezed cloth of gold to be set before the grates of the window. He also caused the church box for its repairs and fabric to be quite filled with double crowns of gold, and ordered 914 angels to be delivered to each of the lasses who had waited at table, to buy them husbands when they could get them. Chapter 4:55. How Pantagruel, being at sea, heard various unfrozen words. When we were at sea, junketing, tippling, discoursing, and telling stories, Pantagruel rose and stood up to look out, then asked us, Do you hear nothing, gentlemen? Methinks I hear some people talking in the air, yet I can see nobody. Hark! According to his command, we listened, and with full ears sucked in the air as some of you suck oysters, to find if we could hear some sound scattered through the sky, and, to lose none of it, like the Emperor Antoninus, some of us laid their hands hollow next to their ears. But all this would not do, nor could we hear any voice. Yet Pantagruel continued to assure us he heard various voices in the air, some of men and some of women. At last we began to fancy that we also heard something, or at least that our ears tingled, and the more we listened, the plainer we discerned the voices, so as to distinguish articulate sounds. This mightily frightened us, and not without cause, since we could see nothing, yet heard such various sounds and voices of men, women, children, horses, etc., insomuch that Panurge cried out, Cod's belly, there is no fooling with the devil. We are all beshit, let's fly. There is some ambuscado hereabouts. Friar John, art thou here, my love? I pray thee, stay by me, old boy. Hast thou got thy swinging tool? See that it do not stick in thy scabbard. Thou never scourest it half as it should be. We are undone. Hark, there are guns. Gad judge me. Let's fly. I do not say with hands and feet, as Brutus said at the battle of Pharsalia. I say with sails and oars. Let's whip it away. I never find myself to have a bit of courage at sea. In cellars and elsewhere I have more than enough. Let's fly and save our bacon. I do not say this for any fear that I have, for I dread nothing but danger. That I don't. I always say it that shouldn't. The free archer of Bagnolet said as much. Let us hazard nothing, therefore, I say, lest we come off bluely. Tack about, helm a lee, thou son of a bachelor. Would I were now well in quinquine, though I were never to marry. Haste away, let's make all the sail we can. They'll be too hard for us, we're not able to cope with them. They are 10 to our 1, I'll warrant you. Nay, and they are on their dunghill, while we do not know the country. They will be the death of us. We'll lose no honour by flying. Demosthenes saith that the man that runs away may fight another day. At least let us retreat to the leeward. Helm a lee! Bring the main-tack aboard! Haul the bowlines! Hoist the top-gallants! We are all dead men. Get off in the devil's name! Get off!" Pantagruel, hearing the sad outcry which Panurge made, said, "Who talks of flying? Let's first see who they are. Perhaps they may be friends. I can discover nobody yet, though I can see 100 miles round me. But let's consider a little. I have read that a philosopher named Pétron was of opinion that there were several worlds that touched each other in an equilateral triangle, in whose centre, he said, was the dwelling of truth, and that the words, ideas, copies, and images of all things past and to come resided there, round which was the age, and that with success of time part of them used to fall on mankind like rheums and mildews, just as the dew fell on Gideon's fleece, till the age was fulfilled. I also remembered, continued he, that Aristotle affirms Homer's words to be flying, moving, and consequently animated. Besides, Antiphanes said that Plato's philosophy was like words which, being spoken in some country during a hard winter, are immediately congealed, frozen up, and not heard. For what Plato taught young lads could hardly be understood by them when they were grown old. Now, continued he, we should philosophize, and search whether this be not the place where those words are thawed. You would wonder very much should this be the head and lyre of Orpheus. When the Thracian women had torn him to pieces, they threw his head and lyre into the river Hebrus, down which they floated to the Euxine Sea, as far as the island of Lesbos, the head continually uttering a doleful song, as it were lamenting the death of Orpheus, and the lyre, with the wind's impulse, moving its strings and harmoniously accompanying the voice. Let's see if we cannot discover them hereabouts. Chapter 4, 56. How among the frozen words Pantagruel found some odd ones. The skipper made answer, "Be not afraid, my lord, we are on the confines of the frozen sea, on which, about the beginning of last winter, happened a great and bloody fight between the Arimaspians and the Nephelibates. Then the words and cries of men and women, the hacking, slashing, and hewing of battle-axes, the shocking, knocking, and jolting of armors and harnesses, the neighing of horses, and all other martial din and noise, froze in the air, and now, the rigour of the winter being over, by the succeeding serenity and warmth of the weather, they melt and are heard." "By Jingo," quoth Panurge, "the man talks somewhat like, I believe him. But couldn't we see some of 'em? I think I have read that on the edge of the mountain on which Moses received the Judaic law, the people saw the voices sensibly." "Hear, hear," said Pantagruel, "here are some that are not yet thawed." He then threw us on the deck whole handfuls of frozen words, which seemed to us like your rough sugar-plums, of many colours, like those used in heraldry. Some words gules, this means also jests and merry sayings, some vert, some azure, some black, some or, this means also fair words. And when we had somewhat warmed them between our hands, they melted like snow, and we really heard them, but could not understand them, for it was a barbarous gibberish. One of them only, that was pretty big, having been warmed between Friar John's hands, gave a sound much like that of chestnuts when they are thrown into the fire without being first cut, which made us all start. "This was the report of a field-piece in its time," cried Friar John. Panurge prayed Pantagruel to give him some more, but Pantagruel told him that to give words was the part of a lover. "Sell me some, then, I pray you," cried Panurge. "That's the part of a lawyer," returned Pantagruel. "I would sooner sell you silence, though at a dearer rate, as Demosthenes formerly sold it by the means of his argentangina, or silver squinsy." However, he threw 3 or 4 handfuls of them on the deck, among which I perceived some very sharp words, and some bloody words, which the pilot said used to go back and recoil to the place whence they came, but it was with a slit weasand. We also saw some terrible words, and some others not very pleasant to the eye. When they had been all melted together, we heard a strange noise. Hin, 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 hiz, tick, tock, tack, breadle in, breadle ack, fur, 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 boo, 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 track, track, tur, 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 on, ooh, 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 on Gog, Magog, and I know not what other barbarous words, which the pilot said with a noise made by the charging squadrons, the shock and neighing of horses. Then we heard some large ones go off, like drums and fifes, and others like clarions and trumpets. Believe me, we had very good sport with them. I would fain save some merry odd words, and have preserved them in oil, as ice and snow are kept, and between clean straw, but Pantagruel would not let me, saying that 'tis a folly to hoard up what we are never like to want or have always at hand, odd, quaint, merry, and fat words of jewels never being scarce among all good and jovial Pantagruelists. Panurge somewhat vexed Squire John, and put him in the pouts, for he took him at his word while he dreamed of nothing less. This caused the friar to threaten him with such a piece of revenge as was put upon G. Jusaume, who, having taken the merry Patelin at his word when he had overbid himself in some cloth, was afterwards fairly taken by the horns like a bullock by his jovial chapman, whom he took at his word like a man. Panurge, well knowing that threatened folks live long, bobbed and made mouths at him in token of derision, then cried, "Would I had here the word of the holy bottle, without being thus obliged to go further in pilgrimage to her." Chapter 4, 57. How Pantagruel went ashore at the dwelling of Gaster, the first master of arts in the world. That day Pantagruel went ashore in an island, which, for situation and governor, may be said not to have his fellow. When you just come into it, you find it rugged, craggy, and barren, unpleasant to the eye, painful to the feet, and almost as inaccessible as the mountain of Dauphine, which is somewhat like a toadstool, and was never climbed, as any can remember, by any but Doyac, who had the charge of King Charles VIII's train of artillery. This same Doyac, with strange tools and engines, gained that mountain's top, and there he found an old ram. It puzzled many a wise head to guess how it got thither. Some said that some eagle or great horn-coot, having carried it thither while it was yet a lambkin, it had got away and saved itself among the bushes. As for us, having with much toil and sweat overcome the difficult ways at the entrance, we found the top of the mountain so fertile, healthful, and pleasant, that I thought I was then in the true Garden of Eden, or earthly paradise, about whose situation our good theologues are in such a quandary and keep such a pother. As for Pantagruel, he said that here was the seat of arete, that is as much as to say virtue, described by Hesiod. This, however, with submission to better judgments. The ruler of this place was one Master Gaster, the first master of arts in this world. For if you believe that fire is the great master of arts, as Tully writes, you very much wrong him and yourself. Alas, Tully never believed this. On the other side, if you fancy Mercury to be the first inventor of arts, as our ancient Druids believed of old, you are mightily beside the mark. The satirist sentence that affirms Master Gaster to be the master of all arts is true. With him peacefully resided old Goody Peenia, alias Poverty, the mother of the 99 muses, on whom Porus, the Lord of Plenty, formerly begot love. That noble child, the mediator of heaven and earth, as Plato affirms in Symposio. We were all obliged to pay our homage and swear allegiance to that mighty sovereign, for he is imperious, severe, blunt, hard, uneasy, inflexible. You cannot make him believe, represent to him, or persuade him anything. He does not hear, and as the Egyptians said that Harpocrates, the god of silence, named Sagalian in Greek, was astome, that is, without a mouth, so Gaster was created without ears, even like the image of Jupiter in Candia. He only speaks by signs, but those signs are more readily obeyed by everyone than the statutes of senates or commands of monarchs. Neither will he admit the least let or delay in his summons. You say that when a lion roars, all the beasts at a considerable distance round about, as far as his roar can be heard, are seized with a shivering. This is written. It is true. I have seen it. I assure you that at Master Gaster's command the very heavens tremble, and all the earth shakes. His command is called, "Do this or die." Needs must when the devil drives. There's no gainsaying of it. The pilot was telling us how, on a certain time, after the manner of the members that mutinied against the belly, as Aesop describes it, the whole kingdom of the Somates went off into a direct faction against Gaster, resolving to throw off his yoke. But they soon found their mistake, and most humbly submitted, for otherwise they had all been famished. What company soever he is in, none dispute with him for precedence or superiority. He still goes first, though kings, emperors, or even the Pope were there. So he held the first place at the Council of Baal, though some will tell you that the council was tumultuous by the contention and ambition of many for priority. Every one is busied and labours to serve him, and indeed, to make amends for this, he does this good to mankind, as to invent for them all arts, machines, trades, engines, and crafts. He even instructs brutes in arts which are against their nature, making poets of ravens, jackdaws, chattering jays, parrots, and starlings, and poetesses of magpies, teaching them to utter human language, speak, and sing, and all for the gut. He reclaims and tames eagles, gerfalcons, falcons gentle, sakers, lanners, goshawks, sparrowhawks, merlins, haggards, passengers, wild rapacious birds, so that, setting them free in the air whenever he thinks fit, as high and as long as he pleases, he keeps them suspended, straying, flying, hovering, and courting him above the clouds. Then, on a sudden, he makes them stoop and come down amain from heaven next to the ground, and all for the gut. Elephants, lions, rhinoceroses, bears, horses, mares, and dogs he teaches to dance, prance, vault, fight, swim, hide themselves, fetch and carry what he pleases, and all for the gut. Salt and freshwater fish, whales, and the monsters of the main, he brings them up from the bottom of the deep. Wolves he forces out of the woods, bears out of the rocks, foxes out of their holes, and serpents out of the ground, and all for the gut. In short, he is so unruly that in his rage he devours all men and beasts, as was seen among the Vascons when Q. Metellus besieged them in the Sertonian wars, among the Saguntines besieged by Hannibal, among the Jews besieged by the Romans, and 600 more, and all for the gut. When his regent Penia takes a progress, wherever she moves, all senates are shut up, all statutes repealed, all orders and proclamations vain. She knows, obeys, and has no law. All shun her, in every place choosing rather to expose themselves to shipwreck at sea and venture through fire, rocks, caves, and precipices, than be seized by that most dreadful tormentor. End of section 7. Section 8 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 4, by François Rabelais, translated by John Ozell and Peter Anthony Motu. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Chapter 4, 58. How, at the court of the Master of Ingenuity, Pantagruel detested the Endgasdrimithes and the Gastrolaters. At the court of that great Master of Ingenuity, Pantagruel observed two sorts of troublesome and too officious apparators, whom he very much detested. The first were called Endgasdrimithes, the others Gastrolaters. The first pretended to be descended of the ancient race of Eurycles, and for this brought the authority of Aristophanes in his comedy called The Wasps, whence of old they were called Eurycleans, as Plato writes, and Plutarch in his book of the Cessation of Oracles. In the Holy Decrees 26 Q3 they are styled ventriloqui, and the same name is given them in Ionian by Hippocrates in his 5th book of Epid as men who speak from the belly. Sophocles calls them sternomantes. These were soothsayers, enchanters, cheats, who gulled the mob, and seemed not to speak and give answers from the mouth, but from the belly. Such a one, about the year of our Lord 1513, was Jacoba Rodogina, an Italian woman of mean extract, from whose belly we, as well as an infinite number of others at Ferrara and elsewhere, have often heard the voice of the evil spirit speak, low, feeble, and small indeed, but yet very distinct, articulate, and intelligible, when she was sent for out of curiosity by the lords and princes of the Cisalpine Gaul. To remove all manner of doubt, and be assured that this was not a trick, they used to have her stripped stark naked, and caused her mouth and nose to be stopped. This evil spirit would be called curled pate, or Cincinnatulo, seeming pleased when any called him by that name, at which he was always ready to answer. If any spoke to him of things past or present, he gave pertinent answers, sometimes to the amazement of the hearers. But if of things to come, then the devil was grappled, and used to lie as fast as a dog can trot. Nay, sometimes he seemed to own his ignorance, instead of an answer letting out a rousing fart, or muttering some words with barbarous and uncouth inflections, and not to be understood. As for the gastrolators, they stuck close to one another in knots and gangs, some of them merry, wanton, and soft as so many milksops, others lowering, grim, dogged, demure, and crabbed, all idle, mortal foes to business, spending half their time in sleeping, and the rest in doing nothing, a rent charge and dead unnecessary weight on the earth, as Hesiod saith, afraid, as we judged, of offending or lessening their paunch. Others were masked, disguised, and so oddly dressed that it would have done you good to have seen them. There's a saying, and several ancient sages write, that the skill of nature appears wonderful in the pleasure which she seems to have taken in the configuration of seashells, so great is their variety in figures, colours, streaks, and inimitable shapes. I protest, the variety we perceived in the dresses of the gastrolatus coquillon was not less. They all owned Gaster for their supreme god, adored him as a god, offered him sacrifices as their omnipotent deity, owned no other god, served, loved, and honored him above all things. You would have thought that the holy apostle spoke of those when he said, Phil, chapter 3, "Many walk, of whom I have told you often, and now tell you even weeping, that they are enemies of the cross of Christ, whose end is destruction, whose god is their belly." Pantagruel compared them to the Cyclops Polyphemus, whom Euripides brings in speaking thus, "I only sacrifice to myself, not to the gods, and to this belly of mine, the greatest of all the gods." Chapter 4:59 Of the ridiculous statue Manduke, and how and what the gastrolaters sacrificed to their ventripotent god. While we fed our eyes with the sight of the phizzes and actions of these lounging, gully-gutted gastrolaters, we on a sudden heard the sound of a musical instrument called a bell, at which all of them placed themselves in rank and file as for some mighty battle, every one according to his office, degree, and seniority. In this order they moved towards Master Gaster, after a plump, young, lusty, gore-bellied fellow, who, on a long staff, fairly gilt, carried a wooden statue, grossly carved, and as scurvily daubed over with paint, such a one as Plautus, Juvenal, and Pomp Festus describe it. At Lyons, during the carnival, it is called machacrute, or gnaw-wurst. They called this manduke. It was a monstrous, ridiculous, hideous figure, fit to fright little children. Its eyes were bigger than its belly, and its head larger than all the rest of its body. Well mouth-cloven, however, having a goodly pair of wide, broad jaws, lined with 2 rows of teeth, upper tier and under tier, which, by the magic of a small twine hid in the hollow part of the golden staff, were made to clash, clatter, and rattle dreadfully one against another, as they do at Metz with St. Clement's dragon. Coming near the gastrolaters, I saw they were followed by a great number of fat waiters and tenders, laden with baskets, dossers, hampers, dishes, wallets, pots, and kettles. Then, under the conduct of Manduke, and singing, I do not know what dithyrambics, grappalicombs, and epinons, opening their baskets and pots, they offered their god white hippocras with dry toasts, white bread, brown bread, carbonados 6 sorts, brawn, sweetbreads, fricassees 9 sorts, monastical brewis, gravy soup, hotchpots, soft bread, household bread, capriatados, cold loins of veal with spice, zinzaberine, patilla pies, brewis, marrowbones, toast and cabbage, hashes. Eternal drink intermixed, Brisk, delicate white wine led the van. Claret and champagne followed, cool, nay, as cold as the very ice, I say, filled and offered in large silver cups. Then they offered chitterlings, garnished with mustard, sausages, neat's tongues, hung beef, kinds and peas, hog's haslets, Scotch collops, puddings, servelats, bologna sausages, hams, brawn heads, powdered venison with turnips, pickled olives. All this associated with sempiternal liquor. Then they housed within his muzzle legs of mutton with shallots, oleus, lumber pies with hot sauce, partridges and young partridges, dwarf herons, teals, duckers, bitterns, shovelers, curlews, woodhens, coots with leeks, fat kids, shoulders of mutton with capers, sirloins of beef, breasts of veal, pheasants and pheasant poots, peacocks, storks, woodcocks, snipes, ortolans, turkey-cocks, hen-turkeys and turkey-poots, stock-doves and wood-culvers, pigs with wine sauce, blackbirds, ouzels and rails, moorhens, bustards and bustard-poots, fig-peckers, young guinea-hens, ribs of pork with onion sauce, roast capons basted with their own drippings, flamingos, cygnets, a reinforcement of vinegar intermixed, venison pasties, lark pies, dormice pies, cabretto pasties, roebuck pasties, pigeon pies, kid pasties, capon pies, bacon pies, soused hog's feet, fried pasty crust, forced capons, Parmesan cheese, red and pale hypocras, gold peaches, artichokes, dry and wet sweetmeats 78 sorts, boiled hens and fat capons marinated, pullets with eggs, chickens, rabbits and sucking rabbits, quails and young quails, pigeons, squabs and squeakers, field fares, caponets, caviar and toast, fawns, deer, hares, leverets, plovers, herons and young herons, olives, thrushes, young sea ravens, geese, goslings, quoists, widgeons, mavises, grouses, turtles, doe-conies, hedgehogs, snites, then large puffs, thistle-finches, horse farts, fritters, cakes 16 sorts, crisp wafers, quince tarts, curds and cream, whipped cream, preserved mirabolans, jellies, Welsh barapicids, macaroons, tarts 20 sorts, lemon cream, raspberry cream, etc., comfits 100 colors, cream wafers, cream cheese. Vinegar brought up the rear to wash the mouth, and for fear of the quinsy. Also toasts to scour the grinders. Chapter 4, 60. What the gastrolaters sacrificed to their god on interlarded fish days. Pantagruel did not like this pack of rascally scoundrels with their manifold kitchen sacrifices, and would have been gone had not Epistemon prevailed with him to stay and see the end of the farce. He then asked the skipper what the idle lovecocks used to sacrifice to their gore-bellied god on interlarded fish days. For his first course, said the skipper, they gave him caviar, botargos, fresh butter, peas soup, spinach, fresh herrings full road, salads, 100 varieties, of cresses, sodden hop-tops, bishop's cods, celery, chives, rampions, Jew's ears, a sort of mushrooms that sprout out of old elders, asparagus, woodbine, and a world of others, red herrings, pilchards, anchovies, fry of tunny, cauliflowers, beans, salt salmon, pickled grigs, oysters in the shell. Then he must drink, or the devil would gripe him at the throat. This therefore they take care to prevent, and nothing is wanting. Which being done, they give him lampreys with hypocras sauce, gurnards, salmon trouts, barbels great and small, roaches, cockerels, minnows, skatefish, lampreys, jegs, pickerels, golden carps, burbets, salmons, salmon peels, dolphins, barn trouts, miller's thumbs, precks, bretfish, flounders, sea nettles, mullets, gudgeons, dabs and sandings, haddocks, carps, pikes, petitos, rochets, sea bears, thornbacks, sleeves, sturgeons, sheathfish, mackerels, maids, plaice, sharplings, tunnies, silver eels, chevens, crayfish, palours, shrimps, congers, porpoises, bases, shads, murines, a sort of lampreys, graylings, smies, turbots, trout not above a foot long, salmons, meagres, sea breams, halibuts, dog's tongue, or kind fool, fried oysters, cockles, prawns, smelts, rockfish, gracious lords, swordfish, soles, mussels, lobsters, great prawns, dace, bleaks, tenches, ombres, fresh cods, dried melwells, darefish, fousans and grigs, eel-pouts, tortoises, serpents, i.e. wood eels, dories, moor game, perches, loaches, crabfish, snails and whelks, frogs. If, when he had crammed all this down his guttural trap-door, he did not immediately make the fish swim again in his paunch, death would pack him off in a trice. Especial care is taken to antidote his godship with vine-tree syrup. Then is sacrificed to him haberdines, poor jack, mingle-mangled, mish-mashed, etc., eggs, fried, beaten, buttered, poached, hardened, boiled, broiled, stewed, sliced, roasted in the embers, tossed in the chimney, etc., stockfish, greenfish, sea bats, cod-sounds, sea pikes. Which to concoct and digest the more easily, vinegar is multiplied. For the latter part of their sacrifices they offer rice milk and hasty pudding, buttered wheat and flummery, water gruel and milk porridge, frumenty and bonny clamour, stewed prunes and baked boulas, pistachios or fistic nuts, figs, almond butter, skirret root, white pot, perpetuity of soaking with the whole, raisins, dates, chestnut and walnuts, filberts, parsnips, artichokes. It was not of their fault, I will assure you, if this same God of theirs was not publicly, preciously, and plentifully served in the sacrifices, better yet than Heliogabalus's idol, nay, more than Bel and the dragon in Babylon under King Belshazzar. Yet Gaster had the manners to own that he was no god, but a poor, vile, wretched creature, and, as King Antigonus, first of the name, when one Hermodotus, as poets will flatter, especially princes, in some of his fustian dubbed him a god, and made the sun adopt him for his son, said to him, My Lasanophor, or in plain English, my groom of the close stool, can give thee the lie. So Master Gaster very civilly used to send back his bigoted worshippers to his close stool to see, smell, taste, philosophize, and examine what kind of divinity they could pick out of his Sir Reverence. Chapter 4, 61. How Gaster invented means to get and preserve corn. Those gastrolatus hobgoblins being withdrawn, Pantagruel carefully minded the famous master of arts, Gaster. You know that by the institution of nature bread has been assigned him for provision and food, and that as an addition to this blessing he should never want the means to get bread. Accordingly, from the beginning, he invented the smith's art and husbandry to manure the ground, that it might yield him corn. He invented arms and the art of war to defend corn, physic and astronomy with other parts of mathematics, which might be useful to keep corn a great number of years in safety from the injuries of the air, beasts, robbers, and purloiners. He invented water, wind, and hand mills, and 1,000 other engines to grind corn and to turn it into meal, leaven to make the dough ferment, and the use of salt to give it a savour, for he knew that nothing bred more diseases than heavy, unleavened, unsavoury bread. He found a way to get fire to bake it, hour-glasses, dials, and clocks to mark the time of its baking, and as some countries wanted corn, he had contrived means to convey some out of one country into another. He had the wit to pimp, for asses and mares, animals of different species, that they might copulate for the generation of a third, which we call mules, more strong and fit for hard service than the other two. He invented carts and wagons to draw him along with greater ease, and, as seas and rivers hindered his progress, he devised boats, galleys, and ships, to the astonishment of the elements, to waft him over to barbarous, unknown, and far distant nations, thence to bring or thither to carry corn. Besides, seeing that when he had tilled the ground, some years the corn perished in it for want of rain in due season, in others rotted or was drowned by its excess, sometimes spoiled by hail, ate by worms in the ear, or beaten down by storms, and so his stock was destroyed on the ground. We were told that ever since the days of yore he has found out a way to conjure the rain down from heaven, only with cutting certain grass, common enough in the field, yet known to very few, some of which was then shown us. I took it to be the same as the plant, one of whose boughs, being dipped by Jove's priest in the agrarian fountain on the Lycian mountain in Arcadia, in time of drought raised vapours which gathered into clouds, and then dissolved into rain that kindly moistened the whole country. Our master of arts was also said to have found a way to keep the rain up in the air, and make it to fall into the sea, also to annihilate the hail, suppress the winds, and remove storms, as the Methanensians of Troezen used to do. And as in the fields thieves and plunderers sometimes stole and took by force the corn and bread which others had toiled to get, he invented the art of building towns, forts, and castles to hoard and secure that staff of life. On the other hand, finding none in the fields, and hearing that it was hoarded up and secured in towns, forts, and castles, and watched with more care than ever with the golden pippins of the Hesperides, he turned engineer, and found ways to beat, storm, and demolish forts and castles with machines and warlike thunderbolts, battering rams, ballasts, and catapults, whose shapes were shown to us, not over well understood by our engineers, architects, and other disciples of Vitruvius, as Master Philibert Delorme, King Majestus's principal architect, has owned to us. And seeing that sometimes all these tools of destruction were baffled by the cunning subtlety, or the subtle cunning, which you please, of fortifiers, he lately invented cannons, field-pieces, culverins, bombards, basiliscos, murdering instruments that dart iron, leaden, and brazen balls, some of them outweighing huge anvils. This by the means of a most dreadful powder, whose hellish compound and effect has even amazed nature, and made her own herself outdone by art, the oxidration thunders, hails, and storms by which the people of that name immediately destroyed their enemies in the field, being but mere pop-guns to these. For one of our great guns, when used, is more dreadful, more terrible, more diabolical, and maims, tears, breaks, slays, mows down, and sweeps away more men, and causes a greater consternation and destruction than 100 thunderbolts. Chapter 4, 62. How Gaster invented an art to avoid being hurt or touched by cannon-balls. Gaster, having secured himself with his corn within strongholds, has sometimes been attacked by enemies, his fortresses by that thrice-threefold cursed instrument levelled and destroyed, his dearly beloved corn and bread snatched out of his mouth and sacked by a titanic force. Therefore he then sought means to preserve his walls, bastions, rampiers, and sconces from cannon shot, and to hinder the bullets from hitting him, stopping them in their flight, or at least from doing him or the besieged walls any damage. He showed us a trial of this, which has been since used by Fronton, and is now common among the pastimes and harmless recreations of the Thelemites. I will tell you how I went to work, and pray for the future be a little more ready to believe what Plutarch affirms to have tried. Suppose a herd of goats were all scampering as if the devil drove them. Do but put a bit of eringo into the mouth of the hindmost nanny, and they will all stock still in the time you can tell 3. Thus, Gaster, having caused a brass falcon to be charged with a sufficient quantity of gunpowder, well purged from its sulphur, and curiously made up with fine camphor, he then had a suitable ball put into the piece, with 24 little pellets like hail-shot, some round, some pearl fashion. Then, taking his aim and levelling it at a page of his, as if he would have hit him on the breast. About 60 strides off the piece, halfway between it and the page, in a right line, he hanged on a gibbet by a rope a very large siderite, or iron-like stone, otherwise called Herculean, formerly found on Ida in Phrygia by one Magnes, as Nicander writes, and commonly called lodestone. Then he gave fire to the prime on the piece's touch-hole, which, in an instant consuming the powder, the ball and hail-shot were with incredible violence and swiftness hurried out of the gun at its muzzle, that the air might penetrate to its chamber, where otherwise would have been a vacuum, which nature abhors so much that this universal machine, heaven, air, land, and sea, would sooner return to the primitive chaos than admit the least void anywhere. Now the ball and small shot, which threatened the page with no less than quick destruction, lost their impetuosity, and remained suspended and hovering round the stone. Nor did any of them, notwithstanding the fury with which they rushed, reach the page. Master Gaster could do more than all this yet, if you will believe me, for he invented a way how to cause bullets to fly backwards, and recoil on those that sent them with as great a force and in the very numerical parallel for which the guns were planted. And indeed, why should he have thought this difficult, seeing the herb Ethiopus opens all locks whatsoever, and an echinus or remora, a silly weakly fish, in spite of all the winds that blow from the 32 points of the compass, will in the midst of a hurricane make you, the biggest first-rate, remain stock still, as if she were becalmed, or the blustering tribe had blown their last. Nay, and with the flesh of that fish, preserved with salt, you may fish gold out of the deepest well that was ever sounded with a plummet, for it will certainly draw up the precious metal, since Democritus affirmed it. Theophrastus believed and experienced that there was an herb at whose single touch an iron wedge, though never so far driven into a huge log of the hardest wood that is, would presently come out. And it is this same herb your hickways, alias woodpeckers, use, when with some mighty axe anyone stops up the hole of their nests, which they industriously dig and make in the trunk of some sturdy tree. Since stags and hinds, when deeply wounded with darts, arrows, and bolts, if they do but meet the herb called dittany, which is common in Candia, and eat a little of it, presently the shafts come out, and all is well again. Even as kind Venus cured her beloved byblow Aeneas, when he was wounded on the right thigh with an arrow by Juturna, Turnus' sister. Since the very wind of laurels, fig trees, and sea calves makes the thunder sheer off insomuch that it never strikes them. Since at the sight of a ram, mad elephants recover their former senses. Since mad bulls, coming near wild fig trees, called caprifici, grow tame, and will not budge a foot, as if they had the cramp. Since the venomous rage of vipers is assuaged if you but touch them with a beechen bough. Since also Euphorion writes that in the isle of Samos, before Juno's temple was built there, he has seen some beasts called Neodes, whose voice made the neighboring places gape and sink into a chasm and abyss. In short, since elders grow of a more pleasing sound and fitter to make flutes in such places where the crowing of cocks is not heard, as the ancient sages have writ, and Theophrastus relates, as if the crowing of a cock dulled, flattened, and perverted the wood of the elder, as it is said to astonish and stupefy with fear that strong and resolute animal, a lion. I know that some have understood this of wild elder, that grows so far from towns or villages that the crowing of cocks cannot reach near it, and doubtless that sort ought to be preferred to the stenching common elder that grows about decayed and ruined places. But others have understood this in a higher sense, not literal but allegorical, according to the method of the Pythagoreans, as when it was said that Mercury's statue could not be made of every sort of wood, to which sentence they gave this sense, that God is not to be worshipped in a vulgar form, but in a chosen and religious manner. In the same manner, by this elder, which grows far from places where cocks are heard, the ancients meant that the wise and studious ought not to give their minds to trivial or vulgar music, but to that which is celestial, divine, angelical, more abstracted, and brought from remoter parts, that is, from a region where the crowing of cocks is not heard. For to denote a solitary and unfrequented place, we say cocks are never heard to crow there. Chapter 4, 63. How Pantagruel fell asleep near the island of Chanef, and of the problems proposed to be solved when he waked. The next day, merrily pursuing our voyage, we came in sight of the island of Chanef, where Pantagruel's ship could not arrive, the wind chopping about and then failing us, so that we were becalmed, and could hardly get ahead, tacking about from starboard to larboard and larboard to starboard, though to our sails we added drabblers. With this accident we were all out of sorts, moping, drooping, metagrabolized, as dull as dun in the mire, in si so fa ut flat, out of tune, off the hinges, and I don't know howish, without caring to speak one single syllable to each other. Pantagruel was taking a nap, slumbering and nodding on the quarter-deck by the cuddy, with an Heliodorus in his hand, for still it was his custom to sleep better by book than by heart. Epistemon was conjuring with his astrolabe to know what latitude we were in. Friar John was got into the cook-room, examining by the ascendant of the spits and the horoscope of ragouts and fricassees what time of day it might then be. Panurge, sweet baby, held a stock of Pantagruelians, alias hemp, next his tongue, and with it made pretty bubbles and bladders. Gymnast was making toothpickers with lentisk. Ponocrates, dozing, dozed, and dreaming, dreamed, tickled himself to make himself laugh, and with one finger scratched his noddle where it did not itch. Copeland, with a nutshell and a trencher of vern, that's a card in Gascony, was making a pretty little merry windmill, cutting the card longways into 4 slips, and fastening them with a pin to the convex of a nut, and its concave to the tarred side of the gunwale of the ship. Eusthenes, bestriding one of the guns, was playing on it with his fingers as if it had been a trump marine. Rhizotome, with the soft coat of a field tortoise, alias yclept a mole, was making himself a velvet purse. Xenomenes was patching up an old weather-beaten lantern with a hawk's jesses. Our pilot, good man, was pulling maggots out of the seamen's noses. At last Friar John, returning from the forecastle, perceived that Pantagruel was awake. Then, breaking this obstinate silence, he briskly and cheerfully asked him how a man should kill time and raise good weather during a calm at sea. Panurge, whose belly thought his throat cut, backed the motion presently, and asked for a pill to purge melancholy. Epistemon also came on, and asked how a man might be ready to bepiss himself with laughing when he has no heart to be merry. Gymnast, arising, demanded a remedy for a dimness of eyes. Ponocrates, after he had a while rubbed his noddle and shaken his ears, asked how one might avoid dog-sleep. "Hold!" cried Pantagruel. "The Peripatetics have wisely made a rule that all problems, questions, and doubts which are offered to be solved ought to be certain, clear, and intelligible. What do you mean by dog-sleep?" "I mean," answered Ponocrates, "to sleep fasting in the sun at noonday, as the dogs do." Rhizotome, who lay stooping on the pump, raised his drowsy head, and, lazily yawning, by natural sympathy set almost everyone in the ship a yawning too. Then he asked for a remedy against auscultations and gapings. Xenomenes, half puzzled and tired out with new vamping his antiquated lantern, asked how the hold of the stomach might be so well ballasted and freighted from the keel to the main hatch with stores well stowed, that our human vessels might not heel or be walt, but well trimmed and stiff. Copeland, twirling his diminutive windmill, asked how many motions are to be felt in nature before a gentleman may be said to be hungry. Eusthenes, hearing them talk, came from between decks, and from the capstan called out to know why a man that is fasting, bit by a serpent, also fasting, is in greater danger of death than when man and serpent have at their breakfasts. Why a man's fasting spittle is poisonous to serpents and venomous creatures. "One single solution may serve for all your problems, gentlemen," answered Pantagruel, "and one single medicine for all such symptoms and accidents. My answer shall be short, not to tire you with a long, needless train of pedantic cant. The belly has no ears, nor is it to be filled with fair words. You shall be answered to content by signs and gestures. As formerly at Rome, Tarquin the Proud, its last king, sent an answer by signs to his son Sextus, who was among the Gabii at Gabii. Saying this, he pulled the string of a little bell, and Friar John hurried away to the cook-room. The son, having sent his father a messenger to show how he might bring the Gabii under a close inspection, the king, mistrusting the messenger, made him no answer, and only took him into his privy garden, and in his presence with his sword lopped off the heads of the tall poppies that were there. The express returned without any other dispatch, yet having related to the prince what he had seen his father do, he easily understood that by those signs he advised him to cut off the heads of the chief men in the town, the better to keep under the rest of the people. Chapter 4, 64. How Pantagruel gave no answer to the problems. Pantagruel then asked what sort of people dwelt in that damned island. "They are," answered Xenomenes, "all hypocrites, holy mountebanks, tumblers of beads, mumblers of Ave Marias, spiritual comedians, sham saints, hermits, All of them, poor rogues who, like the hermit of Le Mont between Blaye and Bordeaux, live wholly on alms given them by passengers. Catch me there if they can, cried Panurge. May the devil's head cook conjure my bum-gut into a pair of bellows, if ever you find me among them. Hermits, sham saints, living forms of mortification, holy mountebanks, avaunt! In the name of your father Satan, get out of my sight. When the devil's a hog, you shall eat bacon. I shall not forget yet a while our fat concilipetes of Chesil. Oh, that Beelzebub and Astaroth had counselled them to hang themselves out of the way, and they had done't. We had not then suffered so much by devilish storms as we did for having seen 'em. Hark ye me, dear rogue Xenomenes, my friend, I prithee, are these hermits, hypocrites, and eavesdroppers maids or married? Is there anything of the feminine gender among them? Could a body hypocritically take there a small hypocritical touch? Would they lie backwards and let out their 4 rooms? There's a fine question to be asked, cried Pantagruel. Yes, yes, answered Xenomenes. You may find there many goodly hypocritesses, jolly spiritual actresses, kind hermitesses, women that have a plaguy deal of religion. Then there's the copies of 'em, little hypocritolons, sham sanctitos, and hermitolons. Pho! Away with them, cried Friar John. A young saint, an old devil, mark this, an old saying, and as true a one as a young whore, an old saint. Were there not such, continued Xenomenes, the Isle of Chanef, for want of a multiplication of progeny, had long ere this been desert and desolate. Pantagruel sent them by gymnast in the pinnace 78,000 fine pretty little gold half-crowns, of those that are marked with a lantern. After this he asked, What's o'clock? Past 9, answered Epistemon. It is then the best time to go to dinner, said Pantagruel, for the sacred line so celebrated by Aristophanes in his play called Conchnatrices is at hand, never failing when the shadow is decempedal. Formerly, among the Persians, dinner-time was at a set hour only for kings. As for all others, their appetite and their belly was their clock. When that chimed, they thought it time to go to dinner. So we find in Plautus a certain parasite making a heavy dew, and sadly railing at the inventors of hourglasses and dials as being unnecessary things, there being no clock more regular than the belly. Diogenes, being asked at what times a man ought to eat, answered, The rich when he is hungry, the poor when he has anything to eat. Physicians more properly say that the canonical hours are to rise at 5, to dine at 9, to sup at 5, to sleep at 9. The famous King Petrosirus's magic was different. Here the officers for the gut came in and got ready the tables and cupboards, laid the cloth, whose sight and pleasant smell were very comfortable, and brought plates, napkins, salts, tankards, flagons, tallboys, ewers, tumblers, cups, goblets, basins, and cisterns. Friar John, at the head of the stewards, sewers, yeomen of the pantry and of the mouth, tasters, carvers, cupbearers, and cupboard-keepers, brought 4 stately pasties, so huge that they put me in mind of the 4 bastions at Turin. Odds fish, how manfully did they storm them! What havoc did they make with the long train of dishes that came after them! How bravely did they stand to their pan-puddings and paid off their dust! How merrily did they soak their noses! The fruit was not yet brought in, when a fresh gale at west and by north began to fill the main course, mizzen-sail, foresail, tops, and top-gallants, for which blessing they all sung divers hymns of thanks and praise. When the fruit was on the table, Pantagruel asked, Now tell me, gentlemen, are your doubts fully resolved or no? I gape and yawn no more, answered Rhizotome. I sleep no longer like a dog, said Ponocrates. I have cleared my eyesight, said Gymnast. I have broke my fast, said Eusthenes, so that for this whole day I shall be secure from the danger of my spittle. Asps, amphis-beans, enerudutes, abedissimons, all hot rafts, amobates, epiamos, all hotrabans, aractes, asterians, alcarates, arges, spiders, starry lizards, atolabes, ascalabotes, hemorrhoids, basilisks, fitches, sucking water snakes, meliares, megalones, spitting asps, porphyry, pereides, phalanges, penfridons, pine-tree worms, rutiles, worms, regions, regines, black wag leg flies, Spanish flies, catobleeps, horned snakes, caterpillars, crocodiles, toads, nightmares, mad dogs, colotes, chiriodes, cephasates, cahares, snakes, kuhesks, two-tongued adders, amphibious serpents, cankers, cockatrices, dipsides, salamanders, slow worms, stallions, scorpiones, scorpions, hornworms, sclavotins, solifluidars, deaf asps, horse leeches, salt haters, rot serpents, domeses, dryaenades, dragons, elopes, enherides, valvises, galeotes, harmonies, hands-ons, icles, gerares, ilocines, pharaoh's mice, casudaries, sea hares, chalcidic newts, footed serpents, manticores, molures, mouse serpents, shrew mice, stinkfish, stewface, sabrins, blood-sucking flies, horn fretters, scolopendries, tarantulas, blindworms, tegranathias,teristoles, vipers, etc. Chapter 4, 65. How Pantagruel passed the time with his servants. In what hierarchy of such venomous creatures do you place Panurge's future spouse? Asked Friar John. Art thou speaking ill of women? Cried Panurge. Thou mangy scoundrel, thou sorry, naughty-peaked shaveling monk. By the cinnamonic paunch and gixie, said Epistemon, Euripides has written, and makes Andromache say it, that by industry and the help of the gods men had found remedies against all poisonous creatures, but none was yet found against a bad wife. This flaunting Euripides, cried Panurge, was gabbling against women every foot, and therefore was devoured by dogs as a judgment from above, as Aristophanes observes. Let's go on. Let him speak that is next. I can leak now like any stone horse, said then Epistemon. I am, said Xenomenes, full as an egg and round as a hoop. My ship's hold can hold no more, and will now make shift to bear a steady sail. Said Copeland, a truce with thirst, a truce with hunger. They are strong, but wine and meat are stronger. I'm no more in the dumps, cried Panurge. My heart's a pound lighter. I'm in the right cue now, as brisk as any body louse, and as merry as a beggar. For my part, I know what I do when I drink, and it is a true thing, though 'tis in your Euripides, that is said by that jolly toper Silenus of blessed memory, that the man's emphatically mad who drinks the best, yet can be sad. We must not fail to return our humble and hearty thanks to the being who, with this good bread, this cool delicious wine, these good meats and rare dainties, removes from our bodies and minds these pains and perturbations, and at the same time fills us with pleasure and with food. But methinks, sir, you did not give an answer to Friar John's question, which, as I take it, was how to raise good weather. Since you ask no more than this easy question, answered Pantagruel, I'll strive to give you satisfaction, and some other time we'll talk of the rest of the problems, if you will. Well, then, Friar John asked how good weather might be raised. Have we not raised it? Look up, and see our full topsails. Hark how the wind whistles through the shrouds, what a stiff gale it blows. Observe the rattling of the tacklings, and see the sheets that fasten the mainsail behind. The force of the wind puts them upon the stretch. While we passed our time merrily, the dull weather also passed away, and while we raised the glasses to our mouths, we also raised the wind by a secret sympathy in nature. Thus Atlas and Hercules clubbed to raise and underprop the falling sky, if you'll believe the wise mythologists, but they raised it some half an inch too high. Atlas, to entertain his guest Hercules more pleasantly, and Hercules, to make himself amends for the thirst which some time before had tormented him in the deserts of Africa. Your good father, said Friar John, interrupting him, takes care to free many people from such an inconveniency, for I have been told by many venerable doctors that his chief butler, Turlupin, saves above 1,800 pipes of wine yearly to make servants and all comers and goers drink before they are dry. As the camels and dromedaries of a caravan, continued Pantagruel, use to drink for the thirst that's past, for the present, and for that to come, so did Hercules. And being thus excessively raised, this gave new motion to the sky, which is that of titubation and trepidation, about which our crack-brained astrologers make such a pother. This, said Panurge, makes the saying good, while jolly companions carouse it together, a fig for the storm, it gives way to good weather. Nay, continued Pantagruel, some will tell you that we have not only shortened the time of the calm, but also much disburthened the ship, not like Aesop's basket by easing it of the provision, but by breaking our fasts, and that a man is more terrestrial and heavy when fasting than when he has eaten and drank, even as they pretend that he weighs more dead than living. However it is, you will grant they are in the right who take their morning's draught and breakfast before a long journey, then say that the horses will perform the better, and that a spur in the head is worth 2 in the flank, or in the same horse dialect, that a cup in the pate is a mile in the gate. Don't you know that formerly the Amycleans worshipped the noble Bacchus above all other gods, and gave him the name of Scylla, which in the Doric dialect signifies wings? For as the birds raise themselves by a towering flight with their wings above the clouds, so, with the help of soaring Bacchus, the powerful juice of the grape, our spirits are exalted to a pitch above themselves, our bodies are more sprightly, and their earthly parts become soft and pliant. Chapter 4, 66. How, by Pantagruel's order, the Muses were saluted near the Isle of Ganobim. This fair wind and as fine talk brought us in sight of a high land, which Pantagruel, discovering afar off, showed it Xenomenes, and asked him, Do you see yonder to the leeward a high rock with 2 tops, much like Mount Parnassus in Phocis? I do, plainly, answered Xenomenes. 'Tis the island of Ganobim. Have you a mind to go ashore there? No, returned Pantagruel. You do well indeed, said Xenomenes, for there is nothing worth seeing in the place. The people are all thieves. Yet there is the finest fountain in the world, and a very large forest towards the right top of the mountain. Your fleet may take in wood and water there. He that spoke last spoke well, quoth Panurge. Let us not by any means be so mad as to go among a passel of thieves and sharpers. You may take my word for it, this place is just such another as, to my knowledge, formerly were the islands of Sark and Herm, between the smaller and the greater Britain, such as were the Bonaropolis of Philip in Thrace, islands of thieves, banditti, picaroons, robbers, ruffians, and murderers, worse than rawhead and bloody bones, and full as honest as the senior fellows of the College of Iniquity, the very outcasts of the county jail's common side. As you love yourself, do not go among them. If you go, you'll come off but bluely, if you come off at all. If you will not believe me, at least believe what the good and wise Xenomenes tells you, for may I never stir if they are not worse than the very cannibals. They would certainly eat us alive. Do not go among them, I pray you. It were safer to take a journey to hell. Hark! By God's body! I hear him ringing the alarm bell most dreadfully, as the Gascons about Bordeaux used formerly to do against the commissaries and officers for the tax on salt, or my ears tingle. Let's sheer off. Believe me, sir, said Friar John, let's rather land. We will rid the world of that vermin, and in there for nothing. Old Nick go with thee for me, quoth Panurge. This rash hair-brained devil of a friar fears nothing, but ventures and runs on like a mad devil as he is, and cares not a rush what becomes of others, as if every one was a monk like his friarship. A pox on grinning honour, say I. Go to, returned the friar, thou mangy naughty peak, thou forlorn druggle-headed Sneaksby, and may a million of black devils anatomize thy cockle brain. The hen-hearted rascal is so cowardly that he bewrays himself for fear every day. If thou art so afraid, Dunghill, do not go. Stay here and be hanged, or go and hide thy loggerhead under Madame Proserpine's petticoat. Panurge, hearing this, his breech began to make buttons, so he slunk in an instant, and went to hide his head down in the bread-room among the musty biscuits and orts and scraps of broken bread. Pantagruel, in the meantime, said to the rest, "I feel a pressing retraction in my soul, which like a voice admonishes me not to land there. Whenever I have felt such a motion within me, I have found myself happy in avoiding what it directed me to shun, or in undertaking what it prompted me to do, and I never had occasion to repent following its dictates." "As much," said Epistemon, "is related of the demon of Socrates, so celebrated among the academics." "Well then, sir," said Friar John, "while the ship's crew water, have you a mind to have good sport? Panurge is got down somewhere in the hold, where he has crept into some corner and lurks like a mouse in a cranny. Let 'em give the word for the gunner to fire yon gun over the roundhouse on the poop. This will serve to salute the muses of this Antiparnassus. Besides, the powder does but decay in it." "You are in the right," said Pantagruel. "Here, give the word for the gunner." The gunner immediately came, and was ordered by Pantagruel to fire that gun, and then charge it with fresh powder, which was soon done. The gunners of the other ships, frigates, galleons, and galleys of the fleet, hearing us fire, gave every one a gun to the island, which made such a horrid noise that you would have sworn heaven had been tumbling about our ears. Chapter 4, 67. How Panurge bewrayed himself for fear, and of the huge cat Rudiliorus, which he took for a puny devil. Panurge, like a wild, addle-pated giddy-goat, sallies out of the bread-room in his shirt, with nothing else about him but one of his stockings, half on, half off, about his heel, like a rough-footed pigeon, his hair and beard all bepowdered with crumbs of bread, in which he had been over head and ears, and a huge and mighty puss partly wrapped up in his other stocking. In this equipage, his chaps moving like a monkey's who's a louse-hunting, his eyes staring like a dead pig's, his teeth chattering and his bum quivering, the poor dog fled to Friar John, who was then sitting by the chain-wales of the starboard side of the ship, and prayed him heartily to take pity on him and keep him in the safeguard of his trusty bilbo, swearing by his share of papimony that he had seen all hell broke loose. "Woe is me, my Jacky," cried he, "my dear Johnny, my old crony, my brother, my ghostly father. All the devils keep holiday. All the devils keep their feast to-day, man. Pork and peas choke me if ever thou sawest such preparations in thy life for an infernal feast. Dost thou see the smoke of hell's kitchens?" This he said, showing him the smoke of the gunpowder above the ships. "Thou never sawest so many damned souls since thou wast born, and so fair, so bewitching they seem, that one would swear they are Stygian ambrosia. I thought at first, God forgive me, that they had been English souls, and I don't know but that this morning the Isle of Horses near Scotland was sacked, with all the English who had surprised it, by the lords of Termes and Essay." Friar John, at the approach of Panurge, was entertained with a kind of smell that was not unlike that of gunpowder, nor altogether so sweet as musk, which made him turn Panurge about, and then he saw that his shirt was dismally bepawed and bewrayed with fresh surreverence. The retentive faculty of the nerve which restrains the muscle called sphincter, which is the asshole, and please you, was relaxated by the violence of the fear which he had been in during his fantastic visions. Add to this the thundering noise of the shooting, which seems more dreadful between decks than above. Nor ought you to wonder at such a mishap, for one of the symptoms and accidents of fear is that it often opens the wicket of the cupboard wherein second-hand meat is kept for a time. Let's illustrate this noble theme with some examples. Messer Pandolfo de la Casina of Siena, riding post from Rome, came to Chambéry, and alighting at honest Vinet's, took one of the pitchforks in the stable, then, turning to the innkeeper, said to him, "Da Roma in qua io non so andato del corpo. Di grazia piglia in mano questa forcia e fammi paura." "I have not had a stool since I left Rome. I pray thee, take this pitchfork and fright me." Binet took it, and made several offers as if he would in good earnest have hit the signor, but all in vain. So the Sienese said to him, "Si tu non fai altramente, tu non fai nulla, però sforzati di adoperarli più guardamente. If thou dost not go another way to work, thou hadst as good do nothing. Therefore try to bestir thyself more briskly. With this, Vinet lent him such a swinging stoter with the pitchfork, soused between the neck and the collar of his jerkin, that down fell Signor on the ground, arsey-turvey, with his spindle shanks wide straggling over his pole. Then mine host, sputtering with a full-mouthed laugh, said to his guest, "By Beelzebub's bum-cut! Much good may it do you, Signor Italiano. Take notice, this is datum Cambariaci, given at Chambéry." 'Twas well the Sienese had untrussed his points and let down his drawers, for this physic worked with him as soon as he took it, and as copious was the evacuation as that of 9 buffaloes and 14 mystificating arch-lubbers. Which operation being over, the mannerly Sienese courteously gave mine host a whole bushel of thanks, saying to him, "Io ti ringrazio, bel messere, così facendo tu m'hai espermiata la specie d'un serviziale." "I thank you, good landlord. By this thou hast e'en saved me the expense of a clyster." I'll give you another example of Edward the Fifth, King of England. Master Francis Villon, being banished France, fled to him, and got so far into his favour as to be privy to all his household affairs. One day the king, being on his close-stool, showed Villon the arms of France, and said to him, "Dost thou see what respect I have for thy French kings? I have none of their arms anywhere but in this backside near my close-stool." "Odds life," said the buffoon, "how wise, prudent, and careful of your health your highness is! How carefully your learned doctor Thomas Linacre looks after you! He saw that now you grow old you are inclined to be somewhat costive, and every day were fain to have an apothecary, a suppository or clyster, thrust into your royal knock-and-drow. So he has, much to the purpose, induced you to place here the arms of France, for the very sight of them puts you into such a dreadful fright that you immediately let fly as much as would come from 18 squattering Bonacie of Paeonia. And if they were painted in other parts of your house, by jingo, you would presently conskite yourself wherever you saw them. Nay, had you but here a picture of the great oriflamme of France, odds bodikins, your tripes and bowels would be in no small danger of dropping out at the orifice of your posteriors. But atque iterum a silly cockney am I not, as ever did from Paris come? And with a rope and sliding knot my neck shall know what weighs my bum. A cockney of short reach, I say, shallow of judgment, and judging shallowly, to wonder that you should cause your points to be untrussed in your chamber before you come into this closet. By a lady, at first I thought your close-stool had stood behind the hangings of your bed. Otherwise it seemed very odd to me you should untruss so far from the place of evacuation. But now I find I was a gull, a whittle, a woodcock, a mere ninny, a dolthead, a noddy, a changeling, a calf-lolly, a doddypole. You do wisely, by the mass, you do wisely. For had you not been ready to clap your hind face on the mustard-pot as soon as you came within sight of these arms, mark me, Gop's body, the bottom of your breeches had supplied the office of a close-stool." Friar John, stopping the handle of his face with his left hand, did, with the forefinger of the right, point out Panurge's shirt to Pantagruel, who, seeing him in this pickle, scared, appalled, shivering, raving, staring, bewrayed, and torn with the claws of the famous cat Rhodilurus, could not choose but laugh, and said to him, "Prithee, what wouldst thou do with this cat?" "With this cat?" quoth Panurge. "The devil scratch me if I did not think it had been a young soft-chinned devil, which, with this same stocking instead of mitten, I had snatched up in the great hutch of hell as thievishly as any sizer of Montague College could have done. The devil take Tybert, I feel it has all bepinked my poor hide, and drawn on it to the life I don't know how many lobsters' whiskers." With this he threw his boar-cat down. "Go, go," said Pantagruel, "be bathed and cleaned. Calm your fears. Put on a clean shift, and then your clothes." "What? Do you think I am afraid?" cried Panurge. "Not I protest. By the testicles of Hercules, I am more hearty, bold, and stout, though I say it that should not, than if I had swallowed as many flies as are put into plum-cakes and other paste at Paris from midsummer to Christmas. But what's this? Ha! Oh ho! How the devil came I by this? Do you call this what the cat left in the malt? Filth, dirt, dung, dejection, fecal matter, excrement, stecoration, surreverence, ordure, second-hand meats, fumates, straunce, skibble, or spraith? 'Tis Hibernian saffron, I protest. Ha, ha, ha! 'Tis Irish saffron, by Shank Pautrick, and so much for this time. Selah, let's drink. End of Book 4. End of Section 8. End of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 4, by François Rabelais, translated by John Ozell and Peter Anthony Motteux.